Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So, alien disclosure or the openness of alien disclosure. Of course, we've had alien disclosure that's been ongoing. It's been leaking out for a long time. Those that have tried to disclose more than the narrative wanted, the narrative makers wanted to have disclosed, usually got taken out. So now President Trump has up the ante, just like he did, I believe, with the Jeffrey Epstein files. All right, so the Epstein files basically had, he said, there's nothing there. So, of course, everybody wanted to, it's like, you like this? You can't have it. So it's kind of one of those things. Trump was like that with Epstein files, and then everybody really wanted it. Right. And everybody was clamoring for it and talking about it. And then it started to disclose. All right. So it's going to be the same thing, I believe, with alien disclosure. Now, on Tuesday, I'm going to be potentially doing a roundtable with Carrie Cassidy and some other people that she's going to bring on. And we're going to talk about it. Right. So my thoughts on it before we get together is that it is a slow leak that's going to be kind of like drip, 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 just like we saw with Jeffrey Epstein files, and then a garden hose in your face, and then, one of those, like when you see the guys fighting the fires, the firemen, and they get like 2 or 3 guys behind each other. I used to do this as a firefighter in the military. And then they pull back that thing, and it's a fire hose, which is like just this huge amounts of water coming out. It'll blow your ass back if it hit you. That's why it takes 2 or 3 people to hold that hose. That's the amount of information that's going to come. Now, all the things that we've been wanting to disclose will come in their correct time as people get exposed to it, because it's going to basically change the world. It's going to completely change the world. Everything. It will change everything. Once we find out, how we have been inhabited, that we basically were seeded in this world by different alien groups, right? And then how some alien groups came in and manipulated and controlled us. They're still manipulating and controlling us. That's why the alien disclosure has been so long in coming. Because and this is how we overcome that as we wake up. So we keep hearing people say the controllers don't want us to wake up because then they lose control. What they really don't want, and I can tell you this from my personal experience, is that if you release the alien information, they will come after you, and they will kill you if you get out of line. All right. So this is a huge, just like Trump is doing everything else, destroying the deep state. This is one of their biggest little pets, right? Because a lot of these people that are deep state are reptilian, right? Hybrid reptilian. And they're very evil, as we know. And it's like a drug to them. This is some of the things they don't want to disclose. Of course, that's happening in another realm. The Luciferians are very clever. Now Lucifer's agenda is all around the cosmos, guys. It's not just here on Earth. And a lot of the stuff that's been created, like hell and burning in hell and stuff like that, that's all created bullshit, right? Does some of that happen? Depends on your consciousness. Your consciousness is going to create even your consciousness creating this world, and your consciousness will create in the afterworld as well, right? Now a lot of people are like, we want to be yes. So I was starting to see the ridiculous in the chat already. I've gotten a lot of ridiculous chat people coming in lately. Yeah, it's just pretty interesting. how much that I'm getting. So, of course, a subject like this has almost gotten me killed, and it is and I just validated. I don't have at the time I didn't have that many experiences that I knew of, and maybe I don't know. Maybe that's why they wanted to kill me before I really woke up to some of the stuff as I was involved in the secret space program. So there is a lot of disclosure that's coming, but again, it's going to be the drip, drip, drip stuff. Now I put in X, like Trump is really drip, 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 dripping. We can go all the way back to JFK. So they had a lot of other reasons why they killed JFK, right? Silver. He brought silver in, which is going to take out the Federal Reserve, going to make their fiat worthless toilet paper money that we still have today. That's even less valuable than it was back then, of course, through inflation. But they were going to, he was going to basically do away with the Federal Reserve all the way back then, kind of like what President Trump has been talking about. So President Trump and John F. Kennedy have a lot of similarities, right? So other things that JFK, a lot of people don't realize this, but there was, he was going to speak after he was done with the, drive through Dallas. He was going to speak at a show and basically do alien disclosure. He had it written out and everything. What he was going to say, that's been shared out there. I've had it on my show by people disclosing about that. And so another reason why they killed him, right? Another one was because he wouldn't go to war with Cuba on the level that they wanted to. They wanted to do what we got in 9/11. So the Bush family allowed it to happen, but JFK was like, no, we're not going to crash airliners into buildings. And so they just put it in the back burner. And then when they got somebody in there that was, beholden to them, controlled by them, I guess, Bush family, they basically did that 9/11 attack that Kennedy refused to do. So a lot of things we're finding out. No, I've talked about on my show. How many of you really know anything about any of that stuff that I just shared? And there's so much more that goes along with JFK. So, and that's a long time ago, right? So the disclosure stuff has been kept on the back burner for a long time. Now the med bed. Now a lot of you guys get real excited about a med bed. I had shows about disclosing about how America is the worst child trafficking place in the world, and barely gets views, and that's troubling to me, right? And it blows up all over the internet, right? So a lot of you guys don't care about the child trafficking, evidently, but you do want your med bed. You want what's going to be good for you, right? You don't care about anybody else. But there is a lot of disclosure that's coming that will affect everyone, right? In many, many different ways. So the high-tech stuff, like the med bed stuff, will be part of that. The anti-gravity type stuff, vehicles, many, many different portaling. All these things have been available all the way back to JFK, all the way back to JFK, and longer. We can go all the way back to Atlantis, all the way back to Atlantis. Atlantis was destroyed by the reptilians all the way back then. All right. So and then the reptilians basically positioned themselves to be the controllers as everybody, the survivors came out, probably 500 million or something around the world. Who knows? Like Georgia Guidestones. So that's one of the things that they do. Fortunately, there were enough people that woke up during that time frame that continually developed good technologies and started a secret space program for good reasons, not the bad reasons. There is a bad secret space program out there, and there's a good one, just like there's bad military within our military, and there's good military within our military, of course, and the same around the world, right? So this push back and forth, one step forward, two steps back, two steps forward, one step back, is constant process over the last thousands of years to get us back to the point where we're at right now, right? So, Trump on alien disclosure. He's announced plans to release government files related to UFOs and extraterrestrial life, citing public interest in the topic, right? There's always been public interest. He could have done it in his first term, but we're at the point now where human consciousness is ready to absorb this, just like the Jeffrey Epstein file stuff. All right, so there's a lot more Epstein file stuff. Like many of us have been saying, it is tip of the iceberg on Jeffrey Epstein, all the stuff we're going to learn about that. And of course, the same thing for many people with the alien disclosure information. Trump says government will declassify alien files. Which ones? Which ones? On a certain level, of course, they will be disclosed and they will be released. But it's going to take time to get all of it. If they released everything all at once, it would completely destroy the fabric of society, guys. Too fast. All right. So it'll come at a speed. And sometimes as people are like saying, well, where is it? Where is it? Just like Jeffrey Epstein files. It's like, I think they're ready for it. Okay, release more. Open the floodgates. Right. So, and then it will come. So it's going to be up to us. Like I've been saying for a long time, we're the creators of our world, and we're getting very good at it, right? We're getting very good at it as time goes forward, which means our consciousness is rising. Now, think about it, and I've said this for a long time. Think about how negative people used to be. I mean, that hasn't changed to a great extent, of course, but most people were extremely negative, all right? And I could look at, my past, all the way back to a kid. I grew up, like everybody else in a lot of negativity, but I learned to rise above it, and I can just, think about if I had the ability to manifest instantaneously, wow, it would be a train wreck. Right. And some of you still like that, I think. But I've been manifesting really great things for humanity. And I feel like God has rewarded me. He's given me some great things. And it's not why I do it, of course. And if I did, then I would get great things. But that is what more and more people are awakening to, the fact that we are creating our world, this reality together much faster. And that's putting people's heads on a spin too. Not so much just all the information that's coming out, which I think is fantastic. And I'm hungry for it, but I get wowed by stuff as well. If we really went down the rabbit hole for child, trafficking and what they do to children, it would be too much for, just about all of us, right? But these horrific beings that are here on Earth that are pretty much, or have been pretty much in control, that is every day to them, right? For us, it's the most horrific thing, and we can't even imagine what they do, all right? So this disclosure on a lot of the stuff takes time. All right. So you have to be awakened to this and that, and you get comfortable with that, and you get hungry for more, and then more comes, right? Drip, drip, garden hose, slowly turn up to it's like a full spray, from a spray to like a full stream, and then we go to the fire hose, right? So it's in the fire hose, there's no in between. There's on and there's off. So when that handle comes back and it's on, and it's full stream, and you're going to get hammered by it. All right. So for me, I like that. I like the water. So I'm good with it. Just blast me around with it. I know how to breathe through it and all kind of crazy stuff. So, but most people, the spray on the garden hose is too much. The drip is too much. Right. And are we going to wait for them? No. Right. So disclosure is coming, and Trump's bringing it, just like he's done everything else. He is he is the destroyer, right? He is the destroyer, and that's a good thing, right? He's destroying all. He's chosen. He's the chosen one to destroy, right? And he's doing a magnificent job. So let's go into a few other things now before we get to my main topic, which is going to be when will the Iran war start, and will it spread around the world? Right? Yes and yes. Right? It will start. Yes, within I think a couple of weeks, maybe less, maybe a little bit more, but it's going to start. All right, and we'll talk more about that. And will it spread around the world? Oh yeah, oh yeah. All right, so let's look at what's going on. I predicted that there will be extreme drought this year. This year we're in. All right, so a lot of you that are getting snows, like I did, I got right out there. I got right about 10 feet of snow over a 4-day period. Blizzard conditions, right? And as fast as I could, snow blow it off the balconies, it was like almost back to where it was again. So it was really coming down, and I had to really bundle up. Fortunately, I had my King of the Mountain wear, like SEAL Team 6 gear, and I've had it all this time. And the snipers used it, and I got some of it, and I actually paid for it. The snipers at SEAL Team 6 got it for free, those lucky guys. But it is some of the best clothing ever, and I don't get anything from it. I'm just saying, but anyway, I had that on and I was warm. I literally have slept in snowstorms with that stuff on and felt great. Laying in the snow, it's amazing. So I would go out and I would basically blow the snow on that, and that'd be good, right? So drought around the United States. Now around the world, there's like crazy snow right now. You guys might remember I said it was going to flip. The East Coast was getting all the super cold weather, and I said it was going to flip, and that's when we got the snowstorm out here. Now it's flipping back towards you guys on the East Coast. Now, and massive storm, like a Cat 2 hurricane winds that are, spinning off the East Coast that are really going to bring in a lot of moisture and cold that has come down. Now, the cold is going to continue to come down all week and even bring freezing temperatures once again all the way down to mid-Florida, right? Now, look at the red is extreme drought. As you see, Florida, 25 years, worst drought in 25 years in Florida. You think of Florida as always rainy. I think of it that way because I lived there and it was always rainy. But the red is extreme drought. And then if you get any browns, which there's no browns yet, but much of America, unfortunately, is going to have exceptional drought coming up. All right, so California right now, California and North Dakota are two of the only states that now have, and this is the first time in 25 years that California has not had drought on a massive scale across the state. So, wow, how amazing that when I show up, that happens. All right, so I'm the bringer of rain and snow. And there's going to be another atmospheric river that's going to come on Tuesday here. It was supposed to be like 1.5 days of a break, and then another like almost 10 days of snow here in Lake Tahoe. I was like, after doing all that snow blowing, I was like, no. So now it's going to get warm, and we're going to get rain and a little bit of snow. At my elevation, and probably a little bit more snow because I'm at about between 7,000 to 8,000. And at that level, it's pretty much going to snow the whole time. But I can handle it. I'm good. And we need a pretty good snowpack. So look at this map. You're going to see, like I predicted long ago, that there would be, and here's the proof, in its beginning, that there would be significant drought and fires. Now, we're looking at California. We got more rain coming. Like I said, Tuesday, another atmospheric river. It won't be as intense as the one we just had, but definitely another atmospheric river. And it's, it's good for California. It's all of the reservoirs are being filled up. But I promise you, and I've said this, that you will see fires in California because they make a lot of money on it. That's why it's going to continue. They'll make a way to do the fires. And you remember that Roman Emperor Nero, that played the fiddle while Rome burned, right? I think of Biden like that. I think of Biden, and Nero's probably one of the worst emperors they had. Biden by far the worst, president we had. So we had not only Lahaina in Hawaii burn through directed injury weapons, but also L.A. Burnt through directed injury weapons. So I guarantee you they will continue to burn California, right? Because I don't know, maybe they know that California is going to start to break up and fall in the water. They want to get as many people out of here as possible. I don't know, but with the reservoirs almost completely full in California, it's going to be still fires in California because, again, like I said, they make money. They make a lot of money off of these fires. It would be in our best interest if they took just a portion of that money and did fire containment. Of course, I've had the William Simpson on that's talking about how you get wild horses to roam around, and they are fire preventers on a massive scale, and they actually help the environment on a massive scale. Of course, they're rounding up all those horses, those wild horses, rounding them up. How about that? So there's a lot of things they could do to, fire mitigation, but they're like, oh, the environmentalists or whoever has infiltrated environmentalists to dumb them down. They think that you just leave nature to the way it's supposed to be, and we won't interfere because that's the way it's naturally supposed to be. And that's the dumbest thing in the world. All right. So you have fire prevention that goes on that should be clearing a lot of the brush. The Native Americans used to do this all the time, and they had this was Garden of Eden in the United States at one time because of the American Indians, right? Because they did all this, and they moved their crops around, and they did animal husbandry, and they did it all, right? And it was fantastic. And then the Americans, if you want to call them that, came. Because the Native Americans are kind of like they'll tell you they're from the aliens. The aliens came and deposited them, and they had communication with aliens. And a lot of tribes still have, like the Hopi, still have communication with the aliens. All right, so it's very interesting, to see the bigger picture. If you have an open mind, you get to see a lot more than if you think you know everything and you're arrogant and controlled by the educational system, and you're in your little box and you don't see all this other stuff that's outside the box. This was fantastic, right? So why would you be in that little box? Well, because you've been mind controlled to be in a little box and don't get out of it, or otherwise you get punished and you don't pass grades, and people make fun of you. It's like, make fun of me. I don't care, because I'm seeing the truth and the reality of things, and that's much more important to me than some manufactured BS about the way the world used to be. Like, for instance, William Simpson came in and was talking about how the wild horses that were here for millions of years, they said, oh no, those horses came from the Spanish. You mean the Spanish, like when they came to Florida a long time ago? It's like, so, because when they came to the Americas, those horses were here. So, and so this complete BS about history, guys. The manipulation is beyond belief, right? The manipulation about the alien involvement and suppression of that, of course, is beyond belief. You like that when I say it like that? Beyond belief, right? Just drag it out, just like these idiots do with their false information. All right, so heartbreaking. Family of 12-year-old Kylie Smith killed by transgender in a Tumbler Ridge mass shooter in Canada, forced to cancel funeral amid death threats. So their 12-year-old daughter was killed by a trainee, right? And the trainees all got together because I guess they don't want, a lot of the spread about how bad they are, about how evil they are. Not all of them, of course. We have to, and of Lucifer, the bringer of light, like the bringer of light, of light bullshit. All right. So they just flip everything. We got to stop this tranny bullshit. All right. Taking these kids and turning them into the opposite sex, and all the medication that they have to use and so forth to continue to suppress whatever sex they were. It causes significant hormonal imbalance. All right, so it is ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous, and of course, we have to push back on this, guys. This is another Luciferian thing, and her parents, Lance Young and Jenny Gary, have surfaced both online and locally, leading the Royal Canadian Mounted Police (RCMP) to investigate. All right, good job, you corrupt RCMP. Is aware of threats. They're aware of it. They're not going to do anything about it, of course, because this is part of the bigger agenda in Canada, Luciferianism. It's a heart-wrenching statement where we are so sorry. This is our parents. We are so sorry we had to cancel Kylie's service today. We saw how hard everyone was working on it. From what we are hearing, we are at least the third family of the deceased to be harassed or threatened by people from their past since this awful tragedy took place. All right, so she says, mostly we're sorry to you, Kylie, our girl. This was supposed to be your day. I promise we will get, they're going to do one in the future. So I don't know. I don't know if the transgender is going to allow that. And I don't see the RCMP do anything about it because this is part of the Luciferian campaign that's going on in Canada. So the rampage began when Rootstella police had visited Van Rootseller's home multiple times. Good job, guys. Good job. All right. You stopped that one. Not all right. Multiple times prior due to mental health issues. And reports reveal the shooter discussed violent scenarios with AI chatbots like ChatGPT. Right. So let me show you the picture of this aspiring ballet dancer. And three of them were like, of a young age. Let's see, what's it say? So this transgender right here who has a gun. Oh, it's going to take me back over to X. One shot and the slide slams back and locks. So one bullet left, I guess. Not very trained, I guess. But this is some of the stuff that we're seeing. Didn't they take guns away in Canada? So, and I don't know. Maybe this is one of those things they do to, really tighten down. Because I know they did this recently in Australia. We had the shooting at Bondi Beach, Bondi. All right. So now how many people were killed? She was one of 6 victims killed at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. So this person goes into, decides, let's take it to the next level, and goes into a school where no one can like resist, right? And just starts to shoot everybody up. I know. The person that's running Canada right now, prime minister, whatever you guys have, unfortunately, his child is transgender. So you're not going to see anything that's going to happen with this transgenderism. It's going to get worse in Canada, right? And of course, in Canada, they have instituted where if you're not happy, you can just go execute yourself. All right, they'll just. All right, Northern California atmospheric river arrives Tuesday, like I said, and it's going to bring lots of moisture. Now, the moisture, like I've been saying, not only is happening in California, it's happening in other states as well. Nevada, because I live in Nevada, and it's been, of course, I've gotten a lot of snow in Nevada, and then that translates over into aquifers and so forth, and over where Hoover Dam is, it's filling everything up. So let's look at this real quick. The numbers.
What it is by April 1st. So this.
Now I want you guys to see this, because I'm promising you, there will be fires in California, even though it's one of the only states. It was the only state. I think about 4 weeks ago. I think North Dakota had a swath of drought, but now it's been taken care of. So will it come back? Yes, probably. And it will get much worse in the rest of the country. But drought doesn't cause fires. You can have drought for years and years and no fires, but we've already seen what they do. They've already started directed energy weapons in, I think, Oklahoma. There's been some good fires out there. When I say good, I mean significant acreage burned. All right, so this is what we're going to see in California. So I want you guys to see that there should be no reason whatsoever that California gets any fires, but you're going to see them.
Statewide situation, we're at 75% of average to date, but you can see the contours, how they cover all the way deep into Southern California, even over the Tehachapi Pass there along the Grapevine on I-5, 59% of our April 1st average to date. So we need a little bit more, but as far as that contour, it is looking really nice right now. Major reservoir supply levels were running.
All right, so Shasta. So you're seeing here, there's over 100% of the average. So California doesn't get a lot of rain, of course. So when you get a lot like we've had already, and we're going to get more, it's going to take these capacities and top them out on a lot of these areas: Oroville, Shasta, Trinity. Now remember, Shasta, when Trump was in office before, he came to California where there was lots of fires, and he said, I'll use federal money to extend the capacity of Shasta, put the dam or whatever higher, like, several dozen feet higher, whatever it was. And Newsom didn't want it. How is that possible? How is that possible? Because Newsom is part of the deep state, and the reptilians are trying to burn us out. All right, so look at these capacities. We've got another atmospheric river. We will have more. I think we might even have more snow here in the Cali area. I think we're going to get more. So we're going to get another atmospheric river. You guys are getting this deep cold. It's going to come back over to our side, and we're going to get another atmospheric major river and more snow, I think. So I predicted about 6 atmospheric rivers. This will be, I think, the 5th one. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right.
About 55 to 85% of capacity. So those reservoirs really healthy and full, over 100% of average to date. And even as we make our way southward here, it's looking good as well for New Millennium.
So as you guys can see, even further down into the south, well over the 100% of average capacities, reaching almost maximum. I believe these capacities will hit maximum. So again, With all the wet that's happening, with all the snow that's locked in, there should not be any fires. So somebody is doing these fires, all right? And we need to track them down and exterminate them like the vermin they are. And this is part of the deep state, right? And this is going to continue until we wake up. But Mike, it's like my kids when they were young. But Daddy, why, Daddy, why? Because we're not getting the alien disclosure. All right. Once we get the alien disclosure, have to drag this out so people, I know some of you are like, come on, Mike, just say it. But there's a lot of you out there that need a little slow talk. All right. So you get it. So alien disclosure. And I know people that talk like this too. I'm like, come on, stop. So I'm just doing a couple words. So I'm not putting you through hell. Right? So with this disclosure, then we'll have, all the technologies that they have been holding for themselves to use against us, right? Just like the medbed technology that we should have had all the way back in 1961. They have been controlling it and flipping all that stuff, manipulating our DNA. The cult of Asclepius, like Dr. Ardis has talked about, goes all the way back to ancient Greece, where they used snakes. You can see some of the goddesses have snakes around their arms and all kind of crazy stuff. So they've been doing the snake thing for a long, long time, thousands of years, guys. Those damn reptilians. So, it's in our face. It's in our face, like always. Now, military veteran Ray Lucian, he basically came out last night. I did a show with him, and he talks about the trafficking, and a lot of you don't care. Right? So there wasn't a lot of views on that. I do shows. I did a show with Larry Ballard. 30K views. I'm looking at it right now. Leo Zagami, the day before, 24K views. I did a show with Gene Decode. I haven't done one with him in a long time. 71,000 views. Sheila Holmes always gets a lot of views. But you guys just don't care about human trafficking. You don't want to learn about it. I don't know what that is. It's very, very. And I remember when I used to do these shows in the early days, 5 years ago, all of the people they're trying to disclose, they're like, Mike, no one cares. And I'm like, my audience will care. And so you guys did over the years, but I guess now you're tired of it. Right? So you don't want to know anymore. Oh, well, okay. We'll keep bringing it. There's a few of you out there, and somebody's going to make a wake up. All right. Violence erupts in Mexico after cartel leader El Mencho just outside. I went to another LifeWave event where I went to just outside of Puerto Vallarta. I always wanted to go there. So, and then I got it, all expense paid trip. It was great. But before I went, I'm like, let me search the intuitive look out there. Yeah, I'll be able to do it, but it's going to get bad there. And so this will be my last opportunity to go to Mexico. And sure enough, Mexico is exploding in violence, right? So violence erupts in Mexico after cartel leader El Mencho killed a military strike. So the military is basically starting to get funky with it, right? Because Trump is like, okay, we'll get you back. We want you guys to start knocking it out. Otherwise, we're going to come over and knock it out. So it'd be better if you guys knock it out. That way you're in charge and you won't look like the little feminine men that you have, been coming off as, right? Not standing up to the cartel. And of course, that's a government. Everything in their society is against it. Kind of like in our society, almost everything's against the child trafficking knowledge of, right? This is and that's why it continues to be the worst in the United States. Funny how that works. This is a great development for Mexico, the U.S., Latin America, and the world. The good guys are stronger than the bad guys. U.S. Secretary of State of U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau. So when you do stuff like that, there's going to be pushback, right? And I want you to start to get this in your heads now, right? You can't get the child trafficking in your head, but you need to get this in your head as far as like when you knock hell out of people that have been running the show and in control and making lots of money, and a lot of people around them making lots of money, and they pay people to look the other way, then you're going to start to see a pushback, right? Massive pushback, and that's what's happening. So here is, some of that pushback. I'll give you guys a little. This is in the Guadalajara area. Prosecutor's office stands. A member of the prosecutor's office stands guard near a burning bus set on fire by organized crime groups in response to an operation in Jalisco to arrest a high priority security target. So that's what happened there. Now we can go over into the Puerto Vallarta area, which is very, very luxurious, right? Very luxurious, high end, a lot of U.S. People go down there and buy real estate and so forth, but that's not going to work out so good going forward, right? Might not be a good time to be down there. Might not be. It's not a good time to be down there if you're American, right? I'll just say it. And we're probably going to see people get basically taken and ransomed. That's going to be very, very prominent, I think, going forward. Now, in LifeWave, so I had that one trip down to Puerto Vallarta. It's your last day to buy 2 X39s to get an X49 free. So these sales are amazing. I always take huge advantage of these. And a lot of people are taking advantage of them right now. Now, like I said, I was in Puerto Vallarta, and you see there's lots of fires. This is one of the first ones. There's lots of fires now. I just looked at one just before I came on. I guess it's like full-on war down there right now. So between the Mexican soldiers and the cartels, right? So they have the backing of America. We'll see, how far this goes. But, right on our doorstep, guys. Now, we've talked about it a long time. Nino, Scott McKay, and I, we've talked about how this is coming. Nino's right there and, right on the border. And he's talked about a lot of this before. I've gone down to the border, and I've looked at everything. And I'm like, we'll see. So you couldn't really see it at the time that I went down there. Maybe 2.5 years ago, I think it was now, when I went down on the border. But it wasn't long after that a lot of people started getting together and push for more security in the border. You had Greg Abbott, because we were all pushing for it. He got involved. So you see how this works. You push for it. It's Jeffrey Epstein files. You push for it. We, the people, and then it happens. So now there's a lot of people pushing for security along the border. President Trump's doing a great job of it, but there's still more coming across the border, guys, right? It is not ended by any stretch of imagination. Now, Ray, who was on my show yesterday, Lucian, was telling me that when the border, remember how many hundreds of thousands of children came across the border when Biden was in? The child trafficking was all about the people coming across the border. So that need for children that America has, that appetite, and it doesn't matter what the age is, all the way down to babies, it was being met by the cartels. And now that the border has been, to a great extent, shut down, now they're coming after American babies. So you better watch your babies, right? You better watch your babies. Now, interesting thing about the transgender, Ray was telling me, he was trained by, high level SEAL Team 6 guy and so forth, how to, look for child trafficking and so forth. So he did something he should not have done. He went by himself to, case a target, and transgenders noticed him and they came after him, a big group of them, and he ran for his life. Fortunately, he was not ran, but he drove for his life. And through very skillful maneuvering, I guess, us military guys, we just kind of pull it out of our ass sometimes. He was able to break contact and get away safely. But the transgenders guys, they're all part of some darker thing that's going on. And I say the transgenders, but it's like saying MS-13. We know they're evil. Are all transgenders evil? No, but there seems to be a lot of them. Seems to be a lot of them are, and most school shootings. All right, so. And, I'm on a platform where they protect this kind of bullshit. So anyway. All right. So Tehran, right? Not Tehran. That's like me saying South Carolina. All right. Or South Carolina. Right. But Tehran is in Iran. Iran would be like country folk. Right, saying it, I guess. I don't know. Maybe they all say it, but that's my understanding. So there is a show. It's called Tehran. It's on Apple Plus, and I'm watching it. And after having been, in the, spy program for many years, I think it was in 12 years, 11, 12 years, something like that. Maybe a little bit more. And so when I saw Tehran, I was like, wow, this is really well done. Somebody's told them right. And what's crazy about it is, Mossad and the IRGC, which is the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, they duke it back and forth. Now, there were a lot of Jews in Iran before Khomeini came in. And when Khomeini came in, they hightailed it out of there, a lot of them. Some converted, maybe a lot converted, I don't know. But Jews are not welcome there, right? And they used to be very integral and part of Iran, but not so much anymore, right? So, and of course, we've seen the back and forth it goes. And of course, Iran is like building nuclear bombs with long-range missiles. Goes, why do they want to do that? Because they want to blow up Israel. And so she had bruising on her, and I guess she overdosed or something like that. And I guess the cast and the crew were like, oh, she had mental issues. There's no way it could be foul play. What? You guys are just saying that because you want to continue to film, don't you? Right? You don't care. Kind of like child trafficking. You just don't care. Just don't care. So I can tell you that there was probably a hit put out on her because she was disclosing too much about Iran, right? And I can tell you, watching that movie, it's like, wow, it's back and forth. There's like double agents, triple agents. I'm like, dang, it's hard to keep up. And I'll see one of the case officers, COs for Mossad. One of them gets killed, and so this guy from IRGC is walking in, and she's like down on the floor low, and he comes around the corner, she shoots him. I'm like, wow, that's really good. Somebody told you guys well, right? Must have been like Navy SEAL security contractor like myself. All right, so I don't know. So we'll see, what happens with Iran. The reason why I want to bring this up is because there needs to be education, like child trafficking. Needs to be education about this, because a lot of people are like, are hating on Israel. I don't hate on them. It's like, yeah, there seems to be, we're supporting them a lot, but I think there is a very good reason behind that. Not that they were, formulated by the Rothschilds, but that there's something else going on there. And I think that if we eventually, because Israel's saved for last, if we eventually get control of that, then it's one of the places, I guess, the deep state was going to, they've been formulating that place for a long time. Of course, United States is one of their main places, but it looks like they're not doing so well in the United States, although they have the political system, which is, I think, almost completely captured with the Rothschild deep state New World Order. They are supporting. They're like, how many of them have like dual passports? That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Who do you love? Who do you love? Yeah, we got to know. And you can't have passport somewhere else and be in Congress and Senate. That's bullshit, right? But like 3/4 of them do to Israel of all places, right? So, and I think that's for the deep state guys, not for the good guys. So we have to take the deep state down a lot of different places. But take the deep state down, you have to come in and take control. So what has President Trump done over the last year or so? So basically knock hell out of Hamas there in Gaza Strip. They were one of the main, they call them Hamas, and Hamas just gun them down the streets like crazy. The other one is Hezbollah, which is in Syria, and also, or ISIS in Syria. So Hezbollah is in Beirut. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about this. The extremist Muslims, and pretty much every Muslim can go extremist, guys. I've seen it. I've seen where there's been, crazy stuff happen in a Middle Eastern country, and every Muslim goes crazy. Very emotional people, and they're kept that way. And you can have great emotions if you're educated with your emotions, but if you're not educated, you have a low IQ in emotions, which unfortunately most Muslims do because they keep them there, then they're very easily inflamed, right? Like children, right? You've seen children that they can be all nice and quiet, and then some radical kid comes in, and then next thing you know, they're all like screaming and hitting each other. So this is some of the things that we're seeing with the that's going to happen with the Muslim population. So Iran preparing for a possible U.S. military strike. Possible, pretty much going to happen, right? Now, will this be very quick? I'm sure that's what the Trump administration is trying to do, kind of like what they did in Venezuela. Come and do surgical strikes, and we're done, right? That is a possibility. But there's a lot of extremists all around the world, unfortunately. And we know that, and there's a reason for that. It's basically a threat that if you come in and take down Iran, that they will strike around the world, right? So I think that's what's going to happen. I think that, yeah, we can go in and the market will probably drop, for a day or two, depending on when they do it. They do it on a Friday night, like they normally do. They have a couple of days to finish it up. And then on Monday, you might get a little bit of stock market drop, radical, because everybody's like scared, fear, and the baddies know how to drive the market prices. Then the next day they'll announce that, oh, it's all over, and then the stock market will go the other direction and go higher, right, than it ever was. So that's kind of what I see potentially happening. Now, will it be next weekend, weekend after? Yeah. That's kind of the way it's going to be, guys. All right. So it's basically throwing the enemy into a high state of awareness that wears them down. Right. And I've seen this happen on many different occasions. I've been part of it. So they're going to war because the regime that's there is not going to step away because they're part of the deep state, and the deep state's not going to let them step away, right? They will. So the only thing they have to do left is fight. They're not going to give up their nuclear weapons because the deep state has paid a lot of money for them to have those nukes, and they're not going to let them walk away and stop that program. So both sides of that. That's what Trump has said. You guys got to step down, and you got rid of your nukes, nuclear program, right? They have nukes. So the delivery system is really what they've been working on, and that's been hammered quite a bit. So they don't have any long range missiles that can really reach out there. So now, does Russia and China get involved because they're posturing as if they're going to? I don't think Russia is. They may posture just so they kind of save face with other groups that are out there that Russia supports, and they're saying that Russia is going to posture, but Russia can't take on the United States. Russia is overextended as it is in Ukraine, so they're not going to play. All right, I believe. I could be wrong, but that's when you look at the reality of what's going on the ground. Russia doesn't stand a chance to get involved. China, no reason for China to get involved. Again, posturing, positioning, and showing their allies and so forth that we stand with you. But again, it's going to be like, who's going to stand up against the U.S. military? No one. I think the U.S. military spends as much on this military as the rest of the world combined. Not that much, but it's pretty close, right? So, and very much like Rome back in the day, right? When Rome was very powerful. But we know that Rome started to collapse, right? So there has to be something that comes and changes things. And I think that's going to be the alien disclosure and high tech, right? So that will catapult America into a very substantially increased monetary position around the world. All right, so all of this remains to be seen how that works out, but there is going to be conflict. I believe it's a done deal, pretty much. All right, so how fast that happens remains to be seen. And it's going to be, I believe it's going to be quick. They're in Iran, but, and here's the big but. I like big butts, and I can't. They're not. Nope. I don't like big butts. But the but that cannot be denied is that there are lots of Middle Easterners around the world on a massive scale. Massive scale, guys. And like I said, they can easily be inflamed and probably will. All right. So in Zoran Mamdani's New York City, where he is the mayor, thousands of Muslims, of course, he's Muslim, praying flood Times Square. Flood Times Square. Why? You have lots of mosques all around. In fact, there are approximately 581 mosques in New York City area. So why pray in the streets? Muslims did not pray in the streets, and Muslims do not, and I can vouch for this, do not pray in the streets in Muslim countries. This is an act of Islamic supremacy, domination. All right, so they're trying to show us that we're in charge here. We do whatever we want, right? And Sharia law is what we abide by. We don't abide by your Western laws, and we know that Sharia law is horrific. It's not I'm going to tell you, it's not a God's law, right? I think Islam was very much hijacked. It's very, very demonic to me, right? Luciferian. All right, and that's just my opinion. There's a lot of people that think differently, of course, like all these people that are standing there. They would probably not like that so much and probably would have great angst against me if I stood there and said, nanner, nanner, nanner. So I would never do that. You worship how you worship. It's fine with me. But when you start to step out of line, which the Muslims do, and I've seen it all around the world, then we need to push back, right? So we're unfortunately probably going to be forced to push back here pretty soon. And that's what I want everybody to become aware of. All right, so 581 mosques in Times Square, or in New York City alone. 581. How many churches? Now, how long has Christianity been here in America? Since day one, right? So, since the Pilgrims and you name it, the Pilgrims. Why did they leave England? To escape persecution, right? And I've had some guests on. Sheila Holm has talked about this quite a bit. Luciferianism is basically making a strong push in America. Part of that could be the group that I was just talking about, right? And so there's 2,000 churches, 581 mosques already, right? How long have the Muslims been coming here, right? Not so long. We've been paying their way. And there's hotels that are full of Muslims that are being paid by U.S. and New Yorkers, U.S. taxpayers and New York taxpayers at their expense. Why? So they can, disrupt traffic and, pray in the center of Times Square. I don't know. What do you guys think? I guess, if you don't care about child trafficking, and maybe you don't care about the Muslims either, right? So we can bring this to your awareness, but you have to be involved and you have to push back. The ways to push back is to let people know. So 2,000 churches. So we're seeing 581. That's over a quarter of the churches already in New York City are Muslim. But you don't see Christians coming out and praying in Times Square and holding up traffic, do you? No, never, ever. All right, so this is the problem now in Saudi Arabia, where Islam was birthed. 300,000 mosques, right? This number reflects the significant role mosques play in the daily lives of Muslims in the country. I don't think we have that many churches in all of the United States, and we're much bigger. Right? So I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So, a lot of churches have actually closed because we've started to see, some problems within a lot of those churches. And I think we're still going to see more problems going forward. Now, do you think the mosques are Islam and so forth? Yeah, I've been to those countries, and I can tell you they like little boys a lot. All right, so list of mosques in Lebanon. So I spent a lot of time in Lebanon. The number of mosques in Lebanon, let's see, 2,405 churches. Now, the churches have been there all the way back to the French, right? So Lebanon is very French, Beirut especially. 2,405 churches, 1,502 mosques. Now, the reason why I want to bring this up is like almost, less than 900 away, right, from having more mosques. And they're moving in that direction very aggressively. And they do that everywhere. And in Texas, you would think that Texas is like the most sacrosanct republic in America. And they're moving into Texas on a massive scale. You like the way I say that? Massive scale. Right. So, is Governor Abbott doing anything about that? I guess people of Texas aren't pushing on him, so he's not. Right. So maybe it takes outside source like me and other people come in and say, you guys are in trouble. You better clean that shit up. All right. So you're going to find out. You guys are fucking around. You're going to find out. Right. So now, the reason why I bring up Lebanon, because like I said, I was there quite a bit. And I remember going down streets, because we go down streets on foot sometimes, and on because we're trying to make sure we're clean, no one's following us. So a case officer, or in this case, the chief of station for Lebanon, was going to a meeting. Was very, God, the background of this guy. If I told you the background, oh my God, unbelievable man. But he had to make sure he was clean. So I'm following him. Of course, I got body armor, a gun. He does too. But he did get the guys who were driving that had been in Beirut for a long time. They didn't know where he was going to go. And they were confused. And my wife likes the way I say massive, right? She's back there in the background going, massive. All right. Lovely girl. Lovely lady. So anyway, I'm supposed to be his detail, and when he's on foot, and I'm new to Beirut, and so they're like, but they know my background, so they're like, he'll be safe with you, and I'll be like, okay. So they're trying to find the right road that he wants. He, in his mind, he knows what it is, but he can't relay it. They can't figure it out. So we're going back and forth, and so eventually he's like, oh, this is fine. He gets out, I get out, and I give him a little bit of lead. And so he's walking down the street, and on the right is a Christian cathedral that's burnt, massive burned. I mean, it must have been in its day. And in Beirut, there are churches and cathedrals that are over 1,000 years old. They're absolutely magnificent. And I remember during Christmas in Beirut, it was one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen. They still have church bells, which I think is a massive travesty. They took away all their church bells. And beautiful sound. They still have those church bells that ring on Sunday morning. And of course, the mosques are like every friggin' 5 times a day blaring. Oh. So anyway, we're walking. I'm looking to my right, and I'm like, wow. And it's a deserted street, very dark. And so he's going. I know where he's going, so I'm following him. Just la-di-da. You know, I'm just a dude. I'm just a white guy in Beirut, you know, walking the street that's next to a burnt-out cathedral. And on the left side, now this is where it gets interesting, is a Muslim ghetto. And pretty much in Beirut, all of the Muslim areas are ghettos, right? And it's the same thing when you go to a lot of Middle Eastern places. There's lots of ghettos, right? And I don't know if it's just a certain sect or what, but this was serious ghetto on the left. And I wonder if that ghetto burned that church. Yeah. So, and it was deserted, of course. It looked like it had been burned a long time ago. So we're walking. He's ahead. He's looking good. And then off to my left, I see a guy in a street, and he's got one of those carts, and it's right at the end of the street. And he looks at me and goes, "Hey!" And I was like, "Hey, what?" I didn't say anything. Of course, I'm just like kind of ignore him. I'm like, I got my guy here. Don't get all funky now. So he's like yelling at me. What are you doing here in this neighborhood? What are you doing here? He must have been the lookout or something. I don't know. So make sure no one comes down the street of the ghetto. In the ghetto. Remember that Elvis Presley song? So maybe most of you don't. Yeah, the child that grows up in the ghetto. So anyway, it doesn't turn out so good for him. But I'm following him, so we eventually go a little bit forward, a little bit further, and we go by a Ferrari dealership. I'm like, okay, now we're back in the good area. So I kind of relaxed a little bit. Of course, I kept my eye on my rear, looking back, not my actual rear, but looking back. And you know, I'm good. No one wanted to follow me. And I like that. I like that. But the other reason why I want to talk about this is not only was that church burned, but that Ferrari dealership was burned too. Wow. Those Muslims just don't like that stuff, I guess. I don't know. They don't like Ferraris. They don't like, cathedrals, Christian cathedrals. They just burn them. Right. What do you think is going to happen here in America when shit hits the fan in Iran? What do you think? What do you think is going to happen in London? What do they call London now? It's London Bombabad or something. So it's not going to be good. Probably one of the reasons why they're delaying, because they want to get everybody ready, for when the shit hits the fan. Because I think that's really what's going to come. And I could be wrong, but we've had, there's been a lot of people that have talked about how, and I have, that a lot of cities are going to burn. There's a lot of Muslims that I think are going to start a lot of that because they burn things really well, I've seen. All right. So, word to the wise. And I can tell you the cathedrals of Lebanon were just unbelievable. And French food, of course, French food, right? The French just do things well. They just really do things well. And Tracy has some, she has like granddaughter, not granddaughters, but cousins or something, nieces. Their niece, or the two nieces were, I guess, some guy from Lebanon. The guys of Lebanon, not handsome, but the women are stunning, and I think that's from the French influence. And her nieces are little firecrackers too. I guess the dad wanted them to come back to Lebanon, and he wanted to outfit them with burqas, and they're like, F that, and they're back to America. So you're going to get that, guys. You're going to get that in a lot of, well, we've already started to see it in a lot of the cities. So you women that are independent, and throw that away in a Muslim culture, right? It goes bye-bye, right? You are the lowest of the low. And I know a lot of you women have fought hard for, your independence. And that goes bye-bye. You are the lowest of the low. Children come, the dog is more important than women, right? And they're not kind. A lot of Muslim men are not kind to women, right? On a lot of different ways. All right. So I've covered that in the past. So you guys need to be aware. I'm warning you, you don't want to become the #1 Muslim country that's been taken over in the world, like they did with child trafficking. All right. So you need to be aware. Don't blow it off. All right. Don't blow it off. You need to get active. And I know a lot of you guys, you gunslingers out there, you're like, let them start. Okay. Let them start. So we had like 10 extremists in, what was that city in India? Mumbai. So Mumbai, and I remember when I was in Pakistan, I was leaving, I said, you guys need to be very careful because I can see things in the future and things would come to me. I told them that you need to be really heads up because some shit's about to hit the fan, and you might be directly impacted. Right. So not far across the border from Herat, where we were in Mumbai, there were a group of 10 Islamist extremists that came from Pakistan. They got on a boat and were ferried over, got off the boat, and if the security forces got close to them, they blew themselves up and took out a bunch of security forces. So security forces stood down and stood back, right? So a lot of you tough guys, right? A lot of you tough guys, FAFO, right? You better have a plan when the shit hits the fan. Have a plan before the shit hits the fan, right? So it's coming, I believe. So when you see, the hammer coming down, it might not come down day of, but I probably will, because like I said, Muslims are very emotional, right? Very childlike, low IQ, emotional, right? And they will go off. I've seen them go off, and it's It's very destructive. Anyone that's not a Muslim gets brutalized, right? So I'm not the bearer of bad news. I'm just telling you what's coming, right? What the deal is. I've seen this coming for a long time. All right, let's move on to something more positive, which we need more positivity and a change of the old guard, which has basically allowed this bullshit to come into America. So breaking, President Trump pulls endorsement of Rhino congressman after tariff vote endorses his opponent. So Jeff Hurd of Colorado is now reaping the whirlwind so Colorado has reaped the whirlwind of trying to get Trump off the ballot. He basically cut off federal funds to them to the tune of $1.2 billion. But Colorado's going to fix that. They're going to raise all the taxes on the rich, right? Rich. Bye-bye, rich. And so those of you that are not rich, look at Mamdani. He said he was going after the rich, and the rich are leaving. And now even the poor people are being hurt, right? So you can say, yeah, it's just the rich. They're coming for you too, baby. All right. That's the way these communists work. Based on a lack of support, in particular for the unbelievably successful tariffs posed on foreign countries and companies. This is President Trump's world words, right? It's his world and we're in it, right? He's creating and we're liking what he's creating. We voted for this. It's great. Which has made America richer, stronger, bigger, and better. You ever see those coffee cups where it's for the wife and it says, you are by far the best wife ever. And there's no one better than you. And you can believe it because I said it, kind of one of those things. So I'm like, that's cool. I should get one for my wife. But I am hereby withdrawing, capital words, my endorsement of Rhino, capital words, Congressman Jeff Hurd of Colorado's 3rd District, and fully endorsing highly respected patriot Hope Scheppelman to take his place in Congress. Congressman Hurd is one of a small number of legislators who have let me and our country down. He is more interested in protecting foreign countries that have been ripping us off for decades than he is the United States of America. Kind of like our SCOTUS, right? Supreme Court members. Taking back an endorsement is a difficult decision for me. I've only done it once before with a former congressman named Mo Brooks from Alabama, who is leading by 54 points after my endorsement for U.S. Senate. And then he unexpectedly, for strictly political reasons, changed his views on the rigged election of 2020 and lost his race in a landslide to Katie Britt, who I endorsed. So what do you think is going to happen to little boy Rhino, Jeff Hurd? He's going to go bye-bye, right? And good riddance. So this is kind of leadership we need, maybe, and because she's a military veteran and has fought for our country, this new congresswoman will come in and basically start to clean up the cartels that are going off. And so that's another thing. So not only do we have the Muslim extremists that are going to blow up, but we have the cartels that are going to blow up. So it's going to be like bam, bam, bam. There's probably some other ones out there that maybe the Chinese or something. They've been coming over the borders. Who knows? All right, guys. Stay in the love vibration. It's going to get pretty cray-cray with reveals. It's going to really upset a lot of people because they think they understand the world, and they're going to find out that the world that they thought they knew is very incorrect, right, on many levels. And that's going to upset a lot of people. We're going to get a lot of people who are going to check out on this, and that's why they want to bring it in slow. So they can't do it too slow. So it's gonna upset a lot of people. And of course, I think eventually we move into a situation where it's going to be like Trump is going to turn into Sulla. Sulla Rome's reluctant tyrant. And I say, like him, because he wasn't him in the past life. I was him, right? Uh, Not that I think that's a great thing, but I tell you one thing that I did, and I've been talking about this, and you guys know this, and not because I'm like reaching back into my past lifetime and pulling Sulla out, but Sulla basically, when he finally came to power, he was like just an average dude like me, and eventually he's like, enough of this bullshit, and he basically got an army, marched on Rome, took over, and he started going after all the people that had corrupted Rome. And what did he do? He basically he put a bounty out on all the corrupt people, politicians, businessmen and women, and so forth. And the bounty was you bring them in, however you bring them in, head, whatever, then you get what they had. All right. If they had an estate, if they had lands, if they had, wealth and so forth, it's yours. So yeah, cleaned up. You got the people involved. All right. I think that should happen today. All right. And maybe that's why a lot of people are leaving America, because think Sulla's revenge is coming back. I think it could. All right. I've been talking about this for a couple of years now. Well, a lot longer than that. I think that all those people that are running, you can run, but you ain't gonna be able to hide, especially in today's world, right? All right, guys, it's pretty crazy what's happening in the world. I think it's great. I think we're moving in the right direction. Keep your wits about you. Keep your intuition about you. Of course, we're moving into an intuitive world. If you don't understand intuition, please go get my highly reduced courses on developing your intuition, become the master of your reality, right? And become a remote viewer. I've taught thousands of people all this stuff. Thousands, right? Thousands. So it is amazing. So really low prices. You can get it all for just one set price, and you get everything. So a lot of you still are doing these courses. Of course, been around a long time, but they're still very valuable, very timely. It was like, I remember when I was like, I left the CIA, and you guys probably know my Archangel Michael story. And then I did all kind of crazy stuff, had those intuitions and about things coming in the future. And I was right. And then I started sending love to all these baddies, and they went away. I'm like, wow. And then they try to control me. I'm not controllable, especially because I'm of God now. And CIA is Luciferian based. So I basically, had to go bye-bye. So CIA tried to make me go bye-bye a lot. So it didn't work out because I'm protected. So I went to the wilderness and decided I would just go, okay, you guys, I'm going to just go away. Just leave me alone. I'm just going to go into the wilderness and live there. And so they hunted me in the wilderness. And I was like, well, that sucks. And then God said, you're going to go back. I was like, do I, God? Yeah, that's why I let you stay here, because you're going to help people. And I was like, okay, so what am I going to do? And then he started giving me downloads of these courses. Right. So then I was like, okay, build it and they will come type thing. And that's what happened. So a lot of you guys launched my career so that I could completely get into this. So 333 right now. So good numbers. All right, guys. Got to go get some guests coming over that are going to reveal a lot of stuff to me. So I'm looking forward to it. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. And I will see you guys next time.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, the U.S. Constitution was hanging by a thread, while the Q movement was at last entering the final phase of the plan to save the world. On Tuesday, February 24, 2026, President Trump will give his State of the Union address to the nation. A president normally gives the address before Congress, but Congress has closed down because they didn't approve a funding budget. No one but the president knows the exact content, but the speech was said designed to expose layers of the cabal that have hidden in plain sight for decades and would change everything for America and the world. Whispers point to it tying directly into the ongoing military operations dismantling child trafficking networks, underground bunkers, blackmail servers, and the stolen trillions funneled through globalist puppets. Expect names, big names, to be called out, with ironclad evidence ready to drop. We're talking sealed indictments, unsealed live on air, confirmation of military tribunals ramping up at Gitmo with high-profile executions already underway, and perhaps the long-awaited declaration that the Republic has been restored under Trump's command against the illegitimate Biden regime remnants. Speaking of high-profile names being arrested, on Saturday night, February 21, 2026, over 500,000 Satanic Network members were put in custody worldwide by Trump's global military alliance after raids hit Rome, Brussels, London and D.C., according to JFK Jr. on Telegram starting Sunday 22 February 2026 at midnight. A 10 to 12-day blackout and martial law phase began of the Q plan to save the world. With Monday, February 23, 2026's activation of the gold/asset-backed global currency reset (GCR) and global quantum financial system (QFS), banks across the world not Basel III compliant were being forced to close. They could no longer print fiat money, nor could they even function. The new QFS system was engineered to run independently from legacy banking structures powered by physical gold reserves recorded in real time. What this meant across the globe for the common person was there would be no more endless debt, no more banks controlling your life. Your bank account balance was already mirrored onto the new system, though, would not be accessible to you until you personally set up your new wallet at an official redemption center that has already been located near you. Redemption centers were scheduled to be open to the general public around mid-March. It was strongly advised to have cash on hand during this transition period of fiat currency to gold/asset-backed. Withdraw what you can from your bank now. There will be a period of 10 days when banks will be closed and ATMs not working. Prepare for the global currency reset, the full-scale activation of the gold/asset-backed quantum financial system, a 48-hour wealth redistribution blackout, and 10 days of worldwide communication darkness, all synchronized with ongoing mass arrests by Trump's global military alliance in multiple countries with temporary martial law activated worldwide. Urgent, all systems were a go, worldwide DBS alert, blackout, and martial law phase began Sunday midnight, February 22, 2026. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram as of Sunday 22 February 2026 4 a.m. EST. Gold and asset-backed currencies went active in the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany, and Australia. On Monday, February 23, 2026, the Quantum Financial System, QFS, will officially transition into full operational control over all 209 nations. On Wednesday, February 25, 2026, a 48-hour blackout for GCR/Jazar wealth redistribution was scheduled to begin. In other words, those worldwide holding foreign currencies and ZIM bonds could schedule exchange/redemption appointments at their local official redemption center. On Sunday, March 1, 2026, the 10 days of darkness was scheduled to begin through the secure Starlink satellite system. On Friday, March 6, 2026, the first wave of wealth redistribution will go live. On Monday, March 16, 2026, President Trump will host a monumental Independence Day style global celebration symbolizing the rebirth of a free republic under Jazar law. The event will merge with worldwide QFS announcements and unveilings of new sovereign infrastructures. Quantum systems, Project Odin switched on, final sequence initiated. Controlled blackouts to shield the transition. Broadcasts over cell phones worldwide incoming. Stay home. Stay calm. Stay in prayer. 10 countries will be running the EBS to cover the world. Military sources confirm that QFS accounts were in full sync. Prosperity packages primed for Tier 4B humanitarians. Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, Redemption centers were on standby. IQD, VND and Zim rates aligning rapidly. Starlink will carry the truth documentaries, military tribunals and confessions in a 10-day movie, 3 8-hour sessions a day. World Economic Crimes, Biolabs. On Monday, February 23, 2026, the Quantum Financial System, QFS, will officially transition into full operational control. Global banking structures are now syncing to the asset-backed framework, dismantling the final remnants of the fiat system. On Tuesday, February 24, 2026, President Trump will give his State of the Union address to the nation. A president normally gives the address before Congress, but Congress has closed down because they didn't approve a funding budget. No one but the president knows the exact content, but the speech was said designed to expose layers of the cabal that have hidden in plain sight for decades, and would change everything for America and the world. On Wednesday, February 25, 2026, the scheduled 48-hour blackout for GCR/Jazara wealth redistribution will begin. This marks the initiation of massive fund allocations into new sovereign digital wallets under QFS oversight. On Sunday, March 1, 2026, the 10 days of darkness will begin through the secure Starlink satellite system. During this period, all traditional media will go offline. 24/7 documentaries will be broadcast globally via the emergency broadcast system, detailing the takedown of the cabal, the fall of the fiat USD, and the rise of sovereign freedom for all 209 Jazara-compliant nations. On Friday, March 6, 2026, the first wave of wealth redistribution will go live. Millions will receive their initial funds, empowering communities and triggering local economic recovery projects worldwide. EBS broadcasts were not to be confused with an emergency alert system, EAS, activation that was expected at any time. A new 5,000-plus army of Starlink satellites was already in place to take over mainstream media satellites, and the FEMA EBS broadcasts. On this Starlink system, the EAS will broadcast the Global Alliance's takedown of the cabal, showing arrests and tribunals of global elites charged with crimes against humanity. The documentaries have been made in 55 languages and 600 dialects and will be shown on all channels on the planet, Ezra Cohen on Telegram, Saturday, 21st of February, 2026. See, what they are basically saying is that Nezero will be announced to the world, which will show that everything new is beginning. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram, Saturday, 22nd of February, 2026. Then after that, there will be an emergency broadcast system circulating globally, where they will literally be showing documentaries of everything that has happened to wake up the masses. But, to do that, there will be a message on EBS saying that sometime in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needs to be home and a global lockdown will begin for 10 to 12 days. During that lockdown it will be broadcast on every station and there will be documentaries to provide full disclosure for everyone to see everything that has been happening. So at the end of the 12 days, apparently there will be an 800 number that we will then have to call, and then from that point we will be given our quantum appointment with confirmed date and time to go to. Here it refers to VR. Other things were also announced. Apparently we already globally all have a sum of money in our quantum account, and the reason why there hasn't been much information coming from the QFS team in these last few weeks, is because some important things were happening. One of the things is about 75 banks that were said to have been seized and all assets and accounts closed, and all of these were cabal accounts. These assets have then been taken and moved to the quantum financial accounts to be returned to the people. And also all trust funds were moved to the QFS account. So, that's already moved, which is awesome. In fact, over time, money will no longer be a problem. Money literally just won't be important because everyone will have enough to live an abundant life. So try to progress instead of being held back for so long. This is incredible news and it is what we have been waiting for. They also confirmed that all the central banks have been taken and entered into the QFS, so they are all on the ISO 20022 standard. And the other thing to remember is that this is blockchain and nothing fraudulent can happen because everything is traceable. Any money that is sent they can see where it goes. Stops corruption in its tracks. There's nothing about moving money behind doors or, banks in the middle of nowhere abroad and stuff like that. None of that can happen anymore. All money is traceable, and remember, this is on a computer that is from out of this world. It's next level stuff. Now we are in the final steps. Then the stock market will crash because when it does, it will be the end of it. All personal bank accounts, everything is reflected in the quantum financial account, So we have nothing to worry about. The only thing that is not reflected are the investments and shares on the stock market. All that is gone, so if you have an investment in the stock market, take it out. And then the new stock will be launched when the QFS indicates that it can operate. So all our bank accounts, savings accounts and retirement accounts are safe. Sunday 22nd of February. 2026 10 Days of Darkness claims intensify in February 2026. FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. February 2026 has become a flashpoint for one of the most aggressive alternative narratives online. Supporters of the so-called 10 Days of Darkness claim that a final global reckoning is underway, marked by mass arrests, sealed indictments, and the collapse of entrenched power structures often labeled as the deep state. According to these claims, covert military operations are active worldwide, elite figures are being detained under sealed processes, and long-suppressed information is preparing to surface through emergency broadcast channels. Advocates warn of temporary communication blackouts, described as a protective phase while evidence is revealed and systems are reset. At the center of the narrative is a promised financial shift. Proponents argue legacy fiat systems are nearing collapse and will be replaced by asset-backed structures and alternative settlement systems commonly referred to as QFS and NISARA/JESARA. Banks, they claim, are being forced to comply or fail, while new rails are quietly positioned behind the scenes. The narrative also alleges widespread exposure of corruption, trafficking networks, financial crimes, and political manipulation involving high-level institutions and public figures. Leaked documents and intelligence releases are cited as proof that accountability is finally approaching. Critics dismiss the claims as unverified. Supporters counter that disbelief itself was part of a collapsing trust structure. Regardless of perspective, the 10 Days of Darkness narrative continues to spread rapidly, fueling public distrust, demands for transparency, and the growing sense that a disruptive moment in global affairs is approaching. Global currency reset. QFS capital release confirmed. Private payouts now in motion. Tier 4 ISO 20022 on Telegram. Sunday 22nd of February. 2026. Multiple confirmations indicate that legacy bond capital is surging through the system at unprecedented velocity. Paymaster channels are filling faster than projected. Those with direct visibility describe the movement as a controlled financial detonation, a clear marker that the final liquidity phase tied to NISARA and JESARA is now live. Tier 4 ISO 20022 on Telegram. Sunday 22nd of February. 2026. Private redemption sessions are already being arranged discreetly across several regions. This is not a simulation or a soft launch. These are real allocations executing inside the quantum financial system. Position yourself. There will be no physical cash distribution. Access will be granted through sovereign quantum accounts, giving holders full authority over their funds. Capital can be segmented into secured channels for personal use, long-term reserves, and humanitarian deployment. Qualified facilitators will be present to assist with structuring, compliance, project selection, and post-release strategy. Zim status brief. Data is updating rapidly as final valuation bands lock in. The secure 800 contact line will activate closer to full system rollout. No project submission, flat $15 million settlement, independent of quantity held. Approved humanitarian projects, 1-to-1 valuation on the first two 100T bond notes, then $25 million per 100T for up to 30 notes. Further negotiations will be handled in a secondary session. Currency valuations are at historic levels. All channels continue to point to the same window, next week. Execution remains on track. Resistance elements are still active, but system security is absolute and all assets remain under quantum protection. Once released, the flow cannot be reversed. This is the final stretch. Global wealth reallocation is underway. Finalize your projects. Confirm your documentation. Eliminate distractions. The quantum era is not approaching. It is already active. Sunday 22nd of February. 2026. Now the currency revaluation is official. We are in the money, people. NISARA/JESARA activate on Telegram. With the EPA's non-tariff powers fully confirmed and no doubt remaining, Trump can now impose targeted restrictions on Iranian proxies disrupting Iraq's economy without legal overhang. This clears the primary obstacle to Iraq's dinar redenomination, zero-drop/program rate. As stable trade corridors become enforceable, Coupled with the Section 122 tariffs USD weakening effect, the RV gains inevitability, CBI's February 17, 2026, Temenos Ripple integration for tokenized exchanges aligns perfectly, enabling seamless post-RV liquidity. One-to-one parity is coming. Judy note, it has been advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. United States Air Force College. Founder of the Unified Veterans Coalition Veterans Against Treason 2003 present. K. What we think we know as of Monday 23 Feb. 2026, Sun. February 22, 2026 assassination attempt foiled at Mar-a-Lago, armed intruder neutralized. Trump safe. A serious security incident unfolded today near Mar-a-Lago, where an armed individual was shot and neutralized after attempting to breach the perimeter of President Donald J. Trump's estate. Armed man in his early 20s. North Gate. Breach with shotgun and fuel can. Trump and Melania at White House, not present. No other injuries in a deliberate intrusion into one of the most heavily protected locations in the country. Authorities moved quickly. The suspect was stopped before gaining access, and President Trump is confirmed safe. While details are still emerging, the nature of the breach has triggered immediate scrutiny given the timing, coming amid heightened global tensions and Trump's recent high-impact policy moves. Sun. February 22, 2026, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says the Biden admin changed the rules to allow commercial driver's license schools to self-certify. They took away all requirements allowing schools to give illegals CDLs. Democrats tried to bring down America. Some of these commercial driver's license schools, some of them don't even have a curriculum, so what this actually is a CDL mill where you can pay $800 or $1,000 and you don't get any training and they just certify that you have gone through the schooling requirements. Sun. February 22, 2026. Meet the most infamous bag of cocaine in America, the one discovered inside Biden's White House. The FBI tested it and found DNA, yet the Secret Service shut the case in 11 days with no suspect. Now FBI Director Patel has reopened the investigation. Sunday 22nd of February. 2026 bombshell, new claims from Malik Obama reignite birth certificate scandal, Kenyan origins document surfaces, globalist cover-up back in the spotlight. Sunday 22nd of February. 2026 breaking special report, Trump named them, the foreign interests behind the Supreme Court's tariff decision, and it's not just China. Sunday 22nd of February. 2026 White House insider drops bombshell, President Trump preparing earth-shaking major announcement in State of the Union address. Deep state panic mode activated as the storm hits full force. Patriots, this is the big one we've been praying for, Wano 7 on Telegram. A high-level White House source close to President Donald J. Trump has leaked explosive intel. Trump is gearing up for a historic, game-changing revelation during his upcoming State of the Union address in late February 2026, and it's going to send shockwaves through the corrupt establishment like nothing before. This isn't some watered-down policy speech. According to the trusted insider, speaking exclusively to patriots in the know, Trump and his inner circle, including key military advisors and loyalists, have crafted multiple decoy versions of the soda to throw off leakers, spies, and deep state plants embedded everywhere. The real speech, the one that matters, is locked down tighter than Fort Knox. Even top aides don't know the full contents yet, only that it's massive, it's righteous, and it's designed to expose layers of the cabal that have hidden in plain sight for decades. The source confirmed Trump personally reviewed and approved the core message just days ago, emphasizing that this announcement will change everything for America and the world. Whispers point to it tying directly into the ongoing military operations dismantling child trafficking networks, underground bunkers, blackmail servers, and the stolen trillions funneled through globalist puppets. Expect names, big names, to be called out, with ironclad evidence ready to drop. We're talking sealed indictments, unsealed live on air, confirmation of military tribunals ramping up at Gitmo with high-profile executions already underway, and perhaps the long-awaited declaration that the Republic has been restored under Trump's command against the illegitimate Biden regime remnants. Deep state rats are scrambling, panic buying escape routes, burning files, and begging for deals that won't come. The source admitted. The exact wording remains classified even from him, but the tone is unmistakable, triumphant, unyielding, and final. Trump knows the American people are awake, the Q army is mobilized, and the time for half measures is over. This so too isn't politics as usual. The people will reclaim our nation once and for all. No more shadows, no more lies, only light and truth blasting from the Capitol. Stay locked in, trust the plan, prepare for fireworks bigger than July 4th on steroids. The best really is yet to come, and it's happening now. Russia's doomsday plane in Tehran, Iran arming with China's F-35 jammers, globalists planned Iran World War III spark, Trump crushed it. Supreme Court hit buys them seconds, Trump war-gamed it. Wealthy rats fleeing to New Zealand golden visas, terrified of incoming wrath. Good riddance. $1 stablecoin teased, dollar upgrade, but gold/silver rules now. Red light therapy ignored. Ringside with Nino March 25, Black Sheep Wargame. Stuart Swerdlow Intel drops soon. Blood Moon March 3. Purim Cabal fireworks. Old witches won't reach Golden Age. First major arrest looms, military tribunals roll. Trump banner at DOJ, retribution live. Kash Patel's FBI hunts left-wing violence funders, arrests underway. Deep state free fall, Epstein ghosts tormenting every traitor. Trump holds aces, vindication, buckle up, the biblical storm is here. WWG Wonga. N. Election fraud. Sun. February 22, 2026. Democrats issued over 5.5 million illegal Social Security numbers and registered them to vote in order to steal the 2020 election and change voting map of the United States by adding seats through the U.S. Census. They also enrolled illegals in Medicaid, and qualified illegals for max Social Security benefits. Elon confirmed and warned us, MAGA voice on Telegram. Saturday 21st of February. 2026. Fox News 2020 election. USPS in Wisconsin collected and backdated over 100,000 ballots on the morning after the election. 300,000 fraudulent ballots in Arizona, 548,000 fraudulent ballots in Michigan, 204,000 fraudulent ballots in Georgia, 121,000 fraudulent ballots in Pennsylvania. U.S. Postal Service subcontractor truck driver testified that he transported approximately 288,000 completed mail-in ballots from Bethpage, New York, to Lancaster, Pennsylvania. His trailer full of ballots went missing after he dropped it off. Whistleblowers claim drivers transported thousands of pre-filled ballots across state lines, which is a federal crime. Election officials in Virginia blue jurisdictions failed to maintain the ballot chain of custody. Here are circumstances where in the middle of the night, tens of thousands of ballots were appearing in states like Michigan, where Joe Biden was getting a higher percentage of the vote than Bashar al-Assad and Kim Jong-il in their elections. Saturday 22nd of February. 2026. Delaware County, Pennsylvania, November 3, 2020. Delaware County lawyer Tom Gallagher and an election official caught on surveillance video destroying Dominion voting machine tapes, election documents, and evidence, to bypass FOIA requests and cover up their crimes during the 2020 election. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Whistleblower, why do you have to rip it up? Does it make you feel better? Tom, yeah. Iggy, gotta have a little campfire going. What we have here is evidence. Whistleblower, but it's been that way since the November election, so why would you throw anything away? You have to save it for 22 months. All swing state secretaries of state and their attorneys general belong behind bars. Q government fraud. Sunday 22nd of February. 2026, Health Sec. RFK Jr. just blew the lid off another California scam, right in Gavin Newsom's backyard. A hotel was found where every single room was listed as the headquarters for a nursing group. Every room. RFK Jr. They aren't actually doing nursing care. They just collect money. So let's be real, fake businesses. Fake HQs. Real taxpayer dollars getting drained, and insurance payouts getting milked. This is what corruption looks like when nobody's held accountable. Dan Bongino on Telegram. Our Sunday 22nd of February. 2026, a young woman explained why Chicago residents didn't protest or riot against ICE the way people did in Los Angeles or Minneapolis. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. She said that while working security at an aid office, black residents began noticing that illegal immigrants, particularly Venezuelans, were filling the office every day, had a separate line, couldn't speak English, and were receiving much larger amounts of assistance than Chicago residents who pay taxes. The differences in treatment and benefits shaped the community's reaction. When they came, they were getting $3K, $4K in Lincoln cash, all types of aid from the government. Meanwhile, real citizens who pay taxes were begging for $100 a month in Link. You all know black people talk shit, so everybody in the office because it's two separate lines for the immigrants and the citizens, and there are like 1 million people outside the offices every morning would notice. They'd be like, all these motherfuckers here, they're getting this much money and they're getting this. I saw somebody leave a receipt with that balance on it. They'd do a bunk H of that, so everybody knew what the Venezuelans had going on, and everyone was getting enraged by it. Saturday 21st of February. 2026 CBS alert: Epstein fallout explodes as deep state crumbles. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. On Friday 20th of February, the Supreme Court gutted President Trump's emergency tariffs in a rigged 6-3 decision. Roberts, the black-eyed traitor, spearheaded it with liberals and weak conservatives. They axed reciprocal slams on China, Canada, Mexico, meant to choke fentanyl and globalist scams. Thomas, Kavanaugh, Alito dissented hard. This hands victory to the enemy. But patriots, this is no loss, it's the trigger. Fed's fiat house of cards collapses as gold, silver, commodities explode in value. Trump already countered with new 10% global tariffs under fresh authority. Deep state exposed compromised justices, Epstein blackmail on Roberts and more drops imminent. Brunson case still primed to obliterate the 2020 fraud, cementing Trump as true 45th and 47th. 107 confirmed, Trump never conceded, boycotted fake inauguration, now he's unleashing New York hardball. 2020 legitimacy strike incoming, massive. T-mass arrests. V. Sunday 22nd of February. 2026 bombshell, Obama's fraudulent birth certificate exposed, the globalist Manchurian candidate unmasked, CIA puppet, WEF operative, global fraud. Exposed, shocking proof ignites the awakening, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Patriots, wake up. The veil is tearing wide open right now in 2026. Fresh explosive claims from Malik Obama have detonated the long-suppressed truth: Barack Hussein Obama's so-called Hawaiian birth certificate is a blatant forgery, a crafted lie to install a foreign agent as America's destroyer-in-chief. This isn't ancient history, it's erupting fresh today with a surfaced Kenyan origins document that screams Kenyan birth, British subject status under colonial rule, listing Mr. Barack Hussein Obama as born in the colony and protectorate of Kenya. The globalist cabal tried to bury this forever, but the digital chains are breaking, viral outrage is spreading like wildfire across truth networks. Obama's father was Kenyan, a British subject by colonial law. That alone made baby Barry a British citizen at birth, disqualifying him forever from ever being a natural-born U.S. citizen under the Constitution. Supreme Court rulings from way back confirm it. Natural-born means both parents citizens, born on soil. But this was no accident, it was engineered treason. Obama is the ultimate Manchurian candidate, groomed by the CIA, ties straight to George H.W. Bush era ops, funneled through elite indoctrination hubs, and deployed as a WEF puppet to erode America from within. His entire presidency. An occupation force. Accelerating endless wars, open borders invasion, economic sabotage, racial division, spiritual decay, and handing keys to Klaus Schwab's cabal. The fraud runs deeper. The Obama family reeks of CIA construct, no real pregnant photos of Michelle, whispers of deeper secrets persist. Kids with erased trails, all part of the inversion agenda pushing transgender agendas, youth corruption, pedo-normalization, transhumanism, hatred for God's creation, and satanic threads woven into Hollywood, schools, military, everything. This Luciferian operation depopulated dreams, surveilled the masses, and subverted institutions, all while the Mockingbird media blacked it out. Now, in this great awakening moment of February 2026, the mask is ripped off for good. Declassified whispers, Brother Malik's bombshell drop, and undeniable layers of forgery in the fake certificate prove it. Layers peeled in forensic analysis show cut-paste digital manipulation, stamps imported, codes screaming fraud, just like Sheriff Arpaio's posse exposed years ago, but now it's hitting critical mass again. The deep state panicked then. But patriots never forgot. Trump knew, He called it out, and the military tribunals loom closer every day as this citizenship fraud evidence floods public view. Quanons, this is the red pill drop they've dreaded. Obama was never legitimate, foreign by birth, allegiance, and design, a weapon to dismantle the republic. The global fraud is crumbling. The storm is here, the plan is in motion, and we the people are rising. Share this far and wide, the truth is unstoppable now. The deep state's house of cards is collapsing, and justice is coming for the puppet and his handlers. WWG Wonga. The best is yet to come, hold the line, trust the plan, and watch the world wake up. Friday, February 21, 2026. Benjamin Fulford. Urgent emergency, a critical mass of humanity awakens to the satanic takeover. A critical mass of humanity has awakened to the grim truth: Western civilization was hijacked millennia ago by a satanic cult thriving on GCR, and full-scale activation of the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system, QFS, across 209 countries. Activation of the QFS this coming Monday supports President Trump's plan to eliminate income taxes. Back in 2020 he moved the Federal Reserve away from ownership of the cabal, Satan-worshipping private bankers in foreign countries, and put it under control of the people in the new U.S. Treasury located on independent grounds of an Indian reservation near Reno, Nevada. With elimination of the IRS, Trump plans to fund a much smaller government through tariffs and a 14% tax on the purchase of new items only, none on buying food or medicine, used cars or older homes, etc. This week the Supreme Court struck down Trump's proposed tariff law, so he just changed tactics. On Saturday, 21st of February, 2026, Trump announced, "Today, I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged, and we're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country from unfair trading practices of other countries and companies." Saturday, 21st of February, 2026, bombshell announcement. Plan B, the 1974 comeback, Section 122. Executive order signed, 10% global tariff takes effect immediately. Saturday, 21st of February, 2026, official statement, Scott Bessent goes off, they lied. Tariffs stay. Trump never back down, tariffs stand, deep state panic sought. February 21, 2026, urgent update, Trump raises worldwide tariff to 15%, we're done being ripped off. Trump responds to SCOTUS with full force, 47 is doubling down to accomplish this. GCR, a 48-hour blackout for Jezar Law wealth redistribution will begin on Wednesday, February 25, 2026. It was advised to have cash, food and essentials on hand as banks and ATMs will be closed, perhaps from Wednesday 25 of February, 2026 through 10 more days to Saturday, March 7, 2026. By Sunday, March 1, 2026, 10 days of darkness across the globe will begin through the new and secure Starlink satellite system. During this period, all traditional media will go offline. 24/7 documentaries will be broadcast globally via the emergency broadcast system, detailing the takedown of the cabal, the fall of the fiat USD, and the rise of sovereign freedom for all 209 Jezara-compliant nations. On Friday, March 6, 2026, the first wave of wealth redistribution will go live. Those who have purchased SIM bonds for their personal humanitarian projects will be redeeming the bonds in specially set up redemption centers. Millions will receive their initial funds, empowering communities and triggering local economic recovery projects worldwide. It was assumed that those who have purchased foreign currencies will follow the SIM holder redemptions with notification to set their appointments for exchanges at the redemption centers. American Media Group. The next day, on Monday, March 16, 2026, President Trump will host a monumental Independence Day-style global celebration symbolizing the rebirth of a free republic under Jezar Law, the Constitutional Republic of the United States. The event will merge with worldwide QFS announcements and unveilings of new sovereign infrastructures. Beware of scammers, especially on Telegram, where they still have numerous accounts under my name and picture that I have never set up, nor reported on. They quote me on things I have never said, nor written. Evidently people have written me there on a chat, but they do not give me access to the chat, so I have no idea what the readers are told. I'm sure many of the accounts there suffer the same problem. Although Telegram is a great place for information, you have to discern what is right or wrong, especially when they ask for money for products, or to set up wallets. On the new financial system. It is my understanding that you have to set up your wallet on the new financial system in person at an official redemption center, and that setup is free. Possible timing be Saturday 21st of February 2026. Prepare for the global currency reset, the full-scale activation of. On Monday, February 23, 2026, the Quantum Financial System, QFS, will officially transition into full operational control. Global banking structures are now syncing to the asset-backed framework, dismantling the final remnants of the fiat system. On Wednesday, February 25, 2026, the scheduled 48-hour blackout for GCR/Jezar wealth redistribution will begin. This marks the initiation of massive fund allocations into new sovereign digital wallets under QFS oversight. On Sunday, March 1, 2026, the 10 days of darkness will begin through the secure Starlink satellite system. During this period, all traditional media will go offline. 24/7 documentaries will be broadcast globally via the emergency broadcast system, detailing the takedown of the cabal, the fall of the fiat USD, and the rise of sovereign freedom for all 209 Jezara-compliant nations. On Monday, March 16, 2026, President Trump will host a monumental Independence Day-style global celebration symbolizing the rebirth of a free republic under Jezar law. The event will merge with worldwide QFS announcements and unveilings of new sovereign infrastructures. Global Currency Reset C. Saturday 21st of February 2026, Checkmate. The Black Swan Event, a financial apocalypse with stock market and Bitcoin collapse, power grid blackout, and EBS-triggered quantum energy revolution, Nizar and Jezara QFS on Telegram. The looming Black Swan event will trigger a financial apocalypse, devastating not only the stock market but also Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. This catastrophic collapse will reach far beyond the financial sector, pulling even the power grid into disarray. As the world teeters on the edge of this unprecedented disaster, the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, will signal the turning point, ushering in the downfall of the controlling cabal and the start of a new era powered by quantum energy. Are you ready for the reset as the old world crumbles? Financial collapse, a Black Swan event on the horizon. A Black Swan event is often unforeseen and has far-reaching consequences, especially in finance. This time, however, the collapse won't be limited to stock markets. It will engulf Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies, and potentially disrupt global infrastructures. The fallout could be devastating, triggering a sequence of events that leads to a worldwide blackout, a signal of the need for a total reset of the financial and energy systems as we know them. The stock market's imminent crash, the financial system, with its unsustainable levels of debt, excessive Federal Reserve intervention, and unchecked greed of Wall Street, is standing on the brink of collapse. This isn't just another correction or market downturn, it's a complete unraveling. Cryptocurrencies, once seen as safe havens, will be hit just as hard, if not harder. Their collapse will reverberate across markets, making previous financial crises look insignificant by comparison. With the EBS heralding a new age, we may witness a shift from traditional energy sources like nuclear power to quantum energy, transforming how the world functions. The reset will not only mark the end of the financial order but also the start of a new system that promises to revolutionize the global power structure. Prepare for the end of one world and the beginning of another. Judy note, it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC.D. Constitutional Republic of the United States. On Monday, March 16, 2026, President Trump will host a monumental Independence Day-style global celebration symbolizing the rebirth of a free republic under Jezar law. The event will merge with worldwide QFS announcements and unveilings of new sovereign infrastructures. Saturday 21st of February 2026 Conspiracy Theory No More. Follow the money. The White House has disclosed the names of both foreign and domestic terrorists and terror organizations that funded Antifa, protests, and terrorism across America in an attempt to overthrow the Constitutional Republic of the United States, with more than $100 million extorted from the American taxpayer and by foreign sources. The protest industrial complex. We found a network of NGOs. George Soros, the Open Society Network, Arabella Funding Network, The Tides funding network Neville Roysingham and his network Hansi Orgwis, a billionaire donor in Switzerland Reid Hoffman. It's also big left-wing funders, some of them who are not citizens of this country, Mr. Hansi Orgwis in Switzerland. They're pouring money into this entire ecosystem. We have identified dozens of radical organizations, not just the decentralized Antifa organizations, but dozens of radical organizations that have received more than $100 million from the Riot Incorporated investors. I think the most shocking thing is that we have found that more than $100 million in U.S. taxpayer funding has flowed into these funding networks. Guru Information and Intel. Saturday 21st of February. 2026. Boom. Prince Andrew's arrest, Epstein cabal collapses, Chandler's network unravels, cue the storm on Telegram. Bills encounters trigger treason. Vatican Ninth Circle collapses. $2 billion frozen. Iran funds Epstein via IRGC. Trump strikes nuke sites, guts empires. Basel III gold obliterates derivatives, crypto bill exposes laundering. BlackRock RICO, WEF bleeds $500 billion. Save America purges fraud, vaults seized. Tegna silences propaganda. Gitmo convicts 500, Chandler nails Hanks in SRA. MK Ultra ends, 13 families lose trillions. Nuremberg 2.0 targets occult, global arrests topple infiltration. Starmer's Chagos hides Diego Garcia cloning for trafficking. Autopax trade intel for victims. Intercepts doom him to Belmarsh. July 2026. Storm rages, victory is here. Saturday 21st of February. 2026, breaking, 107 exposes Tavistock's satanic mind control empire, deep state weapon crumbling in 2026, 107 on Telegram. 107, trusted military intelligence voice for patriots, unleashes a fierce update on Tavistock Institute, the occult British powerhouse weaponizing psychology to enslave global minds for decades. This war for your soul rages now as the cabal faces final defeat. Tavistock Institute spearheads assaults on the U.S. Constitution and all free sovereignty. Rooted in British intelligence occult networks, it perfected mass manipulation via propaganda, social engineering, cultural subversion. Its reach spans wartime psyops brainwashing populations into endless conflict, to 1960s engineered youth rebellion destroying moral foundations and inviting satanic chaos. The Beatles engineered Tavistock assets in global MK operation. Handlers including child-sacrificing Satanist Aleister Crowley, prominently on Sgt. Pepper as Guru, shaped them to drive society toward drugs, decay. New Paul advanced while resistors suffered. George Harrison refused calling the imposter Paul in raw footage, truth leaks through. Crowley, Tavistock/Churchill advisor, crafted peace sign as a cult divider against Nazi symbols, fracturing unity worldwide. Same forces funded Playboy via DoD black money, made Marilyn Monroe a cleared honeypot asset, deployed Jim Morrison, Gulf of Tonkin false flag. Admiral's son, as cultural weapon. Laurel Canyon. DoD/CIA lab crafting counterculture stars to derail youth from faith and nation. Operations persist. Moon hoax psyop bled Russia dry while accelerating U.S. wartime tech. Hollywood, Mockingbird, MK Ultra, Tavistock/RAM tools mapping. Molding thought. Michael Obama as Baphomet icon pushes demonic androgyny to power's peak, mocking the creator. P. Militarizes society toward hellish ends. Patriots, the turning point hits hard. Q. Brilliant military op targeting gamers, trained a generation to decode, research, unite, shatter illusions. Those kids now lead, awakening masses. Matrix fractures as spells break. No more celebrity Lucifer packs, Bob Dylan confesses his Scientology soul trades, or fake peace gestures. Trump terrified City of London bankers, Real Steel dossier source. Their war failed. Assange drops exposed fragments, floods incoming. Great Awakening explodes. Dark to light, illusions collapse. Devil's machine implodes. Tavistock hooks snap as patriots reject control. Veil rips daily. Dig deeper, unite in truth. Storm peaks, victory nears. God wins. I. Saturday 21st of February. 2026. The event. It is biblical, Julian Assange on Telegram. There is going to be a big biblical scenario where they make out it's World War III but really they are activating militaries then bombing all of these satanic Luciferian landmarks. Enacting Jezara funds and We the People rebuild. What are some of the very big satanic Illuminati landmarks in the world? Q showed us them. Vatican, Buckingham Palace, White House, GD in China. CERN on the Swiss/French border. Possible. Big Pharma in Wuhan equals Israel Khazarians control CCP, the media etc. 34 satanic buildings and dams will fall. Rods of God/2 planes and trains grounded. Lights/power switched off. Changing over to Tesla. Free energy. Bitcoin servers/data center hit and turned off for good. 99.5% of crypto gone. China coins. Enter ISO 20022 coins backed by precious metals. World War III scare event. Nuke sirens. Water event. Stock market crash. Global martial law. Castle Rock scenario. Julian Assange. Quantum systems. Project Odin switched on. Nizara/Jezara/RV election flipping via military courts. FISA. Military tribunal/confession/10-day movie. 3 times 8 hours sessions. 10 countries will be running EBS to cover the whole world. Reveals. Inauguration. The Israeli Mossad control the world's media out of the U.S. Attached is Q1871 outlining this. Project Odin as mentioned by Ron. Code Monkeys is a powerful anti-deplatforming tool. Project Odin is part of Quantum Starlink. Our new quantum systems are to be protected by secret space programs out of the cabal's reach. Q2337 tells you Mossad media assets will be removed. Think people like Alex Jones, Anderson Cooper etc. and also Mossad satellites. Israeli intelligence, stand down. Media assets will be removed. This part of 2527 tells you that something powerful is going to knock out Mossad media satellites. This will black out the media worldwide, switch us over to the quantum systems. This is Project Odin. All in all, give the reason to activate the military EBS. If you look up the Turksat rocket that launched from the USA in January, you will see it was specifically for military comms to people's TVs and radios in Africa, Middle East, Europe and Central Asia. The event has many facets to it. The worldwide blackout to change over to Tesla energy. Knocking out media satellites. QFS, rods of God on dams in 34 buildings and much more. 34 buildings will be in the event. They are very significant. White House, Royal Castles, Buckingham Palace, Vatican, Getty Museum, Playboy Mansion and the like. This will surely make the stock market collapse, as will Precision Cyberlink to Executive Orders 13,818 and 13,848. It is all a show. Swapping from Rothschild central bank notes to rainbow treasury notes now backed by precious metals, not oil.
Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. In other less important news, on Monday, February 23rd, be prepared for a global currency reset and full-scale activation of the new gold asset-backed quantum financial system across 209 countries. Activation of the QFS this coming Monday supports President Trump's plan to eliminate income taxes. Back in 2020, he moved the Federal Reserve away from ownership of the cabal, Satan-worshipping private bankers in foreign countries, and put it under control of the people in the new U.S. Treasury located on independent grounds of an Indian reservation near Reno, Nevada. With the elimination of the IRS, Trump plans to fund a much smaller government through tariffs and a 14% tax on the purchase of new items only, none on buying food or medicine, used cars, or older homes. This week, the Supreme Court struck down Trump's proposed tariff law, so he just changed tactics. On Saturday, February 21st, Trump announced, "Today I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged. And we're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country from unfair trading practices of other countries and companies." And we have a link, Saturday, February 21st, bombshell announcement, Plan B, the 1974 comeback, Section 122, executive order signed, 10%, it's actually now 15%, global tariff takes effect immediately. Saturday, February 21st, official statement, Scott Bessent goes off. They lied. Tariffs stay. Trump never backed down. Tariffs stand. Deep state panics. Video. Saturday, February 21st, urgent update. Trump raises worldwide tariff to 15%. We're done being ripped off. Trump responds to SCOTUS with full force. 47 is doubling down. February 21st, 2026. To accomplish this GCR, a 48-hour blackout for Jassara Law, wealth redistribution will begin on Wednesday, February 25th, 2026. It was advised to have cash, food, and essentials on hand, as banks and ATMs will be closed perhaps from Wednesday, February 25th through 10 more days to Saturday, March 7th. By Sunday, March 1st, 10 days of darkness across the globe will begin through the new and secure Starlink satellite system. During this period, all traditional media will go offline. 24/7 documentaries will be broadcast globally via the emergency broadcast system, detailing the takedown of the cabal, the fall of the fiat US dollar, and the rise of sovereign freedom for all 209 Jassara-compliant nations. On Friday, March 6, 2026, the first wave of wealth redistribution will go live. Those who have purchased Zim bonds for their personal humanitarian projects will be redeeming the bonds in specially set up redemption centers. Millions will receive their initial funds, empowering communities and triggering local economic recovery projects worldwide. It was assumed that those who have purchased foreign currencies will follow the Zim holder redemptions with notification to set their appointments for exchanges at the redemption centers. Saturday, February 21st, Covert Ops Exposed. Military Jassara implements the Great Reset Blueprint. 30+1 secret protocols, where all across the world will have access to free medbed treatment. The next day, on Monday, March 16th, President Trump will host a monumental Independence Day style global celebration symbolizing the rebirth of a free republic under Jassara law, the Constitutional Republic of the United States. The event will merge with worldwide QFS announcements and unveilings of new sovereign infrastructures. Saturday, February 21st. Situation update. Beware of scammers, especially on Telegram, where they still have numerous accounts under my name and picture that I have never set up nor reported on. They quote me on things I've never said nor written. Evidently, people have written me there on a chat, but they do not give me access to the chat, so I have no idea what the readers are told. I'm sure many of the accounts there suffer the same problem. Although Telegram is a great place for information, you have to discern what is right or wrong, especially when they ask for money for products or to set up wallets on the new financial system. It is my understanding that you have to set up your wallet on the new financial system in person at an official redemption center, and that setup is free. Global Currency Reset, Saturday, February 21st, checkmate. The Black Swan Event, a financial apocalypse with stock market and Bitcoin collapse, power grid blackout, and EBS triggered quantum energy revolution. Jassara QFS on Telegram. The looming Black Swan Event will trigger a financial apocalypse, devastating not only the stock market, but also Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. This catastrophic collapse will reach far beyond the financial sector, pulling even the power grid into disarray. As the world teeters on the edge of this unprecedented disaster, the emergency broadcast system will signal the turning point, ushering in the downfall of the controlling cabal and the start of a new era powered by quantum energy. Are you ready for the reset as the old world crumbles? Financial collapse. A Black Swan event on the horizon. A Black Swan event is often unforeseen and has far-reaching consequences, especially in finance. This time, however, the collapse won't be limited to stock markets. It will engulf Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies, and potentially disrupt global infrastructures. The fallout could be devastating, triggering a sequence of events that leads to a worldwide blackout, a signal of the need for a total reset of the financial and energy systems as we know them. The stock market's imminent crash, the financial system, with its unsustainable levels of debt, excessive Federal Reserve intervention, and unchecked greed of Wall Street, is standing on the brink of collapse. This isn't just another correction or market downturn, it's a complete unraveling. Cryptocurrencies, once seen as safe havens, will be hit just as hard, if not harder. Their collapse will reverberate across markets, making previous financial crises look insignificant by comparison. With the EBS heralding a new age, we may witness a shift from traditional energy sources like nuclear power to quantum energy, transforming how the world functions. The reset will not only mark the end of the financial order, but also the start of a new system that promises to revolutionize the global power structure. Prepare for the end of one world and the beginning of another. Judy note, it is advised to exchange redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at a RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at an RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at a redemption center. Saturday, February 21st, Conspiracy Theory No More. Follow the money. The White House has disclosed the names of both foreign and domestic terrorists and terror organizations that funded Antifa, protests, and terrorism across America in an attempt to overthrow the constitutional republic of the United States, with more than $100 million extorted from the American taxpayer and by foreign sources. The protest industrial complex. We found a network of NGOs. George Soros, the Open Society Network, Arabella Funding Network, the Tides Funding Network, Neville Roy Singham and his network, Hans George Weiss, a billionaire donor in Switzerland, Reid Hoffman. It's also big left-wing funders, some of them who are not citizens of this country. Mr. Weiss in Switzerland, they're pouring money into this entire ecosystem. We have identified dozens of radical organizations, not just the decentralized Antifa organizations, but dozens of radical organizations that have received more than $100 million from the Riot Inc. investors. I think the most shocking thing is that we have found that more than $100 million in U.S. taxpayer funding has flowed into these funding networks. So they're making it so that we pay for our own destruction. Unbelievable.
Ladies and gentlemen, right now, Rhino Senator Mitch McConnell, Republican in name only, who happens to be the chairman of the Senate Rules Committee, by the way, is pretty much single-handedly blocking the Save America Act from making its way to the Senate floor. Big problem. However, I think it's fair to say that Senator Mitch McConnell is about to get a little bit of a Trump-style surprise. But before we talk about that, let's break something else down. Now, despite the Save America Act currently having enough votes to pass through the Senate, that's 50 exactly, after a speaking filibuster has been invoked and then concluded, first, you see, the problem is it's up to Mitch McConnell, chairman of the Senate Rules Committee, to release this bill onto the Senate floor. And he doesn't seem to want to do that. In fact, take a look at this. Breaking news, Senate sabotage. Mitch McConnell, or perhaps Mitch McConnell's handler, is currently blocking the Save America Act. As chairman of the Senate Rules Committee, Mitch McConnell has the authority to block or to delay a markup by not scheduling one, which has effectively stalled bills, namely the Save America Act, despite pressure from House Republicans and the 50 Senate Republican co-sponsors of the bill. His opposition is being signaled via statements from his office, not even Mitch McConnell himself. It's always his office, and op-ed articles about federal overreach. We can't pass the Save America Act because of something about federal overreach, okay? Is Mitch McConnell even calling the shots anymore? Or is his staff, somebody in his staff, ghostwriting all of this stuff and shutting it down? Is somebody pulling the strings? And so right now, people are asking, is Mitch McConnell even in charge of his own Senate seat? Now, right now, Mitch McConnell is currently 84 years old. He's been serving in Congress since, I kid you not, 1985. That is 41 years Mitch McConnell has been serving in Congress between the House and the Senate now. Almost a decade longer than I have even been alive. I am currently 32 years old. McConnell has been in Congress for 41 years. But really, to show you all how much of a problem this is, before we move on, take a look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is video footage from right around a year ago when Senator McConnell was asked if he would be running for re-election in 2026. Take a listen.
Guru Information and Intel, Saturday, February 21st. Boom. Prince Andrew's arrest. Epstein cabal collapses. Chandler's network unravels. Cue the storm on Telegram. Q drop 3152 from March 12, 2026. Flags Prince Andrew as Epstein's key trigger. His forced confessions ignite the storm, exposing Rachel Chandler as the central procurer feeding elite trafficking rings. UK black site military grilling shatters Andrew, compelling him to name Chandler as the link from Epstein's Island whores to P. Diddy's Star Island Miami rituals, supplying victims for depraved abuse. Chandler's Midland agency at 450 Park Avenue, New York, pipelines captives to power elites, connecting to Diddy's bad boy headquarters at 1710 Broadway, where secret ledgers conceal ritual whores. Eminem's ties emerge through Chandler's Detroit grooming, trading clout for trafficked access to his Clinton Township compound. Fort Bragg Special Forces raids on Chandler's data recover Diddy's decades of 1,000+ abuses, fueling immediate justice. Andrews breakdown targets Tom Hanks, Pacific Palisades, Chandler Fed gatherings, sparking Interpol, asset seizures, and extraditions. Raids crushed Diddy's Atlanta, LA estates, exposing SRA chambers tied to Chandler and Jay-Z's Rock Nation. Eminem seized drives, exposed 2000s, Chandler links, coded cabal signals, blacklisting hits by 2028. Ops strike Oprah, Montecito, Chandler's jet transports linked to adrenochrome chains. Gitmo tribunals await Diddy, Eminem under 1591 trafficking, life, no parole. Q drop 3596 from December 2nd, 2026. Andrew dismantles 13 bloodlines, showbiz grip, forcing Gaga's Malibu confessions. White hats control 4chan. Poll since 2017. 2027 threads predicting elite suicides. Spaceys logs confirm Chandler deliveries, leading to rendition and Clinton donor exposures. Tribunal broadcasts crash Warner Brothers, stocks 80% per Q drop 4953. Andrew's cooperation ends Epstein forever. 500+ Hollywood demons face executions or life by 2031. Patriots, white hats crush the cabal. Panic spreads, awakening surges. DIA D-class smashes energy monopolies. Clinton's MENA via Rothschild HSBC. Hillary servers show sacrifices. Bill's encounters trigger treason. Vatican Ninth Circle collapses. 2 billion frozen. Iran funds Epstein via IRGC. Trump strikes nuke sites, guts empires. Basel III gold obliterates derivatives. Crypto bill exposes laundering. BlackRock, Rico, WEF bleeds $500 billion. Save America purges fraud, vaults seized. Tegna silences propaganda. Gitmo convicts 500. Chandler nails Hanks in SRA. MK Ultra ends. 13 families lose trillions. Nuremberg 2.0 targets the occult. Global arrests topple infiltration. Starmers. Chagos hides Diego Garcia cloning for trafficking. OTO packs trade intel for victims. Intercepts doom him bot to Belmarsh. July 2026. Storm rages. Victory is here. If Iran, this is just a side note, if Iran funds Epstein via IRGC, it leads me to suspect that Iran works for the cabal. It works for the regime, actually is doing the bidding of Israel. I don't know that for sure, but it just seems suspicious. Breaking, 107 exposes Tavistock satanic mind control empire. Deep state weapon crumbling in 2026. 107 on Telegram. 107 trusted military intelligence voice for patriots. Unleashes a fierce update on Tavistock Institute, the occult British powerhouse weaponizing psychology to enslave global minds for decades. This war for your soul rages now as the cabal faces final defeat. Tavistock Institute spearheads assaults on the U.S. Constitution and all free sovereignty. Rooted in British intelligence occult networks, it perfected mass manipulation via propaganda, social engineering, cultural subversion. Its reach spans wartime psyops, brainwashing populations into endless conflict, to 1960s engineered youth rebellion, destroying moral foundations, and inviting satanic chaos. The Beatles engineered Tavistock assets in global MK operation. Handlers including child-sacrificing Satanist Aleister Crowley, prominently on Sgt. Pepper as guru, shaped them to drive society toward drugs, decay. Replacement late 1966 marked ritual control. New Paul advanced while resistors suffered. George Harrison refused calling the imposter Paul in raw footage. Truth leaks through. Crowley, Tavistock, Churchill, advisor, crafted peace sign as a cult divider against Nazi symbols, fracturing unity worldwide. Same forces funded Playboy via DoD black money, made Marilyn Monroe a cleared honeypot asset, deployed Jim Morrison, Gulf of Tonkin false flag admiral's son, as a cultural weapon. Laurel Canyon, DoD CIA lab crafting counterculture stars like, for example, Jim Morrison and Linda Ronstadt and other famous people just came all from that little place in Laurel Canyon, and it was all a operation for mind control to derail youth from faith and nation. Operations persist. Moon hoax psyop led Russia dry while accelerating U.S. wartime tech. Hollywood Mockingbird MK Ultra. Tavistock ran tools mapping molding thought. Michael Obama's Baphomet icon pushes demonic androgyny to power's peak, mocking the creator. P. Diddy, unspeakable rituals echoing Beatles-era networks, and Crowley's boasted horrors. Devil traumatizes youth, cycles abuse, militarizes society toward hellish ends. Patriots, a turning point, hits hard. Q. Brilliant military op targeting gamers trained a generation to decode, research, unite, shatter illusions. Those kids now lead awakening masses. Matrix fractures as spells break. No more celebrity Lucifer packs. Bob Dylan confesses his. Scientology, soul trades, or fake peace gestures. Trump terrified. City of London bankers. Real Steel dossier source. Their war failed. Assange drops exposed fragments. Floods incoming. Great awakening explodes. Dark to light. Illusions collapse. Devil's machine implodes. Tavistock hooks snap as patriots reject control. Veil rips daily. Dig deeper. Unite in truth. Storm peaks. Victory nears. God wins. Voter fraud. Saturday, February 21st, 2026. Democrats sent top lawyers from New York to Georgia in order to stop anyone from seeing Fulton County's 2020 election ballots. You have to be the most naive person in the world not to understand that the only reason Democrats wouldn't want anyone to see the Georgia ballots is because they committed massive fraud. They stole the 2020 election. The skiff on Telegram.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note. The new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system was 100% live across the globe. All cabal-owned banks have been seized. The Global Military Alliance was making mass arrests and enforcing implementation of the global currency reset. An emergency broadcast system, EBS, activation was imminent. 10 to 12 days of a controlled blackout and temporary worldwide martial law to shield civilians while truth floods all TV, radio and internet. When the EBS hits, banks, elite in their demonic empire that has controlled society worldwide. At the end of the days of darkness you'll see new and better political, financial, health and education systems across the globe. Meanwhile, if you've ever wondered what Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin did to a little girl in the basement of a DC snuff house, don't go there. Don't look into it. The event, which took place when Hillary was running for president against Trump, was recorded on a video found on Anthony Weiner's laptop. There were 10 New York policemen who reviewed it. They said it made them throw up. Strangely, all 10 investigators were later found to have committed suicide. These people are pure, raw, unfiltered evil. They love being evil. They serve Satan himself. They are depraved beyond human comprehension. It's time to wake up. Nobody can possibly imagine the pure evil and corruption out there. Those you trust are the most guilty of sin. If you are religious, pray. The fiat US dollar, replaced with a gold/asset-backed US Treasury note, which is becoming the global standard. Banks are closing. The Federal Reserve is being dismantled and absorbed into the US Treasury. The IRS is being abolished. The corrupt tax system, designed to funnel wealth to the elites, is over. A new fair tax system is replacing it, one that eliminates income tax and introduces a small, flat sales tax on non-essential goods. The IMF and World Bank are collapsing. For decades, these institutions enslaved nations with predatory loans and economic warfare. The military alliance is conducting mass arrests of globalists and seizing their assets, taking back stolen trillions, which will be returned to the people. The global currency reset has begun. Every Jazara-compliant nation is transitioning to a gold-backed currency. When the lights go out, the old system goes quiet. And when the system goes quiet, new systems can go live. Beware of scammers, especially on Telegram, where they still have numerous accounts under my name and picture that I have never set up, nor reported on. They quote me on things I have never said, nor written. Evidently people have written me there on a chat, but they do not give me access to the chats, so I have no idea what the readers are told. I'm sure many of the accounts there suffer the same problem. Although Telegram is a great place for information, you have to discern what is right or wrong, especially when they ask for money for products, or to set up wallets on the new financial system. You have to set up your wallet on the new financial system in person at Official Redemption Center, and that setup is free. The following was received today from a reader, while I followed them for a 5-week period. Talking about they wanted nothing from me. The person working with me said their phones could not be taken home. The FCC had all my data because they know where I bank. I had bought DRB and it had grown to $11,700,000. They got me on their website and put $2,349,000 into my QF Siegel account. They then wanted $10K to be deposited by my bank card, of which they would pay $5K of the $10K transaction, and then I could decide how to split up the other money into investments and cryptocurrency. I said to take it out of the $2,349,000 account. She said that I had misunderstood or it had to come from my account to verify who I am to the FCC. I blocked her on my phone after 5 calls immediately after I had hung up. I answered her last call with, "I'm not going to transfer $10K to the QF Siegel account, goodbye and bless you." I do believe he avoided another scam. Just reporting back on this. Anon. Be possible timing. In mid-2025 Trump signed the Genius Act, a total ban on central bank digital currencies unless one-to-one backed by physical gold or assets. No more surveillance slavery. Violations would be treated as financial terrorism, with perpetrators taken straight to military tribunals. Banks were now flipping to the gold-backed system, or face closure. Trump greenlit the global quantum financial system as the sole legitimate financial backbone of America. On Sunday, 1st of February, 2026, the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system went 100% live across the globe. No more fiat currency manipulation. On Friday, February 6, 2026, the emergency broadcast system activated in 100 U.S. cities, with a global rollout of the EBS expected soon in other areas, depending on what the Global Alliance military is doing. Along with power fluctuations, internet blackouts in select zones and cell service interruptions, all part of the controlled takedown to protect civilians during Trump's global military alliance mass arrests. Sunday, 8th of February. 2026 EBS blackout launched in select areas. Underground DC, London, Berlin facilities overtaken, servers seized, propaganda under military control, CEOs vanishing. Twos. February 10, 2026 at 7:07 a.m. EST, military commands in 27 countries received their last confirmation messages. Trump approved the Global Restoration Accord. Sovereign councils were being set up in every territory. They were backed by gold, enforced by truth and guided by consciousness. Wednesday, February 11, 2026, President Trump signed an executive order that nationalized the Federal Reserve, seized all its assets, ended central bank control overnight and froze the accounts of Rothschild-linked bankers. On Thursday, February 12, 2026, as the Democrats voted to shut down the Department of Homeland Security, an EBS alert countdown to martial law began. EBS test signals confirmed in multiple regions, stay vigilant for activation. No exact timeline was public, but secure briefings indicate readiness. Saturday, 14th of February, 2026 midnight, the U.S. Senate failed to advance the Department of Homeland Security funding bill, which meant DHS was shut down at midnight Sat. February 14, 2026. They shut down ICE, because ICE was fully funded for the year. They shut down the Coast Guard, DSA, cybersecurity agencies, and more. Democrats put our country at risk for pure politics. Disgusting. Then Democrats were reported to have left Washington, D.C. on flights to Europe. Judy note, with 60 senators indicted and under arrest, it was doubtful that Europe was their destination. Sunday, 15th of February. Intense military operations began against Satan-worshipping elites. It was a green light moment with a global financial collapse imminent. The quantum computer was activated. We are go, Dear 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. On Monday, February 16, 2026, the quantum financial system digital gold/asset-based currency called ISO 20022 went live across 200 countries operating on XLM Lumens and XRP Stellar blockchain. Trump greenlit the GFS as the sole backbone of a legitimate American financial system. On Tuesday, February 17, 2026 evening, the White House was lit up in gold, symbolizing the beginning of the Golden Age. Wednesday, 18th of February, 2026, it's time. Just got off the phone with my insider with high clearance in Washington, D.C. He said it's time and then hung up. I'm at a loss for words. Something huge is about to happen. Brace yourself. You know what to do. WHGWH Grandpa on X, police light emoji, breaking, just got off the phone with my insider with high clearance in Washington, D.C. He said it's time and then hung up. I'm at a loss for words. Something huge is about to happen. Brace yourself. You know what to do. On Saturday, 21st of February, 2026, the new quantum financial system takes over all deep state controls over global banking. NISARA/JAZARA was set to come into effect in all countries of the world. Mass asset searches begin against corrupt elites worldwide. Monday, February 23, 2026, designated celebration day for Iraq and the day they will pay their contractors in the new dinar rate. Tuesday, February 24, 2026, quantum financial system announcement. Thursday, March 5, 2026, the EBS emergency broadcast system will begin in every country of the world, Mr. Poole. Sunday, May 17, 2026, President Trump leads a rededication of America on the National Mall. Trump to make a formal announcement of the constitutional republic restoration, that common law has been returned to the people and personal and national sovereignty was installed. On Saturday, July 4, 2026, the Illuminati deep state cabal's old SWIFT system was set to completely collapse, with the Federal Reserve fiat US dollar not worth anything. See EBS, 10-12 Days of Darkness. Thursday, February 19, 2026, Starlink satellites are ready to send emergency alerts to all mobile phones worldwide, just waiting for the green light. Global martial law has begun with mass arrests by more than 500,000 people. Accusations against global political elites in a simultaneous scenario. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. Thursday, February 19, 2026, World Blackout confirmed. It's done. Prepare for Phase 1 blackout. Right now, rolling blackouts across the world. Travel restrictions. Emergency lockdowns with virtual ID to enter businesses. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. Thursday, February 19, 2026, 11:35 a.m. EST, the White House triggers emergency broadcast system in 24 hours. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Thursday, February 19, 2026, 11:18 a.m. EST, breaking, EBS going live in minutes in Texas, Florida, Arizona, Pennsylvania. This is the emergency broadcast system. The cabal is finished. Truth is coming. The storm is here. The Almighty directs the first strike. Final warning, Nizar Jazara updates on Telegram. D. EBS Days of Darkness, the White Hats have seized control. This week President Trump stated, "We're gonna need more popcorn this weekend." The Starlink satellite system that now has complete control of our new financial system and TV, radio and internet broadcasts, were locked, loaded and functioning. The old fiat currency SWIFT global financial system has been shut down, while the new gold/asset-backed financial system was functioning worldwide. The emergency broadcast system, EBS, overrides every screen and phone worldwide. 8-tone burst incoming. Global blackout. Then the truth floods every device. Soon the EBS would announce over cell phones, TV, radio and internet worldwide that sometime in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needed to be in a place of their choice for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. Planes, trains will be shut down. Be prepared, but if you do not have essentials like food and water to last during the lockdown, the military will supply what was needed. The EBS will broadcast over all TV, radio and internet across the globe a Nizar/Jazara announcement, followed by 8-hour documentaries of disclosure truth bombs rotating 24/7 over TV, radio and internet. This will continue for 10 to 12 days while temporary martial law was imposed to protect us so the global military alliance could make mass arrests of treasonous deep state pedophile. Some of those elites have already been arrested and faced military tribunals like Barack Obama, the Bushes, Hillary, and Bill Clinton, Tom Hanks, Bill Gates and just yesterday, Prince Andrew. Thursday, February 19, 2026 breaking, green light given, double exclamation mark emoji, the X-Files on Telegram. Trump just synchronized it all. EBS ready to go live. Military on standby. Nizar payouts loading through QFS. The 17th letter confirmed, 8-tone burst incoming. Global blackout. Then the truth floods every device. We've been contacted by insiders who survived the attacks. They're dropping restricted files here, Gitmo tribunals footage, HRC/Clinton's exposed, rigged election proof, and the real reason the fake president is crumbling. This is not for the faint-hearted. Confidential top-secret EBS cases exposed. F Global Currency Reset, Thursday, February 19, 2026, Trump flipped the switch, QFS fully operational since February 1, 2026. Gold/asset-backed system dominates across 200-plus countries. Nizar Jazara fully live and unstoppable. Federal income tax gone forever. Illegal debt swiped clean. Stolen wealth returning to patriots through direct payouts. Tier 4B protocol ignited. Historic rates processing at secure banks, Project Odin martial law on Telegram. Thursday, February 19, 2026, Nizar Jazara is live in first wave nations, US, Canada, UK, Germany, Australia. Gold/asset-backed currencies activated as of 4 o'clock ET Thursday, February 19, 2026. Thursday, February 19, 2026, Tier 3 funds verify and accounts now, Tier 4B notifications hit soon, possibly February 17 to 18 or month end. Military blocked early releases for perfect alignment under divine timing and the elite overseers. On Saturday 21st of February, 2026 the new quantum financial system takes over all deep state controls over global banking. Nizar/Jazara was set to come into effect in all countries of the world. Mass asset searches begin against corrupt elites worldwide. Monday, February 23, 2026, designated celebration day for Iraq and the day they will pay their contractors in the new dinar rate. Tuesday, February 24, 2026, quantum financial system announcement. Tuesday, February 2026 Bruce, the big call, 41 currencies will be going up in value. USN was set to be out and usable by Monday, February 23, 2026. The cleanup should be complete over the weekend. Israel and Hamas were coming to agreement as was Ukraine and Russia. Iran is still a hot spot. Everything should wrap up by the weekend. Top sources say that we could be notified by Tuesday 23, February 24, 2026. Bondholders should be able to see what is in their account over the weekend. The 3-day shotgun start should be Sun, Moon, Tuesday 22,23, February 24, 2026. Duty note, it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than at a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. As far as I know, the invitations for Tier 4B, US, the internet group with foreign currency to exchange and ZIM bonds to redeem, to set exchange appointments have not yet been sent out. Thursday, February 19, 2026. Trump approves QFS as the only financial system. Global activation hits in March 2026, Q on Telegram. Trump has officially accepted and greenlit the Quantum Financial System, QFS, as the sole legitimate financial backbone, set to fully activate worldwide in March 2026. This is the hammer drop on the fiat death machine. The cabal's counterfeit empire is crumbling right now. The military is overseeing every transaction with quantum-level precision. No more stolen wealth, no more hidden accounts. The fiat banking beast is already gasping its last breaths. Redemption centers are live and pumping gold-backed liquidity straight into patriots' hands. Underground vaults seized from Vatican layers, NATO black sites, MI6 dungeons, and elite pedo estates have flooded the system with real asset backing. That London financial district vault stuffed with unregistered gold and occult child biometric ledgers. It's now fueling the new USTN, untouchable by any satanic bloodline. Every QFS move is sealed with quantum biometric encryption. The elite can't forge, fake, or flee. Lust and XRP are the only clean digital warriors authorized, gold-tied, instant, and cabal-proof. Swift and the old fiat rails. Dead and buried. Ripple's leaders dodge deep state bullets for pushing this truth. Their assassination plots flopped hard. The desperate cabal is lashing out with fake EMP scares to scare you off your redemption. Don't fall for it. This is war, military versus satanic globalists. Your R&R, reparations are incoming, payback for IRS rape, pharma poison, pension theft, and centuries of stolen sovereignty. The satanic empire is collapsing in real time. QFS isn't just money, it's the restoration of everything they've hijacked. Get to your redemption center. Claim your birthright wealth. The military grid is your back. March 2026 seals the victory. The storm is peaking, and light is winning. Patriots rise, the end of their rule is here. Thursday, February 19, 2026. The final stage, debt forgiveness has begun. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Illegitimate loans, mortgages, and credit card debts are being erased. The banks never had real money, they trapped the people with fraudulent debt. That system is now dead. The Federal Reserve's final days. The Federal Reserve is being dismantled and absorbed into the U.S. Treasury, under Trump's direct control. The private banking cartel that has dictated monetary policy since 1913 is finished. Seizure of stolen wealth. The military alliance is conducting mass asset seizures, taking back trillions stolen by the globalist elite. These funds will be returned to the people. The IRS is being abolished. The corrupt tax system, designed to funnel wealth to the elites, is over. A new fair tax system is replacing it, one that eliminates income tax and introduces a small, flat sales tax on non-essential goods. The global currency reset has started. Every Jazara-compliant nation is transitioning to a gold-backed currency. The fiat dollar. Finished. The U.S. Treasury gold-backed dollar is becoming the global standard. The IMF and World Bank are collapsing. For decades, these institutions enslaved nations with predatory loans and economic warfare. Now, they are being dismantled. When the lights go out, the old system goes quiet. And when the system goes quiet, new systems can go live. Restored Republic. Thursday, February 19, 2026. Nizara/Jazara update. February 19, 2026. The storm is here, patriots. Debt slavery crumbling as the deep state panics in their final hours. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. The cabal's fiat system collapses under the quantum financial system, asset-backed currencies, and Nizara/Jazara rollout. Their end is near. Arrests surge, elites resign in droves. Epstein files ignite the public awakening. President Trump towers as the true leader for the people, smashing mainstream media lies and deep state treason tied to child trafficking, adrenochrome, fraud, and global domination. Tier 3 funds verify in accounts now. Tier 4B notifications hit soon, possibly February 17 to 18 or month end. Military blocked early releases for perfect alignment under divine timing and the elite overseers. Full lifetime IRS refunds flood patriots. Social Security skyrockets, prosperity packages deliver via direct deposit. Intel signals 12 to 13 months of restoration dividends, crushing poverty with massive sums. Ignore credit vultures demanding payoffs, they sense the storm. NISA zeroes all fraudulent debt, cards, mortgages, cars, students, gone overnight. Hold minimum payments to safeguard assets, Jubilee arrives imminently. Gold blasts past $5,000 despite manipulation, silver surges beyond $130 Shanghai real value, grab physical now before it's gone. USTN asset-backed, golden age declared by Trump. EBS mandatory soon, full arrests, executions exposed, clones, doppelgangers, masks revealed. Original Trump protected, fakes sow chaos, but awake see truth. Epstein network implodes, Rockefellers, Rothschild, Clintons, 160-plus linked deaths, ritual elites face justice. Many vanish now, good riddance. Zelensky begs guarantees as Ukraine peace crushes warmongers. Pray for military and covert battles, swift justice. Mainstream lies until silenced, trust the plan. Nizar/Jazar activates now, erasing slavery, restoring sovereignty, launching abundance. Epstein files released. Thursday, February 19, 2026. Biggest news breaking now, Epstein files explode, the deep state's house of cards collapses as patriots demand justice and arrests, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy. The very demons who screamed for the files release now panic as unredacted names flood out, drip by drip turning into a fire hose of truth that nothing can stop. Trump's masterful strategy shines. Initial poker face dismissal as hoax baited the left into demanding full exposure, forcing public outrage instead of cries of dictator weaponizing justice. Pam Bondi and the entire White Hat team play the long game perfectly, making the people, including awakened liberals, demand arrests themselves. Trump named only as FBI informant who despised Epstein, banned him from Mar-a-Lago, triggered his 2006 arrest, and issued historic anti-trafficking executive orders. The real dangerous man to the cabal is Trump himself. More bombshells incoming, millions more pages, dirtier than ever, targeting Tom Hanks-level names, Lady Gaga, DiCaprio, Madonna, and entertainment's darkest souls who sold everything for power. Hollywood crumbles, music industry implodes, sports heroes fall, heroes turn to monsters in the public eye. Norway's royals, Saudis, Zelensky, UK's Starmer, Mendelssohn, all entangled. Clintons, Obamas, Rothschild, Rockefellers face the reckoning they deserve. This ties directly to safe elections, executive orders looming for in-person paper ballots, voter ID mandatory, ending fraud forever. Midterms approach, Dems know they lose. So chaos plans activate, blue states secession whispers, Podesta-style civil unrest, imported military-age invaders for sabotage. But White Hats stay steps ahead, using game theory to counter every move. Thursday, February 19, 2026. Bombshell report, former Prince Andrew at center of Epstein-related misconduct probe, Ezra Cohen on Telegram. British authorities are investigating serious allegations involving Prince Andrew, now known publicly as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, following the release of new material from the Epstein files. According to reports, police actions taken in February 2026 relate to suspected misconduct in public office during Andrew's time as the UK's Special Representative for International Trade and Investment. The core allegation is that, while serving as trade envoy between 2001 and 2011, Andrew shared confidential UK government information with Jeffrey Epstein. Investigators are reviewing emails said to show the transfer of sensitive reports and detailed travel schedules, information that trade envoys are required to keep strictly confidential. The relationship between Andrew and Epstein dates back to 1999, introduced by Ghislaine Maxwell. Their association continued for years, including meetings and stays at Epstein properties. Even after Epstein's 2008 conviction, contradicting Andrew's public claims that contact had ended. Newly released correspondence is being cited as evidence of continued communication. The investigation gained momentum after U.S. authorities released millions of pages of Epstein-related records in early 2026. Among the materials are emails allegedly showing Andrew forwarding official briefings and itinerary details within minutes of receiving them from staff, raising questions of protocol breaches and abuse of access. The royal household has sought distance. Under King Charles III, Andrew was stripped of royal duties and titles prior to the latest developments, with statements emphasizing cooperation with law enforcement and respect for due process. These allegations sit alongside long-standing civil claims connected to Epstein's trafficking operation. Andrew previously settled a civil lawsuit with Virginia Giuffre while denying wrongdoing. Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted in 2021 for facilitating Epstein's crimes, further intensifying scrutiny of those in Epstein's circle. What emerges is a broader reckoning about power, access, and accountability. The probe is ongoing, searches continue at Associated Properties, and authorities are examining whether any additional offenses occurred beyond document handling. Whatever the legal outcome, the case has already delivered a reputational shock to the monarchy and renewed public demands for transparency when elites are implicated. This is a developing story. Investigators stress that findings will determine next steps, and no final charges have been announced at the time of reporting. Guru Information and Intel. Thursday, February 19, 2026 Swan 07 Critical Update. DHS hits Maricopa, Deep State Panic, Patriots winning. Patriots, the storm is raging in Arizona. DHS stormed into the Maricopa County Election Center after an emergency meeting last night as corrupt officials realized the feds were coming. This isn't a friendly chat, it's the collapse of the 2020 and 2024 riggers. Kristi Noem is leading the charge in Phoenix, blasting election security failures and demanding voter ID, citizenship proof, and the SAVE Act to crush foreign and illegal voting forever. WAN 07 exposed it. Not a full raid like Fulton yet, but it could have been if they resisted. They got warned, panicked, and chose cooperation over fight. DHS is auditing fraud machines, seizing materials with permission, exposing fake ballots. Maricopa supervisors called their own emergency legal session, they know it's over. Pima County boils too, sheriffs denying FBI evidence blocks on whistleblowers and missing machines. Guthrie mystery adds cover-up layers unraveling now. Snowball effect in full force. Early shots post-Super Bowl, momentum exploding. States next: China, Venezuela, Cuba, Serbia, Canada. British intel ties exposed. 71+ countries caught stealing elections globally. South Korea's president impeached chasing 2024 flipping servers. America attacked via cyber ballots, act of war. Trump set to declare national security emergency on elections, triggering military protection for clean paper ballots, purged rolls. Trump CO 107, March 25, demanded fake voter cleanup in 180 days. States defied, pure sedition. Now emergency declaration brackets it as security threat. Military deploys where needed to secure votes, enforce hand count precinct paper with features. No computers, no central tabulation, no transport. France, Japan prove fast, fair counts possible. Delay midterms if chaos threatens, real voter none. Utah nightmare, corrupt GOP fine with fraud, retro laws jailing pro se heroes like Tracy Halverson exposing RICO with 5,000 patriots. Machine shields itself, but crumbles. Not red versus blue, governance versus traitors. Trump fixes with military to deliver we the people's choice. Deep state desperate. Mexico buffer zone neutralizing cartels, good Mexican forces ready to join. 2026 midterms impossible without cheat. Noem's move locks it, federal hammer down, rolls purged, citizenship enforced. Patriots, trust but verify, disinfo swarms to shake us. Momentum unstoppable. Snowball massive. Terrible truths erupt, foreign war on ballots, domestic treason, rigged tech. Tribunals loom for traitors. Plan rolls, Trump's election imminent, military secures if needed, honest vote restored. Quanons, hold strong. Storm engulfs them, we win huge. WWG Wonga. P. Thursday, February 19, 2026 Shocking IRS bomb. The 16th Amendment was never ratified. The income tax is a scam. $330 trillion stolen, Tier 4 ISO 20022 on Telegram. For more than 100 years, a lie has kept us in chains. The IRS has taken every dollar you've ever paid in income tax because of a fake amendment that was never legally ratified. A private letter from an IRS commissioner in 1985 shows the biggest financial crime in U.S. history. The deep state is out in the open. The 16th Amendment, which is the basis for the IRS, was never legally passed. That means that every dollar of tax collected since 1913 was stolen illegally. It's hard to believe that $330 trillion was stolen from hardworking Americans and put into the pockets of corrupt politicians. Every dollar must be returned. The IRS, a 100-year scam of lies and threats. The process of ratification was not fair. States were forced to vote, and votes were rigged. The IRS was made to be a tool of the deep state to control you. This is not just fraud, it's treason. They knew that the 16th Amendment was never legally ratified, but they pushed it through anyway. Get up, America. The 1985 smoking gun, a letter that makes everything different. In a private letter from 1985, an IRS commissioner admitted that the 16th Amendment was never legally ratified. The IRS knew their whole system was based on a lie, but they kept stealing trillions from Americans. Think about this, every single tax bill, every audit, every penalty, and every paycheck deduction were all against the law. You have been robbed for more than a century. $330 trillion stolen, where did it go? Not roads, not schools, and not making America better. It went to dishonest politicians, wealthy globalists, and people who worked for the deep state. They took our money and used it to make us slaves. The deep state is in a state of panic. They are rushing to hide this information, calling it misinformation because they know what will happen if Americans wake up. They will censor us. They will come after us. They will make us quiet. But it's too late. We already know the truth. The final stand, what you need to do now. Send this message out like wildfire. Get in touch with your representatives. Demand justice. Make Trump get rid of the IRS. This is our time. If we don't fight back now, we'll stay slaves. But if we stand up, we get our money back. We take back our country. We get our freedom back. It's time to fight. Q Thursday, February 19, 2026 Fight for Ken and Barbie vs. Goliath IRS. The evil cabal IRS made an example of Ken Cromar, who presently sits in prison having been found guilty of living in his own fully owned home and after proving in a federal tax court that he owed no monies to the IRS. Despite the ruling in Cromar's favor, the IRS sold his home at auction and threw away all his possessions including expensive camera equipment he used to make a living. Ken really appreciates receiving encouraging messages and postcards. The Cromar's P.O. Box 942 Pleasant Grove, Utah 84062. Donations for commissary and other needs. Venmo to @Talmadge Cromar. Thursday, February 19, 2026 NBC reports that Jen Psaki assisted Hillary Clinton's State Department in what's described as a cover-up tied to alleged elite pedophile and human trafficking rings. What we think we know as of Friday, February 20, 2026, Thursday, February 19, 2026 News Nation, Senator John Kennedy says a fresh law just shut down a ridiculous loophole. No more government checks being sent to the deceased, he quipped, but they won't be cashing checks anymore. That's one problem handled. Thursday, February 19, 2026 Fox News, the chairman of the Intelligence Advisory Board, Devin Nunes confirms that Barack Obama ordered the raid on Mar-a-Lago because he was looking for this, his ICA report, the falsified intelligence report used to frame Donald Trump in an effort to overthrow the U.S. government. Thursday, February 19, 2026 CBS News, UK's former Prince Andrew has been arrested over links to Jeffrey Epstein, accused of suspicion of misconduct in public office. The UK arrested someone before we did. Thursday, February 19, 2026 Illegal aliens killing Americans. Thursday, February 19, 2026 White Hat forces confirm that the cabal's last financial strongholds were collapsing under QFS pressure. Major banks were suspending operations under the guise of a maintenance code for system migration. Trump's military alliance directs the phased takeover. No chaos, only controlled transition, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Thursday, February 19, 2026 Tucker Carlson detained in Israel, journalist dragged into interrogation room as explosive interview sparks diplomatic firestorm. Thursday, February 19, 2026 The massive U.S. military buildup in the Middle East, including warships, fighter jets, and refueling aircraft, lays the foundation for a potentially sustained campaign against Iran, should President Donald Trump give the order, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. February 18, 2026 Sidney Powell revealed Secret Service discloses Hillary Clinton as one of the greatest threats to the USA. She claims Clinton violated the Espionage Act with a private server, with Obama's knowledge, and that 675,000 emails on Weiner's laptop were hidden by the FBI, Nizar Jazar on Telegram. Thursday, February 19, 2026, the Netherlands' lead lawyer prosecuting Bill Gates and other criminals was arrested and is currently locked away in a maximum security prison. Bill Gates, Ursula von der Leyen, Albert Bourla and Klaus Schwab were all named and accused of bioterrorism and crimes against humanity, White Hats on Telegram. Thursday, February 19, 2026, the Earth creates its own water inside the Earth and has more primary pure water beneath its crust than there is in all the oceans on top. Thursday, February 19, 2026, breaking overnight intel drop, U.S. pressure builds, Trump's new peace architecture, oil jumps on Iran tension, Supreme Court tariff window opens, Epstein files updated, intel drop / February 19, 2026. Thursday, February 19, 2026, Pentagon purge, Secretary Hegseth orders firing of Army's top communications officer amid growing exodus of senior command. Thursday, February 19, 2026, from birth to bondage, the silent machinery that turned you into a financial bond, assigned to CUSIP, traded without consent, and stripped of sovereignty. Thursday, February 19, 2026, breaking tax refund 2026, Trump's Great Big Beautiful Bill triggers historic tax refund explosion, over 20% back to the people. Middle class wins. Left melts down. Israel is last. Thursday, February 19, 2026, newly released JFK files confirm a secret intelligence pipeline between the CIA and Israeli intelligence, personally overseen by CIA counterintelligence chief James Angleton, illegal leaks on Telegram. This wasn't just routine intel sharing, it was a deliberate effort to conceal Israel's involvement in sensitive U.S. operations, bypassing standard intelligence channels. Angleton acted as the sole gatekeeper, ensuring that all Israeli-related intelligence was filtered through him alone. He also controlled the flow of intel to the FBI, carefully scrubbing reports to ensure that Israeli intelligence was never directly named, a covert operation hidden in plain sight. U-Government fraud, Thurs. February 19, 2026, CBS News Boston, Governor Maura Healey refuses to share Massachusetts SNAP recipient information with the White House. Venezuelan nationals just got caught stealing $400,000 in SNAP benefits and $700,000 in federal unemployment benefits in Massachusetts. Maura Healey is covering up fraud. Thursday, February 19, 2026, Fox News, Representative Jim Jordan confirms Minnesota AG Keith Ellison was paid cash to cover up Somali fraud that was going on. They actually assisted the fraud. Prosecute Ellison now. Thursday, February 19, 2026, Fox News, breaking, massive fraud found in California. Millions in taxpayer dollars were defrauded by one man. The money was meant to feed the homeless. Alexander Sufer defrauded $23 million. The extent of fraud in Gavin Newsom's California is jaw-dropping. Sufer spent taxpayer money on $125,000 luxury Land Rover, multiple mansions, with a second home in Greece, luxury vacations, designer clothes, private schools. Thursday, February 19, 2026, federal indictment, Kentucky DMV fraud ring exposed, real driver's licenses sold for cash, Nizar Jazar on Telegram. A federal grand jury in Louisville, Kentucky has indicted 5 individuals for running a large-scale driver's license fraud scheme that bypassed every safeguard in Kentucky's licensing system. From late 2023 through October 2024, real Kentucky driver's licenses were issued to non-citizen applicants without tests, without vetting, and without proper documentation. The indictments include multiple counts of mail fraud, honest services fraud, unlawful production of identification documents, and money laundering conspiracy. 2 temporary DMV workers at the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet's NIA Center branch allegedly manipulated state records, created fake duplicate applications, and issued licenses manually. No driving tests, no vision exams, no knowledge checks. The licenses were real. The process was criminal. Recruiters handled the street-level operation. They located non-citizen applicants, charged between $200 and $1,500 per license, escorted them into the DMV office, and directed them to the cooperating employees. The bribe money was split across the network. According to Kyle Bumgarner, the scheme completely undermined Kentucky's licensing safeguards, put unqualified drivers on the road, and compromise the integrity of state-issued identification. Thousands of motorists were unknowingly placed at risk by official documents issued through corruption. The case began with a whistleblower. In 2025, former DMV employee Melissa Mormon reported that licenses were being issued repeatedly to individuals who could not legally qualify, often using fake supporting documents. She says this occurred multiple times a day for years across more than one branch. After cooperating with investigators, she was fired. Her disclosures triggered the federal investigation. By August 2025, under Andy Beshear's administration, the state revoked nearly 2,000 fraudulent licenses after confirming widespread irregularities. This case highlights how easily critical public systems can be compromised when oversight fails. Driver's licenses are not just about driving, they unlock access to jobs, banking, housing, and infrastructure. When licensing systems are corrupted, the consequences ripple far beyond traffic safety. The investigation is ongoing, and federal prosecutors say this indictment represents only one exposed layer of a broader problem. Calls are growing for tighter controls, stronger whistleblower protections, and zero tolerance for corruption inside agencies that safeguard public safety and state identity systems. As Donald Trump has repeatedly argued in the border and enforcement debate, cases like this underscore how weak enforcement and internal corruption can intersect and why restoring institutional integrity is now a central national issue. Voter fraud. Thursday, February 19, 2026. Nick Shirley investigates California voter fraud. Lady's named Virginia. She's 125 years old. She's voted over 55 times, and she's active on the voter rolls here in California. He says every location he's done to has a voter toll issue. This is why California is blue. Fraud. Benjamin Fulford on Telegram. Thursday, February 19, 2026. OWN News. Nevada's 2020 election fraud exposed by a surge in mail-in ballots from 6.3K in 2016 to over 6 to adopt a universal mail-in voting system. Removing registration restrictions, with over 40K voting 2x, 20K plus having no address, 2.4K out-of-state address. At Utah Valley University last September 10, 2025 was set up by the Israeli Mossad, and his perhaps escape into a victim witness program was set up by Trump's global military alliance. Under the table where Charlie sat was a trapdoor leading into a room or perhaps an underground tunnel. This trapdoor was at the exact spot where Charlie. Sunday, 21st of September, 2025. Trapdoor at spot where Kirk shot photographed, it and entire crime scene completely taken down before investigation. https:// They found a trapdoor at the exact spot where Charlie Kirk was gunned down. PTW 1968709782371541192. Police light emoji. They found a trapdoor, police light emoji, at the exact spot where Charlie Kirk was. Saturday, 15th of November, 2025. Ika Kirk. Deep State Zionist Pedopolitics. Joachim Hagopian, Erica Kirk, buried in Deep State Zionist Pedopolitics for Greater Israel. James H. Fetzert. Pusa Insider reveals Erica Kirk gave security stand-down order at UVA event. Pusa Insider. Israel executed Charlie Kirk before he could expose Erica's child trafficking network. Baron Coleman discovered, prior to Charlie Kirk's assassination, that Israeli and Washington, D.C. IP addresses were conducting unusual by that same Tuesday, February 17, 2026. The U.S. military was stationed in around 300 to 360 cities, bracing for the shockwave of the Brunson brothers' announcement, which revolved around the return of Donald Trump and impeachment of Joe Biden. By Trump's executive order, all civilian communications were now under federal control, with override by the U.S. Emergency Broadcast System. On Monday, February 16, 2026. The new Global Financial System, GFS, went live across 200 countries. Trump greenlit the GFSOS, the sole legitimate American financial backbone. By Monday, March 23, 2026, apparently the general public will have full access to the new financial system. Then there was a rash of bank closures on the horizon. In mid-2025, Trump had signed the Genius Act, a total ban on central bank digital currencies unless one-to-one backed by physical gold or U.S. cash. No programmable tracking money. No surveillance slavery, no Biden-style digital dollar nightmare. Violations treated as financial terrorism, Straight to tribunals. Right now banks were flipping to the gold-backed system, with the old SWIFT system expected to be completely collapsed by July 4, 2026. Prepare for Phase 1 blackout and lockdown expected to last 10 to 12 days. Rolling blackouts were already all across the world with travel restrictions, emergency lockdowns and needing virtual ID to enter businesses. Nizara is live and unstoppable. Trump flipped the switch, federal income tax gone forever. Illegal debts from fraud and manipulation wiped clean. Stolen wealth from decades of elite looting returning to verified patriots through direct payouts. The fiat scam is dead, a rock-solid asset-backed system rises from the ashes. No more endless printing, no inflation traps, no banker slavery, just real value, real freedom. And backing it all, a jaw-dropping 147,000 metric tons of elite gold recovered by military ops from Geneva, Zurich, Abu Dhabi, London vaults starting early 2025. The largest gold haul in history, now secured under U.S. control, dwarfing China and Russia combined. Fort Knox audits confirmed, hidden foreign stashes reclaimed, new mining ramps up in Arizona, Nevada, Alaska. The gold backs the new treasury currency, shuts down IMF/World Bank control, and funds massive infrastructure without a dime of debt. EBS, Days of Darkness, Lockdown Wed. February 18, 2026. Sometime soon an announcement will hit cell phones worldwide saying that in the next 5 hours or so everyone needed to be home for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. A Nizara/Jazara announcement will be made and then the emergency broadcast system will take over mainstream media to show 24/7 on TV, radio and internet, broadcasting 8-hour documentaries that provide full disclosure of what has been done by Trump's global military alliance to wake up the masses. The White House triggers emergency broadcast system in 24 hours. The rabbit hole on Telegram 4:02 p.m. EST Wednesday 18th of February. 2026 B Wednesday 18th of February. 2026 Project Odin, a new phase for humanity has begun. Project Odin on Telegram last Monday February 16, 2026 marked the official shift. From that point forward, changes were no longer subtle or hidden. They unfold openly and decisively. Expect confirmations. Expect clarity. Expect the narrative to change. Public disclosures are imminent. Announcements are expected to validate what many have sensed and followed all along. Do not be surprised if the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, is activated to deliver a unified message across every screen. A global reset of direction. Leadership may formally acknowledge a new economic beginning. A transition towards stability, transparency, and restoration. Imagine the moment when it is stated clearly, debts are forgiven, currencies are stabilized through real value, programs focused on public welfare are launched. The countdown is real. The silence before this phase is intentional. Once it begins, nothing proceeds the same way again. See possible timing. In mid-2025 Trump signed the Genius Act, a total ban on central bank digital currencies unless one-to-one backed by physical gold or assets. No more surveillance slavery. Violations would be treated as financial terrorism, with perpetrators taken straight to military tribunals. Banks were now flipping to the gold-backed system, or face closure. Trump has greenlit the global quantum financial system as the sole legitimate financial backbone of America. On Sunday 1st of February, 2026 the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system went 100% live across the globe. No more fiat currency manipulation. On Friday, February 6, 2026 the emergency broadcast system activated in 100 U.S. cities, with a global rollout of the EBS expected soon in other areas, depending on what the Global Alliance military is doing, along with power fluctuations, internet blackouts in select zones and cell service interruptions, all part of the controlled takedown to protect civilians during Trump's global military alliance mass arrests. Sunday 8th of February. 2026 EBS blackout launched in select areas. Underground DC, London, Berlin facilities overtaken, servers seized, propaganda under military control. CEOs vanishing. Controlled outages strategic to block sabotage. EBS drops 50+ terabytes of information on WEF schemes, underground tunnels, Ukraine IOLAB docks, 500+ detained, Rothschild captured, Hollywood crumbling. 2s. February 10, 2026 at 7:07 a.m. EST, military commands in 27 countries received their last confirmation messages. Trump approved the Global Restoration Accord. Sovereign councils were being set up in every territory. They were backed by gold, enforced by truth and guided by consciousness. Wednesday, 11th of February 11th, 2026, President Trump signed an executive order that nationalized the Federal Reserve, seized all its assets, ended central bank control overnight and froze the accounts of Rothschild-linked bankers. On Thursday, February 12, 2026, as the Democrats voted to shut down the Department of Homeland Security, which defunded ICE and other government protection agencies. An EBS alert countdown to martial law began. EBS test signals confirmed in multiple regions. Stay vigilant for activation. No exact timeline was public, but secure briefings indicate readiness. At midnight Saturday, 14th of February, 2026, a partial shutdown of the cabal-owned U.S. Incorporated began. Then Democrats were reported to have left Washington, D.C. on flights to Europe. With 60 senators indicted and under arrest, it was doubtful that Europe was their destination. Sunday, 15th of February. Intense military operations began against Satan-worshipping elites. It was a green light moment with a global financial collapse imminent. The quantum computer was activated. We are go, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. On Monday, February 16, 2026, the quantum financial system digital gold/asset based currency called ISO 20022 went live across 200 countries operating on XLM Lumens and XRP Stellar blockchain. Trump greenlit the GFS as the sole backbone of a legitimate American financial system. On Tuesday, February 17, 2026 evening, the White House was lit up in gold, symbolizing the beginning of the Golden Age. On Tuesday, February 17, 2026, medbeds went fully operational worldwide in 205 nations. Wednesday, 18th of February, 2026, it's time. Just got off the phone with my insider with high clearance in Washington, D.C. He said it's time and then hung up. I'm at a loss for words. Something huge is about to happen. Brace yourself. You know what to do. WHGWH Grandpa on X, police light emoji, breaking, just got off the phone with my insider with high clearance in Washington, D.C. He said it's time and then hung up. I'm at a loss for words. Something huge is about to happen. Brace yourself. You know what to do. Constitutional Republic restoration, that common law has been returned to the people and personal and national sovereignty was installed. On Saturday, July 4, 2026, the Illuminati deep state cabal's old SWIFT system was set to completely collapse, with the Federal Reserve fiat US dollar not worth anything. Global currency reset. Judy note, there was no news on Wednesday about Tier 4B notification to set appointments. To my knowledge, no one in the internet group has started the process. Everyone appeared to be waiting for the EBS to activate. It was assumed we would begin after that. Wednesday, 18th of February, 2026, evidence uncovered, the $1 trillion gold lie, 1973. How the U.S. froze time, hit $1 trillion liquidity bomb, and could quietly trigger a global reset without or Congress. Wednesday, 18th of February, 2026, confirmed intel, security, structure and silence. The Tier 4B protocol ignites global reset as Iraq, Zimbabwe lead the financial revolution. Wednesday, 18th of February, 2026, evidence uncovered. Boom. You are a financial asset. Your birth certificate created a secret SQEKVI trust worth millions, and the system never told you. Wednesday, 18th of February, 2026, breaking update. Trump's tax torpedo. Treasury Secretary confirms gigantic refunds coming. $2,000 payouts expected under the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Wednesday, 18th of February, 2026. Boom, Donald Trump demands no more property taxes. Across the United States, 6 states cutting property taxes to zero. Wednesday, 18th of February, 2026, confirmed intel, security, structure and silence. The Tier 4B protocol ignites global reset as Iraq, Zimbabwe lead the financial revolution. RV 2026. Nizar Jazar on Telegram. The Tier 4B protocol is live and fully operational, ripping through the shadows with ironclad security, unbreakable structure, and absolute silence. The deep state's fiat empire is crumbling as private U.S. banks quietly activate the greatest wealth transfer in history, and you, the long-mocked currency holders, are finally stepping into the light as the people reclaim what the cabal stole for generations. For years they called it fantasy, banned the forums, ridiculed the holders of IQD, VND, and ZIM, but bank confirmations are pouring in. Tier 4B is the classified tier for private citizens like us, the awakened ones who held the suppressed currencies legally acquired. Tier 1 was elites and central banks, Tier 2 multinationals, Tier 3 high net worth insiders, but Tier 4B, that's US, the Internet Group, the digital soldiers who never sold out. Appointments are rolling out by secure codes via text and email, region by region, no walk-ins, no public announcements, just armed guards, device lockdowns, NDAs, and wealth managers ushering holders into private rooms where internal ledgers show rates that shatter the old Forex lies. Iraq is leading the charge, full sovereignty restored, sanctions lifted, UN and US forces out, massive anti-corruption seizures of stolen assets fueling the IQD revaluation. The CBI is set to drop the international rate any day now, digital modernization complete, gold-backed systems. Online. Zimbabwe explodes with project-backed SIM redemptions, transforming global debt models and freeing nations from Rothschild chains. Private exchanges at Chase, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, enhanced security protocols, proof of purchase verification. One-time codes are processing payouts at historic levels far beyond public screens. The phased rollout, 72-hour soft launch done, 7 to 10 days for high-volume holders, 14 to 21 for mid-tier, 30 to 45 opening wider access, all under blackout conditions to crush leaks and scams. No advance payments ever, that's cabal. Traps. Legitimate Tier 4B is free entry for verified holders through secure channels only. This is the silent detonation of the global currency reset, quantum financial system replacing corrupt SWIFT forever, Nizara/Jazara principles flooding in humanitarian projects worldwide. The cabal mocked us, silenced us, but the storm has arrived, verified payouts, sky-high rates, suppressed wealth unleashed. Your patience, your faith, your holdings, it's all paying off massively as Iraq, Vietnam, and Zimbabwe spearhead the revolution against the financial cabal. Stay vigilant, stay silent, stay organized, the Great Awakening's financial arm is here, patriots. The era of waiting ends, abundance for the people begins. The deep state trembles as trillions flow back to we the people. Q new, trust the plan. This is your moment. The reset is exploding, and the white hats are winning big. WWG1GA. The storm is not coming, it's here. Wednesday 18th of February. 2026 Global Wealth Distribution, GWD, phase active, Project Odin on Telegram. Control is shifting back to the individual. Under the new trade and sovereignty framework, every account is owned solely by the account holder. No banks, no governments, no intermediaries, debt forgiveness, illegitimate obligations erased under Jazara reforms. Account access, wallets unlocking through biometric authentication only. Global currency revaluation, national currencies adjusting to reflect real, sovereign value. Central bank phase out, issuance authority returning to national treasuries. End of SWIFT and tax slavery, outdated control systems dissolving as sovereignty is restored. Duty note, it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. Wednesday 18th of February. 2026 economic shockwave exploding right now, over 9,000 bankers indicted by U.S. military. Nizara fully activated, 147,000 metric tons of elite gold seized and recovered to back the new U.S. economy. Genius Act. Enforced, military tribunals rolling non-stop, Project Odin martial law on Telegram. The U.S. military, under Trump's Iron Command, has indicted more than 9,000 top bankers, hedge fund sharks, trust operatives, and globalist money launderers, who have been charged with treason, financial terrorism, election rigging, resource theft and straight-up economic warfare against we the people. These arrests kicked off massive in 2025 and are exploding into full military tribunals right now in 2026. Gitmo is packed, trials are swift, and justice is merciless. No more slaps on the wrist. These criminals who funded wars, censored truth, and stole trillions are facing the full weight of military law. Their offshore empires frozen. Their hidden accounts seized. Over $7 trillion yanked from Swiss vaults. Cayman shells, Luxembourg hideouts, and Singapore slush funds, all redirected straight into the Nizara restoration pool for American citizens. Nizara is live and unstoppable. Trump flipped the switch, federal income tax. Gone forever. Illegal debts from fraud and manipulation. Wiped clean. Stolen wealth from decades of elite looting. Returning to verified patriots through direct payouts. The fiat scam is dead, a rock-solid asset-backed system rises from the ashes. No more endless printing, no inflation traps, no banker slavery, just real value, real freedom. And backing it all, a jaw-dropping 147,000 metric tons of elite gold recovered by military ops from Geneva, Zurich, Abu Dhabi, London vaults starting early 2025. This isn't pocket change, it's sovereign national wealth, the largest gold haul in history, now secured under U.S. control. Dwarfing China and Russia combined. Fort Knox audits confirmed, hidden foreign stashes reclaimed, new mining ramps up in Arizona, Nevada, Alaska, the gold backs the new treasury currency, shuts down IMF/World Bank control, and funds massive infrastructure without a dime of debt. The elite's precious metal empire. Stripped bare and handed back to the people. Trump signed the Genius Act in mid-2025, total ban on central bank digital currencies unless one-to-one backed by physical gold or U.S. cash. No programmable tracking money, no surveillance slavery, no Biden-style digital dollar nightmare. Violations. Treated as financial terrorism, straight to tribunals. Banks are flipping to the gold-backed layer now. The old system collapses by July 4, 2026. Elite power tools shattered, banks shut, gold seized, accounts frozen. Republic Age. Wednesday, 18th of February. 2026. We are on a mission. A mission from God. Restore America once and for all. The time is now. Project Odin on Telegram is the 17th letter of the alphabet, while the letter 17 is considered the greatest operation in the history of the world. The Q Movement. The Q Movement supports the global currency reset and was behind forming and running the global military alliance headed by Commander-in-Chief President Donald Trump. Right now Trump's global military alliance was arresting and bringing to justice, over half a million Illuminati deep state cabal globalist Satan worshippers, who adhered to the Vatican's Ninth Circle pedophile and child sacrifice cult in their New World Order Agenda 2030. That Illuminati globalists' New World Order Agenda 2030 has been designed to completely control the people by depopulating the world through creating bioweapons and food shortages, plus implementing a fiat digital banking system that controlled what, how and where you spent your money. A coordinated deep state assault targeted active U.S. military tribunals inside the secure Naval Station Norfolk complex. The objective was clear and urgent: stop testimony, erase evidence, and protect elites whose crimes were being exposed under renewed wartime tribunal. Authority. Marines took care of the situation and obliterated the intruders. WED. February 18, 2026. Fox News. Hillary Clinton's own campaign manager testified that she started the entire Russia collusion hoax by giving the media the green light to run a completely fabricated story about Trump having a secret server tied to Russia, when in reality, she was the one with an actual secret server tied to foreign countries and illegal activities, which was said to contain evidence of child trafficking and abuse, pay-to-play politics, money laundering, and many other serious federal crimes. Wednesday, 18th of February. 2026. Taliban releases video of fields of U.S. military vehicles, piles of U.S. high-end weapons, and rooms filled with stacks of $100 bills surrendered by Joe Biden. White Hats on Telegram. Wednesday, 18th of February. 2026. Reid Hoffman was the billionaire dem pervert who funded Lunatic. Wednesday, 18th of February. 2026. New York City Board of Elections admitted to registering illegals to vote. A journalist went undercover at the New York City Board of Elections posing as a non-citizen. They say they won't report illegals registering. We accept anything that comes over the counter. MAGA voice on Telegram. Wednesday, 18th of February. 2026. Georgia, tabulation. Machines in Savannah, Georgia, were wirelessly connecting to a smart thermostat sending 2020 Georgia election results and other sensitive data to servers in China, which was discovered and traced by a Microsoft engineer. The CCP played a large role in the stolen 2020 election operation. The CIA oversaw the process, and the FBI covered it up, all to install Joe Biden as their puppet president in the 2020 election, the 47th on Telegram Wed. February 18, 2026. Pennsylvania sent out 1.82 m mail-in ballots but received back 2.5 m for the 2020 election, exposing Biden's 682K vote spike anomaly. These ballots were counted with no observers, erasing Trump's 700K vote lead when states shut down to steal the 2020 election. The PA state website later wiped the 2.5 m figure. Philadelphia election officials testified that hundreds of thousands of ballots were processed with zero oversight, observers fenced in 15 to 200 plus feet away and unable to watch or challenge ballots. A truck driver discovered thousands of shredded Trump mail-in ballot applications, with names and addresses, in the back of dump trailers at R.R. Donnelly in Indiana. In 2024, Lancaster County exposed an organized fraud operation with over 2,500 fake applications and flagged more than 50% of mail-in ballots for fraud or being incomplete. This is only a fraction of the fraud in PA, Steve Bannon on Telegram Wednesday 18 February. 2026 Georgia, tabulation. Machines in Savannah, Georgia, were wirelessly connecting to a smart thermostat sending 2020 Georgia election results and other sensitive data to servers in China, which was discovered and traced by a Microsoft engineer. The CCP played a large role in the stolen 2020 election operation. The CIA oversaw the process, and the FBI covered it up, all to install Joe Biden as their puppet president in the 2020 election, the 47th on Telegram Wed. February 18, 2026. Pennsylvania sent out 1.82 m mail-in ballots but received back 2.5 m for the 2020 election, exposing Biden's 682K vote spike anomaly. These ballots were counted with no observers, erasing Trump's 700K vote lead when states shut down to steal the 2020 election. The PA state website later wiped the 2.5 m figure. Philadelphia election officials testified that hundreds of thousands of ballots were processed with zero oversight, observers fenced in 15 to 200 plus feet away and unable to watch or challenge ballots. A truck driver discovered thousands of shredded Trump mail-in ballot applications, with names and addresses, in the back of dump trailers at R.R. Donnelly in Indiana. In 2024, Lancaster County exposed an organized fraud operation with over 2,500 fake applications and flagged more than 50% of mail-in ballots for fraud or being incomplete. This is only a fraction of the fraud in PA, Steve Bannon on Telegram T Wednesday 18 February. The curtain has been ripped back. The devices are seized, the evidence is real, and the prosecutions are coming. This wasn't a podcast, it was a declaration of war against the machine that poisoned, manipulated, and controlled America under the guise of science. The people are watching. And this time, there's no hiding. X. Wednesday 18 February. 2026. The new quantum space Q phone, or name Pi phone, Project Odin. Martial law on Telegram. Say goodbye to all our spy phones. Then we can get rid of those ugly and dangerous cell towers everywhere. The Q phone has been developed and manufactured in Germany and the UK with final software updates in the US. This smartphone is three-dimensional and of the highest quality. It will become one of the main credit tools and most urgent expenditures in daily life for retail consumption and domestic and international commercial business. And is a subserver to exploit and maintain the quantum system with Stellar plus Starlink. This is a $500 million manufacturing operation in 3 countries. And some other countries like Japan. They are built in various warehouses around the world. Q phones will be delivered free of charge to everyone in the world. This quantum space Q phone will be used for internet connectivity, texting and calling, banking, voting and more. It has a 3D interactive holographic display. Watch video. QFS will create a private internet network running on triple code and perhaps an 8G network for SATCOM.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Charlie Kirk alive? Could be. Jeffrey Epstein is, and blackmailing Congress from Israel. While Erica Kirk, who has long-term ties to Israel, was paid by Israel to assassinate her husband, all according to just-released Department of Justice files. Judy note, not only was there a possibility that TPUSA founder Charlie Kirk was still alive, but so was Jeffrey Epstein, along with FBI proof that Epstein paid deep state operative Erica Kirk to assassinate her husband Charlie for Israel, all according to recently released Department of Justice files. The FBI was in possession of the precise wire transfer that bankrolled a Provo hit squad. Erica has been taken to federal court on her alleged criminal ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Evidently, Charlie knew that Epstein was still alive and living in Israel, where he was blackmailing politicians in the U.S. Charlie suspected his own wife, Erica Kirk, was involved and ordered an internal audit of TPUSA donations. There were many indications Kirk at Utah Valley University last September 10, 2025, was set up by the Israeli Mossad, and his perhaps escape into a victim witness program was set up by Trump's global military alliance. Under the table where Charlie sat was a trapdoor leading into a room or perhaps an underground tunnel. This trapdoor was at the exact spot where Charlie Kirk was gunned down. Days later, the entire crime scene area was demolished, cleared, and rebuilt, wiping away critical evidence before anyone could even ask questions. What was under that door? Trapdoor Charlie Kirk, more proof assassination was fake before its news. Sunday, September 21st, trapdoor at spot where Kirk shot photographed. It, an entire crime scene completely taken down before the investigation. Saturday, November 15th, Erica Kirk, deep state Zionist pedo politics. USA Insider reveals Erica Kirk gave security stand-down order at UVU event. TPUSA Insider. Israel executed Charlie Kirk before he could expose Erica's child trafficking network. Baron Coleman discovered prior to Charlie Kirk's assassination that Israeli and Washington, D.C. IP addresses were conducting unusual Google searches in June and July 2025, targeting Tim Panago. In other news, the evening of Tuesday, February 17, 2026, the White House was lit up in gold, symbolizing the beginning of the Golden Age. By that same Tuesday, February 17, 2026, the U.S. military was stationed in around 300 to 360 cities, bracing for the shockwave of the Brunson brothers' announcement, which revolved around the return of Donald Trump and impeachment of Joe Biden. By Trump's executive order, all civilian communications were now under federal control, with override by the U.S. Emergency Broadcast System. On Monday, February 16th, the new global financial system went live across 200 countries. Trump greenlit the GFS as the sole legitimate American financial backbone. By Monday, March 23, 2026, apparently the general public will have full access to the new financial system. Then there was a rash of bank closures on the horizon. In mid-2025, Trump had signed the Genius Act, a total ban on central bank digital currencies unless one-to-one backed by physical gold or U.S. cash. No programmable tracking money, no surveillance slavery, no Biden-style digital dollar nightmare. Violations? Treated as financial terrorism, straight to tribunals. Right now, banks were flipping to the gold-backed system, with the old SWIFT system expected to be completely collapsed by July 4, 2026. Prepare for Phase 1 blackout and lockdown expected to last 10 to 12 days. Rolling blackouts were already all across the world, with travel restrictions, emergency lockdowns, and needing virtual ID to enter businesses. Nasara is live and unstoppable. Trump flipped the switch. Federal income tax? Gone forever. Illegal debts from fraud and manipulation wiped clean. Stolen wealth from decades of elite looting returning to verified patriots through direct payouts. The fiat scam is dead. A rock-solid asset-backed system rises from the ashes. No more endless printing, no inflation traps, no banker slavery, just real value, real freedom. And backing it all, a jaw-dropping 147,000 metric tons of elite gold recovered by military ops from Geneva, Zurich, Abu Dhabi, London vaults starting early 2025. The largest gold haul in history, now secured under U.S. control, dwarfing China and Russia combined. Fort Knox audits confirmed, hidden foreign stashes reclaimed, new mining ramps up in Arizona, Nevada, Alaska. The gold backs the new treasury currency, shuts down IMF, World Bank control, and funds massive infrastructure without a dime of debt. EBS Days of Darkness lockdown. Wednesday, February 18th, sometime soon, an announcement will hit cell phones worldwide saying that in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needed to be home for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. A Nasara Jasara announcement will be made, and then the emergency broadcast system will take over mainstream media to show 24/7 on TV, radio, and internet, broadcasting 8-hour documentaries that provide full disclosure of what has been done by Trump's global military alliance to wake up the masses. The White House triggers emergency broadcast system in 24 hours. The rabbit hole on Telegram, 4:02 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday, February 18, 2026. Wednesday, February 18th, Project Odin, a new phase for humanity has begun. Project Odin on Telegram. Last Monday, February 16th, 2026, marked the official shift. From that point forward, changes were no longer subtle or hidden. They unfold openly and decisively. Expect confirmations. Expect clarity. Expect the narrative to change. Public disclosures are imminent. Announcements are expected to validate what many have sensed and followed all along. Do not be surprised if the emergency broadcast system is activated to deliver a unified message across every screen. A global reset of direction leadership may formally acknowledge a new economic beginning, a transition towards stability, transparency, and restoration. Imagine the moment when it is stated clearly. Debts are forgiven, currencies are stabilized through real value, programs focused on public welfare are launched. The countdown is real. The silence before this phase is intentional. Once it begins, nothing proceeds the same way again. Global currency reset. Judy note. There was no news on Wednesday about Tier 4B notification to set appointments. To my knowledge, no one in the internet group has started the process. Everyone appeared to be waiting for the EBS to activate. It was assumed we would begin after that. Wednesday, evidence uncovered the $1 trillion gold lie, 1973, how the U.S. froze time, hit $1 trillion liquidity bomb, and could quietly trigger a global reset without QE or Congress. Wednesday, February 18th, confirmed intel, security structure and silence. The Tier 4B protocol ignites global reset as Iraq, Vietnam, and Zimbabwe lead the financial revolution, AMG News. Evidence uncovered. Boom, you are a financial asset. Your birth certificate created a secret cestui qui vie trust worth millions, and the system never told you. And Wednesday, February 18th, breaking update. Trump's tax torpedo. Treasury Secretary confirms gigantic refunds coming. $2,000 payouts expected under one big. And Wednesday, February 18th, boom, Donald Trump demands no more property taxes across the United States. 6 states cutting property taxes to zero. Wednesday, February 18th, Global Wealth Distribution. Phase active. Project Odin on Telegram. Control is shifting back to the individual. Under the new trade and sovereignty framework, every account is owned solely by the account holder. No banks, no governments, no intermediaries. Debt forgiveness. Illegitimate obligations erased under Jasara reforms. Account access. Wallets unlocking through biometric authentication only. Global currency revaluation. National currencies adjusting to reflect real sovereign value. Central bank phase out. Issuance authority returning to national treasuries. End of SWIFT and tax slavery. Outdated control systems dissolving as sovereignty is restored. Restored Republic. Wednesday, February 18th. We are on a mission from God. Restore America once and for all. The time is now. Project Odin on Telegram. Q is the 17th letter of the alphabet. While the letter 17 is considered the greatest operation in the history of the world, the Q movement. The Q movement supports the global currency reset and was behind forming and running the global military alliance headed by Commander-in-Chief President Donald Trump. Right now, Trump's global military alliance was arresting and bringing to justice over 500,000 Illuminati deep state cabal globalist Satan worshippers who adhered to the Vatican's Ninth Circle and their New World Order Agenda 2030. That Illuminati globalist New World Order Agenda 2030 has been designed to completely control the people, by depopulating the world through creating bioweapons and food shortages, plus implementing a fiat digital banking system that controlled what, how, and where you spent your money. Oprah's facade is crumbling fast. Her alliances with Harvey Weinstein, John of God, who she hyped until his baby trafficking empire was exposed, are no accident. Fresh Epstein docs show a witness testifying Epstein paid for birthing babies for black market use, directly linking him to John of God and Oprah as the connector. FBI whistleblowers are finally confirming what we've known. Oprah wasn't just Epstein's pal or John of God's buddy. She was their operational partner, delivering vulnerable kids and newborns to the cabal's clutches. While collecting awards like Disney's Legend honor, she orchestrated horrors behind closed doors. Disney cruises full of children docking at Little St. James. Not a coincidence. It's the system. Epstein files tie him to Wayfair Furniture. Buys for Woody Allen. Survivor Juliette Bryant exposes Epstein's boast. He controlled own network using Oprah's empire for blackmail and domination. Flight logs and testimonies place Oprah there repeatedly as recruiter, overseer, the dark high priestess. The Brazil Trail reveals the end game. Elites like Oprah thought they could play gods with lives, but the white hats are closing in. Arrests are imminent. Tribunals gearing up. Whistleblowers naming Oprah as the architect have been silenced, but their sacrifice fuels the Great Awakening. Ties to Clinton, Campbell, Abramovich. It's all unraveling. Trump signaled the takedown. Q drops warned us. Oprah's fall will shatter the illusion. Stay vigilant. The storm hits full force tomorrow, and victory is ours. Where we go one, we go all. Wednesday, February 18th, Sidney Powell claimed that the Secret Service flagged Hillary Clinton as one of America's biggest national security threats. Espionage Act violations on her illegal private server, Obama knew and approved, while Comey's FBI buried 675,000 plus emails on Weiner's laptop to shield the Swamp Queen. NYPD insiders almost vomited from the horrors they saw. Comey lied about BlackBerry copies. The deep state cover-up is crumbling. Charlie Ward on Telegram. Wednesday, February 18th, Fox News. FBI Director Kash Patel highlighted what he described as a record-setting first year at the helm of the Bureau during an appearance on Fox News last week. Citing major gains in capturing fugitives from the FBI's 10 most wanted list, Patel appeared on Hannity after host Sean Hannity noted that the FBI has apprehended 6 of its 10 most wanted fugitives in just 1 year. Hannity compared this performance to the previous administration's record of only capturing 4 fugitives from the list in 4 years. FBI arrested 6 of 10 most wanted fugitives in Trump's first year. Wednesday, February 18, 2026, Taliban releases video of fields of U.S. military vehicles, piles of U.S. high-end weapons, and rooms filled with stacks of $100 bills surrendered by Joe Biden. White Hats on Telegram. Wednesday, February 18, 2026, Reid Hoffman was the billionaire, Dem pervert, who funded lunatic E. Jean Carroll's lawsuit against POTUS Trump. He used the nonprofit American Future to funnel his money to her. He wanted President Trump in prison or worse to hide his Epstein crimes. Wednesday, February 18, 2026, another shocker from FBI Director Kash Patel was that deep state operative Erica Kirk, widow of TP USA founder Charlie Kirk, has been taken to federal court on alleged criminal ties to Jeffrey Epstein, Israeli Mossad, and child trafficking. I said from day one of the shooting, see Kirk is alive, major sting op. Sticking with it, Nasara Jasara QFS on Telegram. And Wednesday, February 18th, DMV workers busted for selling driver's license for cash. President Trump, Elon Musk, and Attorney General Pam Bondi have masterfully trapped the elite predators. Q on Telegram. The Epstein files are exploding open, exposing the vile, corrupt politicians and globalist puppets. Bondi, fierce and unyielding, pushes forward unredacted truths despite desperate Democrat screams of cover-up. But the people see through it. Whistleblowers rise, social media warriors amplify the drops, and the old order crumbles as names of the guilty flood into the light. High-profile figures scramble, cutting ties while the storm rages. This is the reckoning Q foretold, the storm Trump promised. The critique rips apart the failing Democratic machine, riddled with internal chaos, rigged elections exposed in places like Maricopa, and voter fraud schemes that stole voices from true Americans. Paid agitators fuel fake protests. Teachers' unions push depraved agendas on innocent children, forcing parents into homeschooling revolutions to protect the next generation from woke indoctrination and open border insanity. Government schools and bloated nonprofits perpetuate the problems they pretend to solve, but patriots reject it all, turning to faith, family, and freedom. Biblical prophecies align with this moment. The Great Unveiling, the fall of Babylon's modern empire, the Epstein horrors point to coordinated elite evil, but justice accelerates. Trump's team with Elon's tech, amplifying truth, and Bondi's DOJ, unleashing the files, dismantles the pedophile rings and corruption webs once hidden in shadows. The deep state panics as millions awaken, seeing the plan unfold in real time. Yet hope shines brightest. Kim's story reminds every patriot that redemption awaits through Christ, sobriety, and relentless fight. Prayer rises for the addicted, the lost, and the warriors on the front lines. The future glows bright. No matter the chaos engineered by the cabal, victory belongs to those who trust in God. Stand with Trump and refuse to kneel. This message ignites the fire. The old guard is destroyed, the traps sprung, and the great awakening roars unstoppable. Patriots hold the line. The best is yet to come, and the storm has only begun to deliver justice. Tuesday, February 18th, National Alert. Deep State strikes U.S. military tribunals. Ezra A. Cohen. At 4:20 a.m. Eastern Time on February 17, 2026, a coordinated deep state assault targeted active U.S. military tribunals inside the secure naval station Norfolk complex. The objective was clear and urgent: stop testimony, erase evidence, and protect elites whose crimes were being exposed under renewed wartime tribunal authority. Armed teams moved with insider precision, using stolen federal credentials, encrypted radios, and suppressed weapons. The operatives breached a compromised maintenance gate and advanced toward tribunal rooms 3 and 4. These rooms housed high-value cases tied to financial crimes, trafficking networks, and covert intelligence abuses. A cyber component attempted to blind cameras and trigger a systems blackout to cover the incursion. The attack was not random. It was designed to silence witnesses and extract detainees, whose cooperation threatened globalist power structures built over decades. Minutes after the breach, the commander-in-chief was briefed. Fast, Marines, military police, and intelligence officers were deployed immediately. This marked the most direct assault on U.S. military justice since full tribunal authority was reinstated in 2025. What they were trying to stop, Tribunal Room 3 held defendants linked to defense contractors who built unauthorized data centers and laundered funds offshore. Tribunal Room 4 contained figures tied to trafficking routes connected to foreign intelligence services. The hearings include classified evidence recovered in late 2025, raids and testimony from former intelligence officers who defected after the leadership purge. These witnesses traced criminal chains to senior political and corporate figures. Their statements mapped hidden financial systems, covert communication hubs, and infiltration across federal departments. That testimony was the real target. How the breach happened. The assault began with a stolen identity badge at Gate C, traced to a civilian contractor who vanished days earlier. Military-grade jamming disrupted internal channels while alerts were rerouted. A corrupt systems analyst had planted malware to blind key camera zones long enough for teams to move. 3 teams advanced. Team 1 toward Tribunal Room 3, Team 2 toward the evidence archive, and Team 3 toward detainee transfer corridors. Fast Marines intercepted Team 1 first. Heavy fire erupted near the tribunal chambers as operatives retreated. Fragmentation charges were detonated to slow pursuit. Team 2 breached the archive door but triggered a manual lockdown and was engaged minutes later. Team 3 attempted to impersonate military police. Failed radio protocol exposed them and they were neutralized in the East Wing. Seized devices included hard drive burners, encrypted storage, and accelerants. What they tried to erase, investigators secure materials the attackers aimed to destroy, recorded testimony from intelligence whistleblowers, encrypted drives detailing trafficking routes, files on foreign-backed election interference, internal memos linking former officials to classified abuses, financial records of unauthorized offshore transfers. This evidence points to networks embedded across agencies and allied foreign units for over 20 years. The strike was a last-ditch effort to kill the truth by eliminating people and data.
Voter fraud. Wednesday, the 18th of February, 2026, breaking special report. Michigan 2020 testimony resurfaces. 38,004 AM ballots. 17,327 alleged dead voters. And 100% plus turnout claims back in the spotlight. American Media Group. Wednesday, the 18th of February, 2026. New York City Board of Elections admitted to registering illegals to vote. A journalist went undercover at the New York City Board of Elections, posing as a non-citizen. They say they won't report illegals registering. We accept anything that comes over the counter. Mage voice on Telegram. Wednesday, the 18th of February, 2026, Georgia. Tabulation machines in Savannah, Georgia, were wirelessly connecting to a smart thermostat sending 2020 Georgia election results and other sensitive data to servers in China, which was discovered and traced by a Microsoft engineer. The CCP played a large role in this stolen 2020 election operation. The CIA oversaw the process, and the FBI covered it up. All to install Joe Biden as their puppet president in the 2020 election. The 47th on Telegram. Wednesday, the 18th of February, 2026. Pennsylvania sent out 1.82 M mail-in ballots, but received back 2.5 M for the 2020 election, exposing Biden's 682K vote spike anomaly. These ballots were counted with no observers, erasing Trump's 700K vote lead when states shut down to steal the 2020 election. The PA state website later wiped the 2.5 meters figure. Philadelphia election officials testified that hundreds of thousands of ballots were processed with zero oversight. Observers fenced in 15 to 200 plus feet away and unable to watch or challenge ballots. A truck driver discovered thousands of shredded Trump mail-in ballot applications with names and addresses in the back of dump trailers at R.R. Donnelly in Indiana. In 2024, Lancaster County exposed an organized fraud operation with over 2,500 fake applications and flagged more than 50% of mail-in ballots for fraud or being incomplete. This is only a fraction of the fraud in PA. Steve Bannon on Telegram. Wednesday, the 18th of February, 2026, Georgia. Ballots have been identified as counterfeit, and nearly every single ballot went to Joe Biden. Fraud lawsuit filed by Sidney Powell in Georgia. Details the use of counterfeit ballots. An affidavit filed with Powell's lawsuit reveals that Georgia's counterfeit ballots could be identified by darker watermarks on them. The witness says such ballots were printed on different paper and their watermarks are dark gray as opposed to transparent on the real ballots. Almost 100% of counterfeit ballots were to Biden. The new quantum space Q phone, or named Pi phone. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. Say goodbye to all our spy phones. Then we can get rid of those ugly and dangerous cell towers everywhere. The Q phone has been developed and manufactured in Germany and the UK, with final software updates in the US. This smartphone is three-dimensional and of the highest quality. It will become one of the main credit tools and most urgent expenditures in daily life for retail consumption and domestic and international commercial business, and is a subserver to exploit and maintain the quantum system with Stellar plus Starlink. This is a $500 billion in manufacturing operation in 3 countries, and some other countries like Japan. They are built in various warehouses around the world. Q phones will be delivered free of charge to everyone in the world. This quantum space Q phone will be used for internet connectivity, texting and calling, banking, voting, and more. It has a 3D interactive holographic display. QFS will create a private internet network running on triple code and perhaps an 8G network for SATCOM.
A tranche of them have been released. There's been ongoing. It's the more and more detail is coming out. I believe that more and more people are going to be exposed. The former Prince Andrew, of course, was arrested on his birthday when he was 66 on his birthday. In a little bit, we're going to have Leo Zagami come on and talk a little bit about this because he's an expert in this area. He's talked about it for quite some time. And his latest post is very interesting. I'll read you a headline. Did Epstein live in the Vatican? Shocking secrets in Epstein files expose the Vatican's Sabbatean Frankist connection even further. So we'll discuss that, probably a lot of other things. He has come out about a lot of this stuff. Of course, he's been exposed to this, so it's a mess. But we need to bring this out and have it exposed. And when will the U.S.'s first arrest happen? So we're starting to see these arrests in other places in the world, but usually it's related not so much to Epstein. Epstein files expose it, but it's on a higher level, I guess, when it comes to the deep state, because it's harder to prove the child trafficking claims. But if they have evidence, like they do, I guess, with former Prince Andrew, that he gave away state secrets, which is treasonous, and he will probably spend the rest of his life in jail. He's like 350 years since they have. I saw one article where it's been since they have arrested a royal. But in a way, they probably probably saw this coming because they had like a year ago, they had a white horse with blood on the front of it that was in the streets of England. Everybody's like, "What's that?" And so they knew it was coming. So they basically took away his title so that he no longer was a royal. So we can't say that this is the first royal in 350 years that's been arrested because they took away his title. All right, so they have disenfranchised themselves and distanced themselves and let him out to dry because I guess his brother, the King of England, Prince Charles, has said that we're disenchanted with his blah blah blah, and we're gonna work with the authorities, which is basically they're gonna throw him under the bus and come to the right legal activity that should be absolve or implicate or whatever. So that's where things are going. No new charges in the U.S. yet after latest Epstein files release yet. All right, so a lot of stuff is being pointed in that direction. Now, we've seen Chief Justice Roberts win against Trump after 6 months. 6 months are looking at, Trump is trying to get, like trading deals and so forth with different countries, and it's bringing a lot of money into the United States, and they're bypassing the deep state, so they don't like that. So they, had the justices go against Trump. Not all of them did, of course. The good ones voted against this, and so tariffs, I guess, are okay for China. They're absolved. They don't have to pay tariffs or something. So it sounds like the deep state has gotten to the justices. Now, Roberts, speaking of, Roberts was the key guy that basically, shot it down for Trump. But Trump has said, we have other ways around this. They probably knew this was coming because they have corruption within the justice all the way to the top, U.S. Supreme Court. All right, so Roberts, there's pictures of Roberts actually at Mar-a-Lago. They have him in a pool. I think he was with President Clinton at the time and so forth. So Robert's voting against Trump and his tariffs. It's not a big surprise, right? And then, of course, Biden selected a new Supreme Court justice. And will that stay once they come up with the 2020 election was stolen and Biden doesn't have legitimacy? Because, President Trump has got 45-47, and he even told a group of generals and admirals recently that he was 45, 46, and 47. So it sounds to me like he was still somewhat in charge, but he let them expose themselves, I guess. Now we're going to have Leo Zagami come on and talk about a lot about this. Leo, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me on, as usual.
All right. So I was talking about your new article where Jeffrey Epstein may have lived for a period of time in the Vatican.
Yes, this is actually in the Epstein files, in the last batch of the Epstein files. There is a specific mail which was dated May 10th, 2015, which was sent by Richard Kahn, I think, to Brandon Thompson's, and it's basically a request for having something a little bit Vatican looking in Epstein's. He was finishing probably some work on his own one of his estates, and he basically, this mail claims that he likes to have these columns in a style that resembled the Vatican where he lived for some time. Now, of course, we have to take in context of this. It is definitely quite shocking for everybody. But we know that previously, when there was John Paul II in 2003, he had actually received the blessing of what is now a saint, John Paul II. And many people are shocked because, of course, they have some difficulty in understanding such connections. But as you know, I talked about them in my latest book on Jeffrey Epstein because it is all based on the fact that Jeffrey Epstein was part of this Sabbatean Frankist sect, which has a long story with the Vatican that goes back a couple of 100 years when this gentleman called, over 200 years actually, almost 150 years, where this gentleman, Jacob Frank, was bringing to the Catholic Church over 20,000 Jewish converts. And then when he himself converted to the Catholic faith, he still continued to practice in secret this heretical form of Judaism, which was Sabbateanism. And at that point, the Catholic Inquisition intervened and he was arrested. But the arrest was also a very particular arrest. It wasn't like a normal arrest, it was like a different kind of arrest because they say it was a privileged arrest. He basically was placed in a place called Madonna of Czestochowa, and in a monastery, the Jajagora monastery of Czestochowa, in which they have this image of the Black Mary, which is connected, of course, to both the Jesuits as well as the Sabbatean Frankists. Though the worship for the Madonna of Czestochowa goes back several hundred years, it became a focus of attention also for this sect because Jacob Frank stayed there for many years during this arrest, let's say, until he was actually freed by the Russians, because at the time the Russians were basically protecting the Jesuits, and the Jesuits themselves were still in those areas which we call Podolia, which is Podolia is a mix of Poland, Ukraine, and some other Eastern European lands that at the time were under Catholic control, but then the Empress of Russia wanted to control. Of course, Poland was always a place that Russia wanted somehow to control. And at that point, the Jesuit presence also facilitated the takeover. And at that point, Jacob Frank, the head of this sect, which is the Frankist sect, which was now we call the Sabbatean Frankist, he was liberated, and then he will go to Offenbach, which is the castle, part of the metropolitan area of Frankfurt, where he created his court of bankers, all the important families like the Epstein. The Epstein family had two important branches, one from Warsaw and one from Prague, who both made a lot of success in Vienna. And I'm talking a big success. I mean, the ancestor of Jeffrey Epstein was Gustav von Epstein, in charge of basically the father Leopold Epstein in charge of the National Bank, and he was in charge of the banking system almost in the Austro-Hungaric Empire. Then, of course, there was a crisis that affected not only Europe, but as we know, also America, because it's known as the First Depression. And that's where the Epsteins lose their economic prominence, let's say, and were forced to emigrate here in the United States of America. So the article that I wrote is very important because, first of all, I mean, some social media users initially, they doubted that this email was genuine, but it is genuine, and the veracity of this email brings us to the fact that apparently not only Jeffrey Epstein visited the Pope and was blessed by John Paul II, like I explain in this book, because of the connection with the Sabbatean Frankists, but he also had spent various years there. Now, we know that this might seem like some crazy information that doesn't have any reality, in fact, but there is actually in the past various other people, like, for example, Matteo Messina Denaro, who was the head of Cosa Nostra, who just recently died and was arrested only in the last year of his life because he needed to cure himself. Apparently, there is witnesses that claim that he also was guested in the Vatican at times. So, because
when they're guests there, are they being given orders, programmed, or what do you think is going on?
Okay, now the interesting thing about the fact when they're guests, usually they camouflage as monks. They don't look as civil people, because that will, in the eyes of the common folk who maybe visits the Vatican or is in the proximities, will dest a lot of attention. Instead, they usually dress up as monks. At times, they also have the possibility of access to the Vatican archives, the 70 miles or the long archives used to be known as the Secret Vatican Archives, that now are known as the Vatican Apostolic Archive. And
wow, 70 miles. How wide is that tunnel?
It's they calculate the amount of, it's not like 70 miles straight on, it's like, if you go like this within all the various archives, you will reach this kind of, which is incredible in itself. I mean, the Vatican Library can't be still accessed, unfortunately, to this day by us, the common folk. Even I think the only journalist, imagine, that once had access for a documentary to the Vatican archive was Lester Holt for a documentary he did for Sci-Fi, I think, for a channel here, a cable channel here in the US. But usually they don't give access to journalists. They don't give access to people who are simply curious. They rarely give access to people in the academic world. So it's been actually the access to the Vatican archives, which include, by the way, not only, because when we think about the Vatican archives, we might think about books, and there is a lot of books, of course. Millions probably, but the thing is that aside from the books, let's not forget that there is also some other kind of stuff. I mean, there could be anything in there. There could be even alien artifacts, for what we know. I mean, it is a
Dragon bones. Who knows? Yeah,
it is definitely a very interesting place to go, and so. It is said that those people who maybe are guested in the Vatican have access to it. And the interesting thing is that to access to be able to enter this place, you have to obligatory pass through the gate of Sant'Anna, Porta Sant'Anna.
Wow.
And you have to give your documents to the Swiss guards, because it is a border area between Italy and the Vatican that you have to go through in order to access to the Vatican archives.
Crazy stuff. So the Sabbatean Frankists and the Jesuits connections, Jesuits control them, or how does that work?
Okay, like I explained in my you see, as you know, I published this latest book on Jeffrey Epstein, which now is actually going very well, because even I was on the Epstein files. As you know, my name appeared on the files because apparently in September 2008, when Jeffrey Epstein was under arrest, for some reason, somebody sent him a series of files and stuff in which my name appeared as the curator of a site that they deemed reliable on the New World Order and the Illuminati. So this is quite a compliment when you see the rest of the... So my name is actually in the Epstein files, and I actually published an article about it. You can find on leozagami.com. And it's not because of any wrongdoing on my side, but apparently this Matt CC, who apparently some say is the creator of The Simpsons, in early September 2008 had sent this article. You can actually maybe post it on the screen. It's I've wrote about it on my website. So
which one is it?
It's the second, the Leo Zagami, the Illuminati families, and their associates are inside the last batch of the Epstein files. And of course, there you have also the link to.
And that the latest article, you have like some interesting stuff in there.
In the latest article,
and wow, okay.
Yes, no, well, there has been a few articles I've been publishing lately because this latest batch of the Epstein files has definitely confirmed a lot of the things which I wrote in my books, including what I wrote in Confessions of an Illuminati, Volume 9, which is an older book about this artist, if we want to call him artist, called Andres Serrano, who created many years ago this controversial Peace Christ in the second part of the 80s. By the way, let's mention what you're watching here is, like I said, my own involvement in the Epstein files, which is, like I said, simply an involvement due to the fact that in 2008, in that period of 2008, and you can go and click yourself on the Justice Government, because there is a link from my article directly so people can check and verify for themselves. You can then open the
That's all you got to do. Just hit that and they're good.
Yes, that's okay. Then you can go to the last page of this whole document. Just scroll down to the last page, make it big, make it a little bit bigger, and you can see there it says helpful website for learning the nature of the New World Order in no particular order. Now, the first was Troy Space, who at the time was a collaborator of mine, which was helping me out mapping all the various secret societies and knighthoods and other group think tanks of the New World Order. And then, of course, there was the Leo Lion Zagami WordPress. Now, these sites, I don't think they're even they're no longer in existence because they're not the leozagami.com site. That was actually at the time hacked and unfortunately closed down temporarily. And so, but the interesting thing is brought to you by Matt of CC. Now, that Matt of CC could be the creator of The Simpsons. So it's possible. There is, of course, as you know, other names that at the time, because at the time there were very few people talking about these kind of subjects. So there was Freeman, of course. In the rest of the Epstein files, of course, we have also nominated Alex Jones. But I mean, we are talking here about an interesting positioning, as you can see, because these subjects are quite interesting, including the Illuminati of Thanateros, for example, which I've discussed profusely in volume 7 of my Confessions. Also, which is another interesting thing. I mean, there is a whole page about Rockefellerism. I mean, defined like this. I mean, about Rockefeller, and we know that in the interview with Steve Bannon, he discussed the Trilateral Commission, his involvement with Rockefeller. So it is rather interesting, the fact that not many people in the media have given any importance to these files, these files here that you are showing, because if you go on them, you just showed something that was interesting on those files. There was a series of names that for some reason, you see, if you go on the further down, here there is the names of the main families of the Illuminati, blah, blah, blah. Go down. And here you start having stuff which for some reason is omitted. I mean, and then you go down, down, and you start having more omissions.
Oh, yeah. Redacted.
Redactions, heavily redacted all the way, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, especially when you look at the names like Jamie Dimon, JP.
Yeah. Yes. So the fact is that what does this prove? I mean, definitely he had interest in these topics. He had interest in the Illuminati, and he had interest in secret societies. There is another, actually, another file, which, not this one, which is a guy talking about a secret society which distinguishes itself by the star signs of the zodiac. There can only be 12 members at the time. And this guy was discussing with Epstein the secret society as an old school secret society. But it's very interesting because in reality, Epstein, in his temple on top of Little St. James, the one that you are pointing out there at the center of my book cover, and now it's being painted in white, by the way, because they are restructuring the whole thing to transform it in some kind of tourist place.
Yeah, wow.
But that
place, of that, yeah, no doubt.
Inside there, the vault of the place is made up of zodiacal signs, and zodiacal signs in a specific position can also be used to communicate in a certain coded Masonic language. So, Epstein also in the interview with Bannon talks about the Illuminati. He mentions the Illuminati when he mentions the Trilateral Commission. He mentions his involvement with this idea of an elite that controls the governments, that the governments themselves can't really control anything because they have to change. Every 4 years, we have to change a president. Every 2 years, we have. So this, the fact that these politicians change, apparently from what Jeffrey Epstein stated, of course, in the interview with Bannon, forced Rockefeller, David Rockefeller, the late David Rockefeller, to create the Trilateral Commission. Now, what the thing that nobody seems to understand here is his involvement with the Vatican, because the Vatican then is seen often, and I explained this, I was just telling you, if we go back to the latest article I wrote, there is actually some very interesting indications that Jeffrey Epstein was somehow also playing Steve Bannon, because they were, in a way, they were trying, in a series of email exchange, it seems like Steve Bannon was involved at the time with this group of people in Trisulti, with this monastery, which is not so far from Rome, in the Lazio region. It's a historical monastery which was being restructured, in which Steve Bannon was taking over to create some kind of think tank for traditional Catholics or so. And there seems to be, in this exchange of emails between Jeffrey Epstein and Steve Bannon, the intention of bringing down Pope Francis. However, when you see the emails instead than Jeffrey Epstein exchange with another guy, which is this artist which I cited earlier, the guy who created the Peace Christ, which is this heretical small plastic crucifix submerged in a small tank of the artist's urine. This artist, who is a Catholic, called Andres Serrano, who, by the way, invited in 2012 to his gallery in Manhattan Jeffrey Epstein, because he wanted him there as a guest. And it seems like when you study these emails of Jeffrey Epstein, we are still really scratching the surface, because we are talking about really millions of files, and we are also not being able to access the entirety of these files. But for what we can access, we can definitely notice that Jeffrey Epstein was no friend of the Catholic Church. He was non-pro-life, because, of course, he supported abortion. He even practiced forcibly abortion on many of those victims in the Little St. James, or in the other place, which is in New Mexico, the Zorro Ranch, as well as we really have to understand that at the moment, what we have seen yesterday with the deposition of Les Wexner was completely outrageous, and there can't be any tolerance. We have to wake up. We have to wake up beyond their political colors, beyond their factions. The enemy is whoever is covering the pedophiles. Remember that. And I'm going to wage war to whoever covers for the pedophiles. I don't care if they bring us the best economy on the planet, but if they cover up for these people, they are my enemies. So this is my realization. And that's what has pushed me to work for 20 years exposing these people, which previously I used to work with. So the fact that yesterday Les Wexner had the courage to say he had nothing to do with it, that he was actually naive enough to fall for Epstein. And I wrote about what happened in Albany's mansion of Les Wexner in my book. I wrote about that in my book. So,
oh, good. I think he's going to be one of the ones that really gets exposed, or they take him down.
now the thing is this: if they take him down, that's a good sign.
Yeah.
And at that point, I have some hope that this DOJ is not
Yes.
completely corrupt. Because if after what happened in England with the arrest of Prince Andrew, though a temporary arrest of 12 hours, it was very symbolic, and it was a 400-year kind of event. I mean, it didn't happen for hundreds of years. And then
Right.
somebody
Of
like
course, 350 years since they've arrested. Yeah.
that, since they arrested
But,
a man.
they took away his royalty, his princedom. So
Yes, of course they had to.
probably they knew it was coming, and are they going to throw him under the bus, whatever?
Well, that is possible, but what is interesting for us here is that nobody has been arrested here, nobody has been investigated here, and there
Well,
is.
You wrote about this in your article, which
Yeah.
is interesting. But first, I want to here's Andre Serrano. Hi, Jeffrey. I'll be having an opening this Thursday. If you're in town, the Catholic League will be there protesting. Now, why would they be protesting? Because he has a crucifix that's submerged in his urine.
And like I explained already in my book from 2023, the Confessions Volume 9, after what he did, the Pope actually blessed him. And I had a photo, if you go back.
Right there, yeah. I'm
Yeah,
like, what? What the heck?
So that demonstrates the Satanism of that Pope, which was the late Pope Francis. I mean, the guy was the first and only Jesuit Pope, but also a Satanist who didn't care about the fact that an artist had submerged in his own piece the crucifix of Jesus. For a Christian, for a Catholic, should be the epitome of their faith. I mean, it's of course a symbol. It's something that is material, but still it represents a much holier thing, you know. For Christians, I mean, you submerging a crucifix in urine is more than an insult. Imagine if you, I make this example. Imagine if you submerge in a thing of urine the Quran. What will happen?
Oh God, yeah, dude, there would be such an outrage. It would be unbelievable. Because when I was in Afghanistan, there was a base there, and they found that they had taken some of the Qurans that they had, like some of the prisoners that they had on this one base. They basically took all their effects and they threw it in a dumpster and lit it on fire. And they found out about that. Oh my God, they like almost stormed the base, or they tried to. It was crazy.
So I mean, imagine what could have happened with an art exhibit. It will not exist. You know, if you remember, Michael, volume 10, I wrote about the fact that after they found this crucifix with the image of Mohammed on the cross, which was an heretical belief practiced by the Templars following the Assassins, they left that discovery of great historical importance because it was discovered in a Templar church in Turkey. So it was important, has an historical relevance. Did they show it in a museum? No, it's still locked up in a vault somewhere in Istanbul or somewhere in Turkey without the possibility of being shown to historians or to anybody else. I had the possibility of having a photo of it, and I showed it in volume 10 of my Confessions from my late friend Gabriele Mandelkam, who was a Sufi grandmaster who actually was the head of the Sufi Gerai Helveti from Turkey, and so he had access to it, and he published it on a encyclopedia of Islam that was published also in Italy. So, but this gives you an idea. I mean, they don't even accept the idea of an heresy portraying Muhammad on the cross. Imagine if I put Muhammad on the cross immersed in piss.
No way. I mean, there would be no stopping them.
They were not stopping. I mean, we know what happened to Salman Rushdie for what he did with his book and his position. But now, going back to Richard Kahn, and Richard Kahn is the guy who is involved in this email, and this email which claims that basically Jeffrey Epstein was residing at the Vatican. Now, if it was another guy, this is an email sent by Brandon Thompson to Richard Kahn. Richard Kahn is Epstein's accountant, and I mean he's a big shot in Epstein's. I mean, Richard Kahn is the guy, is the Epstein estate co-executor. He's been subpoenaed now by the House Oversight for a deposition, and he's a big shot. So I mean, to have somebody discussing with him the fact that Jeffrey Epstein liked this big, he want them like the Vatican where he actually lived. I mean, this is not an info. It's not like if this came, because there is millions of files, and there is a lot of people that have to understand that some of these files are not true, because at times they are simply hypotheses. They can be simple citizens, but even people sending things to Epstein about this or that, and maybe a name appears. And we don't even with Mike Pence. Mike Pence went and visited the Pope, and 1 year later, he was definitely the guy who betrayed Trump, probably at his worst moment. So I will never trust somebody who goes to the Pope, especially after this Pope has made it rather clear that he is in line with what Pope Francis was doing with immigration and everything else. And so, and at the same time also...
So what about J.D. Vance when he went and visited the Pope and the Pope died the next day?
Yeah, well, that was definitely a weird occurrence. Yeah. But this new Pope is simply following the script from the Jesuits, because in 2023 he was recruited by Pope Francis, and for 2 years before his death, he was prepared in a way to follow up from, so there was actually a firm intention to have him as Pope. In fact, when the then Archbishop of New York, what is his name, arrived, the Cardinal, and he was surprised because they presented this guy who basically nobody knew, because he was most of the time abroad. He had lived and worked in South America. So even if he formally belonged to the US Bishop Conference, he wasn't really an active participant and nobody knew him. But the Jesuits had prepared him for that role. Pope Leo XIV, in fact, recently people are discussing now what Obama has said about the aliens are real. But if you follow the entirety of the podcast, what he says immediately after is even more interesting. Because he says, okay, the aliens are real, and then it goes into that discussion with the podcaster. But then after, when he's asked who you want to meet, and Obama says, well, I've been able to meet basically everybody because I was the president, but I want to meet Pope Leo XIV. So Obama, we know, it's another of those dark figures behind the unfolding of this new world order and the way things are now. Because if it wasn't for Obama, we will definitely not have what is happening in Ukraine, and we will not have all the problems that are connected to it. Now you're showing, of course, J.D. Vance when he went and visited the Pope, then he died.
On Easter Sunday, and
yes,
just 1 day before the Pope's death on April 21st.
That was also a very interesting event, because for Catholics, for Christians in general, you're talking about Easter, a holy time of the year. You're talking about the resurrection of Christ. Suddenly, this Pope dies. I mean, I actually 2 months prior to that, I said as a joke when he entered the hospital where he stayed for a time before going back to the Vatican. Maybe they gone, because there was a lot of talk, if you remember, about the Pope actually being dead and then keeping them alive, you know. So I said, I remember, I think either in an interview or somewhere, I said, well, I think they're gonna do they're gonna resurrect him, and that was exactly what happened, which was pretty shocking, because Pope Francis was definitely a very powerful figure as a Jesuit, the first Jesuit Pope, and in fact, he's also, let's not forget that, buried outside of the Vatican in a specific church. Now, let's go back a little bit to this Madonna of Czestochowa, because it's the Black Mary of Czestochowa. Now, if you have read volume 12 of my Confessions about the Jesuits, you know that the Black Marys are linked to ISIS and linked to the secret beliefs of the Jesuits. So for them, the Black Mary places of worship, which usually in antiquity used to be places of worship for the female goddesses, in particular Isis, but also others, it's very important. And at times, the Jesuits even, took over places, specific places where the cult of Isis was popular in antiquity. And so the fact that the Sabbatean Frankists, who have also a belief that is particular, because when Jacob Frank claimed to be the reincarnation, and Jacob Frank worked with the Jesuits, Jacob Frank in that holy place, as they call it, of the Black Mary of Czestochowa, had some visions of the future. And that's where he understood that, because he had an understanding of the Trinity, which was, of course, very particular and very heretical, of course, but he understood that he had to nominate as his successor a woman, and that woman would be his daughter, Eve Frank, who became the first Jewish Messiah. And always based on the concept of Shekinah, which is a very particular concept within the Kabbalah, within and the Shekinah concept. Shekinah or Shekinah is this Hebrew term which refers to the divine, the visible and localized presence of God on earth, but it's also, of course, very much connected to the female side of God. And for that reason, the Confessions of an Illuminati, Volume 12, talks about this connection with the female goddess of the Jesuits, but at the same time, I talk about the same kind of connection with the Sabbatean Frankists. So there is a lot of interesting elements also in regards to these emails exchanges with Steve Bannon, talking about, of course, the Vatican Bank, which, by the way, is called the YOR, and a lot of the media, the mainstream media, has focused mainly on the Vatican Bank, on the economic, let's say, interests of Jeffrey Epstein. They have never really discussed, if you think about it, Michael, nobody has ever discussed the religious identity of Jeffrey Epstein, or if he had a religious identity. And we know that in those emails, the last batch especially, he was very insulting towards Catholics. He was always, and when you read before, you know, the invitation that guy gave to Epstein, and, you know, almost mocking the Catholics because of this crucifix, that is a very important thing, because it shows that they have no respect whatsoever. But at the same time, Andres Serrano, in another email, asks Jeffrey Epstein if he can go and see the Pope. He's actually asking Epstein for the possibility to visit the Pope. Before that visit, if you scroll down, you see the blessing that Pope Francis gave him. Before that, Andros Serrano had actually asked Jeffrey Epstein if he could access to the Pope. And we don't know if maybe this blessing that came many years later, in a way, somehow was also facilitated by Epstein. It is kind of strange, Michael, it's kind of strange that on one side he was talking with Steve Bannon about bringing down Pope Francis. On the other side, this guy is asking him for a favor to see Pope Francis. You see, there is
So,
okay.
Disinformation, I think. Yeah,
it is disinformation in the sense that all of what went on with the Trisulti, with Steve Bannon, with this, I would say that this whole Catholic traditionalist movement has been duped into believing that people like Bannon were true allies, or Bannon himself has been duped by Jeffrey Epstein that he could be an ally and bring him down. But you see, with Bannon, there is one interesting thing which I have actually signaled in a prior article on leozagami.com. He was the only one in the whole entire world, in the media, who a week before the elections of Pope Leo XIV said that Pope Leo XIV would be the Pope. That he will be the Pope. It's the only journalist, to my knowledge, that had this information from somebody prior, and then I saw that he was linked to a Jesuit, important Jesuit, and also to an important member of the Opus Dei that could have given him this information. I mean, he actually, Steve Bannon said, and you can go back and see it yourself. I mean, it's public knowledge, public information. I mean, you can go and scroll it and find it for yourself. But he said 1 week before he was elected that Robert Francis Prevost will be the Pope. Who told him? I didn't know. I mean, we all thought it would be.
Yeah, we're all like guessing, definitely.
Well, we were all guessing. We were also pushing for the other names because they were more familiar or more kind of probable because they were pushing those names.
Yeah, it was that one black cardinal, I think, from Africa.
Yeah, there was also that Chinese one, if you remember, the Chinese Filipino and the black cardinal. These were the two possibilities. But Steve Bannon instead went and suddenly showed this name, and we were like, how the heck does this guy come out with this name?
Well, it's from Chicago. That's where Obama was from. You know, it's like it just all kind of fits.
Remember that if you go back, I mean, I'm going to give you the link here, maybe in private, and you can show it. I've been talking about the involvement that Steve Bannon had at the time he was, here it is, on the 5th of March, on March 5th, 2018, I published this article, Bannon Meddling in Italian Politics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, this was the time in which Bannon was dealing with Epstein, talking about Matteo Salvini, in fact. And everything that we see here is linked to Jeffrey Epstein, because they were discussing all this in their mails. And so now that we know this connection, we have to really ask ourselves, what kind of manipulation games is Steve Bannon playing here? Or, I mean, how is it possible? I mean, we know that the other guy who was involved in Trisulti, that British guy, was involved with the intelligence and with British politics. So there was definitely, I remember myself even, because I know people from MI6, from England, who were pushing this whole project of Steve Bannon in Trisulti. But with me, they had to do it in the open because I know who they are. So they were like, I remember I was in Italy and they said, "Oh, Leo, why don't you give a hand to Steve Bannon in Trisulti?" And because, the guy who told me, I don't want to say who, but it's a guy who worked for the British intelligence from London, who I knew from Freemasonry, of course, from my time in Freemasonry, because we were in the same lodge. And I was like really not convinced about this whole thing. It was definitely, there was, I think my idea is here that the whole war that was waged publicly by the so-called traditionalist world against Pope Francis was in itself a scam. It was like, it's almost like when you want to play both sides and you want to control both sides of the narrative, so you have complete control of the whole narrative, which is a classic thing they do, no? Like, for example, in Israel, like I explained in this book, the labor Zionists and the revisionist Zionists, which represent now the Likud, and the other one, which was Ehud Barak, who was friend of Jeffrey Epstein, represented the labor Zionists. But at the same time, we have to believe that Jeffrey Epstein was working with Steve Bannon, who is a completely right, populist-minded guy. It doesn't make any sense if you don't see it in a much wider way in the context of controlling the oppositions.
Yeah, you even wrote in that your latest article about Barack Obama. They were calling for him to denounce what they call the Piss Christ art, and he didn't do it. And so there's lots of people that are suspect that he was is an Islamist. So what are your thoughts?
Absolutely. But I also at this point think that because of what is happening in the world at the moment with the release of the Epstein files, this whole backwards and forwards regarding the alien disclosure between Trump and Obama might actually be organized behind the scenes as a way of distracting the general attention. Now, we know that there is something big happening in the air in the next few months. We know that a member of that elite super lodge, the mega group of Les Wexner, Steve Spielberg, is about to bring out a big movie in June, which will be Disclosure Day. We know that something is happening.
What's that movie?
It's a movie that the first movie in a long time that involves extraterrestrial, and Steven Spielberg, of course, has a lot of attention. We don't really know the full plot. We have pieces, clips and stuff. It's rather interesting, but it's going to come out, I think, on the 12th of June. And there's going to be a lot of surprises regarding disclosure in the months ahead. So prepare for that.
Where do you think it goes from here, from your experience with, you're obviously a great expert on Epstein. Where do you think the files go as far as exposing people going forward?
If, I hope that the same level of attention that the Epstein files are gathering by the judiciary and the criminal, the authorities are acting against people in Europe. There has been a former prime minister in Norway, where I used to reside, where I was accused of espionage. A guy who was in charge of the Sturt, which is basically the course. When I was accused of espionage, he was also, prior to that, I think he was also called prime minister. He's now being arrested, or at least he has received. Like they did these people are never really arrested. Even Prince Andrew. People, in England, if you are a normal folk, you will have to stay in prison 24 to 48 hours minimum for the same kind of thing.
Well, they're saying that the reason I think they're not getting these people on the child trafficking stuff is it's not going to happen probably, but they're getting those two that you just mentioned on espionage, really. I guess
Well, on
Epstein,
corruption, because the former
corruption,
Norwegian
yeah.
Prime Minister
That's where they're
Torbjørn
getting it.
Jagland has been charged with gross corruption, and of course they are. Let's say this in regards to former Prince Andrew, which is no longer a prince, but thinks of himself still as a prince. Believe me, when he's in closed doors, and he was pretty shocked when yesterday they had to go through this whole thing for his birthday, which is also kind of interesting, because here we have a very interesting synchronicity that has occurred, which made me really think about the synchronicities that we have in the world. Now, I don't know if you remember, but back on April 24, 2024, there was a couple of horses that were let loose on London.
I remember that.
A couple of beautiful horses starting to go, and then injured 4 people running near Buckingham Palace. Now, it's very important because 666 days after, there is the arrest of former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
He's 66 years old.
66
yesterday,
years old.
and he was arrested by 6 police officers. Yeah, 666. Come on.
So
in our face. Yeah.
In the realm of synchronicities, okay, because Carl Gustav Jung will have said definitely this is a synchronicity. It's definitely something that has to do with the synchronicity. It is definitely a very ominous sign. If you think about it, it's definitely a very ominous sign. Aside from that,
so when you say ominous, do you think there's something else coming? Because look at the numbers on this. They obviously had this planned out long ago. So you think this is going to lead to something else?
Okay, this is. I tell you what's happening here. I think that definitely they will have not arrested and brought down former Prince Andrew, if it wasn't also to create a reaction here in America.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep.
We don't really know yet the accusation. Yeah, we are talking about espionage. In regards to the former Norwegian Prime Minister, that is a different thing, because we already have, by Norwegian law, the accusations by which he is in trouble now. No? While instead, in regards to Prince Andrew, we don't have disclosed yet the accusations. So we are speculating. It could be that, and I tell you from my own personal experience, that yes, they're saying that of course it's about espionage, and it has to do with the espionage. They were both, this espionage though goes very high, because you know that there is also accusations against Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn used to be this former British politician, very influential, from the Labour Party, who then was nominated last year to be the ambassador here in the United States. But what people don't know about Lord Mendelssohn is that Lord Mendelssohn is a Sabbatean Frankist from a very old Jewish family, which has a very important history, because they are also behind the establishment of one of the most important synagogues. His grandfather, Norman Mendelssohn, founded the Arrow United Synagogue. And Mendelssohn is, like I said, part of the Sabbatean Frankist. In fact, in a typical Sabbatean Frankist tradition, his various relatives were in charge of the Jewish Chronicle, and that was quite a long time ago. And they were, of course, of Polish Jewish extraction, because the Sabbatean Frankists, who are more influential, like Benjamin Netanyahu, come from Poland, or from Vienna, or from the area that is Ukraine or Belarus, all those Eastern European, but then also gradually went into Central Europe.
So Virginia Gouffre, I think that's how I pronounce it. She was obviously, the prince's biggest accuser, and she basically brought him down pretty much. She committed suicide.
Well, yeah, that's
about a year ago. Like,
I mean, it's like believing that Jeffrey Epstein suicided himself. I mean, either he's alive or either he is being has.
A lot of people are saying he's alive now. No, I said the day of, I said he's still alive. And now we have all these other people saying he's alive now. Do you think some of these people that are in the, the community that, discloses outside of the mainstream media, do you think some of those people have insights, or are they just making guesses? I kind of feel like, I'm like you. I make educated, guesses. So
yeah, I mean, we can only make educated guesses when we don't have. I mean, the certainty though that we have from the Epstein files that came from the last bunch at least confirmed what I said in this book. Jeffrey Epstein was an asset for the Rothschild. There was actually, you see, when it comes to Lord Mandelson and Prince Andy, do you think they were working for somebody else and wasn't Rothschild? They might now accuse, oh yes, maybe there is espionage stuff that is being passed to China and stuff. Well, maybe people need to know that the Rothschilds own 20% of the Bank of China. So, I mean, the link with the Rothschild, and in fact, if you go and check Mandelson, who, by the way, people think, because we're always talking about Jeffrey Epstein giving the girls, and we see a picture of this Mandelson in his knickers, photographed, where next to a girl. It's quite odd because the guy is an homosexual, declared homosexual. So what he's doing next to a girl, it's weird. But probably, what Jeffrey Epstein was offering was not just little girls, but also little boys.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Because
so here he is.
Yes, that is. And if you go and check, you put, Peter Mandelson is somebody who is, of course, connected and is being connected to Jeffrey Epstein, but he's also very much connected to the Rothschild family. And this is not like a secret. It's like he's been working with them very close. So Jeffrey Epstein was working with the Rothschild branch, that is the Rothschild and Co. branch, the branch that unites the French and English branch, and he was working with the Swiss branch of Ariane de Rothschild. So he was working with both branches, Lynn Rothschild, Ariane de Rothschild, the English branch, as well as and French branch, as well as the Swiss branch. Even when these two branches of the Rothschilds went against each other, it was Jeffrey Epstein who actually got them to make peace with each other in exchange of 25 million that then the Rothschild paid him. And that is not a little amount of money, because at the time, 10 years ago, 11 years ago, up until 10 years ago, the big problem was the exclusivity of the name Rothschild. But if you go on the Wikipedia of Peter Mandelson, and you go in you can find that in October 2008, Mandelson was the subject of much press speculation when it was reported that Nathan de Rothschild, who is a British-born Canadian financier, and the Russian oligarch Oleg Deripaska had met Mandelson in a yacht near Corfu in a party attended that was held by the Rothschilds. So you might.
Well, it goes back with the.
I can share it to you in screen so you can see it.
Oh, good. Okay. But there was Peter Mandelson, a former UK Labour politician, and Nathaniel Rothschild were central figures in 2008 scandal involving a yacht meeting, blah blah blah, with Russian oligarch, like you're talking about.
Yes, absolutely. It is this one. It is. I mean, if you want, I can share it on my side. You can see it from
Right.
here. Here. Here you go.
There it
You
is.
should
Good.
have it on the screen. Yes. So it's all pretty clear here that the Rothschilds have always been the ultimate controllers of the whole thing. And you see people like Les Wexner or any others here are always working for I mean, even the mentorship that Jeffrey Epstein claims from Rockefeller, but the Rockefeller became the Rockefeller thanks to the Rothschilds.
Oh, wow.
The involvement that they had also with the Federal Reserve. In the Federal Reserve, all members were Sabatian Frankists, the Warburg, the Schiff. Remember one thing about the Schiff family. The Schiff family is very powerful. Jacob Schiff in 1905 said to the Tsar of Russia, you better treat our people well, otherwise you will have consequences. And those consequences arrived. And when the consequences arrived, like I explained in this book, it was Jacob Schiff who gave one of the most important Bolshevik, Leon Trotsky, received his first money for the revolution, for the Russian Revolution, thanks to the Schiff and the Warburg. These were both members also of the foundation of Jekyll Island's Federal Reserve.
Wow.
Let's not forget that, because the Federal Reserve is the system by which America has lived for over 100 years now.
Yeah. Well, it seems like through Trump, they're trying to take it down, have the Treasury take over. The tariffs, I guess, obviously work around the Federal Reserve as far as control. And today the Supreme Court basically said that China could go ahead and Trump could do tariffs or something like that. And Trump is like, I'm going to work around you. So there's it seems like, and it could be just, facade, like a lot of stuff that Trump is trying to take down the Federal Reserve. We've heard that.
No, but that is something I've been saying for a while now. In fact, he went to Davos with all his team, trying to find allies so he could announce the next guy who will take on Jerome Powell and the Federal Reserve. But it hasn't yet happened because, of course, there is still a board in the Federal Reserve. And even if he kicks out Powell now, he will not have the same control he want to have. He can, because Powell can stay in the board for another 2 years. So if that is blocking him from a complete takeover of the Federal Reserve. And the Federal Reserve, of course, but at the moment, the whole tariff thing, also with him opposing the Supreme Court, it creates, unfortunately, a constitutional crisis, inevitably, because we are talking about a crisis between the executive and the judiciary branch, which is unprecedented. And I don't see that as a positive thing for American democracy.
Well, if people have to pay back, or the Treasury that took in a lot of this tariff money has to pay it back, because I guess a lot of companies are suing because they're doing
that will be a disaster. That will be a disaster. I mean, that will be a complete disaster. I mean, I think that whatever happens, they should probably make it in a way that it starts from the new year eventually, because if then Trump or America is forced to give back this money, guys, that is going to be further crisis that we can't really afford for our banking system, which is already in debt. We are talking trillions of debts, adding more debt is not really the case here.
Absolutely. All right, Leo. So great. God, you just, every time we come on, you just dump so much great information.
Oh, well, I hope that it's very clear that we are living always in unprecedented times. So, I mean, I remember when 10 years ago, 11 years ago, there was a naked guy who was climbing down Buckingham Palace, and suddenly they sold us that as part of some kind of a clip that was made for, I don't know, a TV thing or something. I mean, it was a naked guy coming out of Buckingham Palace in full daylight, guys. Escaping, God knows what. And I think that now the biggest crisis is actually in Great Britain, because it is a crisis involving the monarchy, the House of Windsor. Yeah. And it's a crisis that for us is very difficult to understand here in America. But remember that the royal family is in charge of the ethics and morals of the British nation. I mean, of the United Kingdom, that is united around this royal house. Now, when in the past, royal house, there has been scandals like this in the past. Not the first time in history. It's not the first time in history. But when scandals like this surface, usually what happens is that they kick out the whole family line and substitute it with another royal house.
Wow. Is that what they did with this? This was the Windsors now, or really a German family?
Well, the Windsors, in reality, yes, they were Hanoverians, they were Germans. Yes, definitely they were Germans. But what happened was that they managed through a war that was fought through the whole of the 18th century between their house and the house of the Stuart family, which was opposing it and which wanted to bring back a Catholic monarch to the crown of England. And that didn't happen. But there was also an internal war between two different factions in Freemasonry that went on. And now, in regards to, for example, the birth of the so-called Scottish Rite, there was actually a speech by the mentor of Bonnie Prince Charles, Chevalier Ramsay, who in the 1730s gave this speech announcing that Freemasonry was descending from the Knights Templars, and that gave birth to the High Degrees. Now, the interesting thing is that these High Degrees then were brought here to America through Santo Domingo, through the West Indies, and through a very complex, and they arrived in Charleston. In Charleston, in 1801, they created the Supreme Council of the Ancient Accepted Scottish Rite. But amongst those 11 members who founded it, 4 were Sephardi Jews, and there were also 2 of them proven Sabbatean Frankists. So that is already a sign of things. But however, the Sephardi Jews were much more powerful until the 19th century. That is the moment in which you have the big arrival of the Ashkenazi Jews and the banking families that then saved the life of the American finances and then helped the creation of the Federal Reserve. That's why they hold all this influence and power. And that's why people like Lex Wexner think they are untouchable.
Yep.
Including, of course, his prodigy, Jeffrey Epstein, which was more than an Olympic charlatan, like he describes him. Jeffrey Epstein was the guy who literally gave him a palace, a building in New York, in a very fancy area in New York, but the building was already rigged with cameras and everything. And now we know for sure that it was the Mossad taking care of that. And so at that point, now that we know that it wasn't only because of Ehud Barak, of a former prime minister, but since the middle of the 80s, Les Wexner had been working with these people. And then we have, of course, Roy Cohn. So then we have Roy Cohn, which also plays an important role because he was the head of the Banking and Finance Lodge of the B'nai B'rith, which is also involved. So Now the problem, unfortunately, the next time we talk is going to be the war in Iran. I mean, that is what is going to unfortunately happen, because we see the display of forces unprecedented since the war in Iraq. The build-up is going to definitely then lead to something. It's not simply a threat. It's something more that is unfolding. And I'm not happy about that, because remember, promises made, promises kept. And one of the promises was not to do this kind of foreign wars, because we know when we start them, we never know when we finish them. And we never know how many lives and how much money it's going to cost us to add to our trillion debts of, trillions that we have already in debt. We are going to grow even further. So, I mean, are we going to go into another Afghanistan, another Iraq? It's not really something that we need. And so we...
And there's already opposition. Diego Garcia, the Brits are saying that we can't, launch from there to strike Iran.
I know, but
I've had a base there for a long time. So
absolutely, but when you are bringing the Gerald Ford with the biggest Navy asset in the area, you are almost for certain gonna start a new war. And another thing that is interesting is the operational modality of what is gonna be this new war, because it seems like they're gonna probably use again what Trump has defined as a discombobulator, which of course is the creation of Vallely and Michael Aquino's mind war, because it's mixing AI and more traditional forms of, you of course come from a military background. You know very well that Paul Vallely wrote with Michael Aquino that Mind War paper in 1980, and then was republished in 2003 for the Iraq War. If you go and read the work of Michael,
a known Satanist that created the Church of Satan, and he was in the military, and they let him stay. It's crazy.
It's crazy that now we have actually his techniques that he described in a book, which I have here somewhere. Show you this book here. This book here by Michael Aquino has exactly the kind of techniques that have been used for the takeover of Maduro. And
wow.
It's I mean, and so we should think that maybe the same kind of thing could be used in Tehran. Now, we hope that it's going to be simply an action, directed to nuclear sites or whatnot, and that everything is going to be very precise, and that maybe they can take out the supreme Ayatollah and whatnot and bring it down this. But the problem is that, I don't know if you know, but Russia and China were yesterday in the Hormuz, there in the Strait, how you call it in English, Hormuz Strait. They were there basically in the waters conducting a joint exercise with Iran. I'm talking about China and Russia. So going against Iran now will automatically trigger China and Russia at this point. I mean, the fact that they were doing joint exercises only yesterday in the sea, these three naval forces of these three countries, what do you think can happen?
They'll just all get along.
Well, yeah, at the end, probably they will, because they have to.
It's going to work out.
At the end, Trump is going to go to China, they have to the deal, blah, 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 and everything is going to, we hope, nothing is going to degenerate, and we hope that it's not going to be the loss of hundreds of thousands of soldiers like in the past, because now with this new war economy, let's say, because in a way, the Maduro operation has showed at least that there was no casualties on our side.
So, when I worked in CIA, we knew that Iran already had nukes for a long time, and they
But they
had
have
decided
also
not to use them
strong-
because they would bring up, there would be a backlash from the Islamic community. So yeah, it's very interesting how things are moving now. Here in America, we have a massive new Islamist presence. So it could be tying everything together
But
to start a
remember this,
massive war in America too. For all
a
these
few weeks ago, you had the people in the streets in Iran, and everybody was inviting Trump to intervene.
right.
But it was actually Benjamin Netanyahu who called Trump and told him to not intervene because he knew that Iran will immediately attack them. So, and they didn't have enough defense capacities because they use most of the defense capacities for Gaza. And then now they are running scarce of missiles for there. So what is happening now is, is Benjamin Netanyahu behind the scenes? He went to visit again Trump, ready? Because now it's, if he's ready, then at that point, definitely there will be an attack on a scale that we don't yet know, depending on their intention. I don't think their intention is to put boots on the ground, but the regime change, if it has to happen, and of course it will involve the former, the son of the Shah, who is himself here in America in exile, with also the Grand Lodge of Iran in exile, of the Freemasons of Iran, who have also played a very important part, as I explained in volume 10 of my Confessions. So let's see what's going to happen. We only have to pray that things don't get too out of control in the Middle East. But it seems like the Middle East is always that area in which war has to be kept alive so that all sides keep on building their military industrial complex. It's like we have seen with the 1984 George Orwell. He describes three factions that fight against each other, and then he also describes this area, this almost neutral area where conflict is always ongoing.
Yeah.
And war is good for that, for the ongoing.
I've had a guest on. We've talked about John Brennan. Basically, he was definitely part of keeping the war going and using the Middle East to do that. So
yes, and keeping those nations also, like I explained in volume 10 of my Confessions, dedicated to the secret societies who have kept on this eternal war in the Middle East going. It's also for keeping these societies always underdeveloped without really a possibility of becoming relevant, if not, of course, there where we have a lot of oil, like the Emirates, Saudi Arabia. Those areas are different. They have another reality, of course. But now let's see what happens with the immediate actions that will be taking place in Iran. And let's hope that they are not a distraction from the Epstein files, because regardless of everything else, there is still 3 million files that need to be released. And we want to have clarity. We want to have absolute clarity. And then we have the midterm elections of this year, which unfortunately are not looking good.
No. Unless they do something drastic to stop out the cheat. So we'll see what happens with that.
One of the most brilliant politicians that has come out in the last few weeks is Nancy Mace.
Yeah.
Nancy Mace is an excellent politician. It's a politician that deserves more because she's actually, even today, she said, okay, let's bring out the Epstein files and the UAP files, the UFO files. Let's bring all these things out in the open. And she's been very adamant about, she was a victim herself, if I remember, of some kind of violence, of rape. And she herself has felt very much for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. And so I see her as the future of the Republican Party, more than other politicians. because here at this point we need to understand that Trump can deflect his attention somewhere else, but if we want to make America great again, we have to still maintain certain promises. Also, ethically and morally, we need to feel like we are not enslaved by the elite, that the elite can't get away with everything, that they have the same kind of problems they have in Europe, where they are arresting people, where they are taking action against people. If this doesn't happen, it's going to be simply a great disappointment, and we will be led to the biggest disappointment in the midterm elections. So I just cross my and hope that we will have finally something positive happening.
Yep. And you're a great supporter of President Trump, and went out of your way to get a lot of people to vote for him. Now,
absolutely, but you have to understand the talk that even thinking that he might be able to do a fair term is just really not helping the future of a party that needs to be in the hands of younger people with also a way of understanding the problems that would be really enormous with the arrival of the AI, robotics, the loss of millions of jobs. That is a moment in which we need to have a clear mindset, and we need to really take some big decisions. So I don't see that happening. I think that we can't, Trump is disappointing on some levels, because there is, of course, those who still think that maybe he's gonna clear up this whole Epstein affair in his favor. But I think that at this point is rather clear that this is a turning point for everybody. It's not about Democrats, it's not about Republicans, it's about the swamp of DC, of Washington. And that swamp can't be cleared with compromises. I think that is the case. There is too many compromises on all sides. And it's not about Obama, it's not about Trump, it's not about Biden, it's about a system that we had for a very, very long time. I mean, I was just scrolling everything that the presidents for the last 50 years have written about B'nai Brit. B'nai Brit has an enormous power in this country. And people very rarely even mention this organization that is the founder of CPAC, is the founder of something that, I mean, it's basically what we have with B'nai Brit is a form of Jewish Freemasonry that we need to understand. I mean, we know that, for example, we have the Anti-Defamation League, and that the Anti-Defamation League is very easy at accusing people of being anti-Semitic, this, that, and all the rest. But the problem is, it's not about... I wrote this book, as you know, about Jeffrey Epstein, and one of the things that I very much focused on was the fact that it's not an anti-Semitic book. It's a book about certain people within the Jewish faith who are corrupted. Mm-hmm. And I said that before IPAC, and the relationship that IPAC has with the American politicians, I don't think is healthy. I don't think that giving millions to this or this other politician simply to have always a positive stand about Israel is a positive thing. America first doesn't mean Israel first. It means America first. And I stay that way. And I think that once we see that we have behind all this